From Colony to Empire. Essays in the History of American Foreign Relations. Edited by USSR. For Judy. Contents. Introduction 1. William Appleman Williams. 1. Foreign Policies of a New Nation, Franklin, Madison, and the Dream of a New Land to Fulfill with People in Self-Control, 1750–1804. 9. Walter Lafebre. 2. The American Empire Makes Its Bow on the World Stage, 1803–1845. Richard W. Van Alstyne. 39. 3. Empire in Mid-Passage, 1845–1867. Richard W. Van Alstyne. 83. 4. The Shift to Global Expansion, 1865–1900. 135. Edward P. Krappel and Howard Schunberger. 5. A Progressive Foreign Policy, 1900–1921. 203. Lloyd Gardner. 6. Republican Policy and the Pax Americana, 1921–1932. 253. Robert Freeman Smith. 7. Crisis Diplomacy, 1930–1939. 293. Henry W. Berger. 8. From Liberation to Containment, 1945–1953. 337. Lloyd Gardner. 9. The Dulles Years, 1953–1959. 385. Lloyd Gardner. VLLL. Contents. 10. Cold War Counter-Revolution, 1960–1970. 431. Lloyd Gardner. Conclusion. The critics of the American Empire open a door to create an American community. 475. William Appleman Williams. Author Index 489. Subject Index 493. Maps by Vincent Kotzchar. United States Territorial Expansion in North America. Front-end paper. The United States about 1783. 21. The Louisiana Purchase, 1803. 36. The Pacific Coast, 1840s to 1850s. 85. The United States in 1816. 96. The United States in 1820. 97. Mexico and the Caribbean, 1840s to 1850s. 113. U.S. Commercial and Territorial Expansion, 1860 to 1900. 142. Colonial Expansion in East Asia and the Pacific, about 1900. 205. The United States and the European Conflict, 1939 to 1942. 332. Europe about 1953. 363. The Korean War, June 25, 1950 to July 27, 1953. 377. Post-war East Asia to 1954. 383. Regional Security Pacts up to 1960 in East Asia. 402. The Middle East, 1960. 415. Indochina, July 1954 at the time of the Geneva Agreements. 464. Vietnam in 1967, before the Tet Offensive. 466. The World. 1972. Back-end papers. From Colony to Empire. William Appleman Williams. These essays have one purpose: to help the reader, be he a student, teacher, or concerned non-academic, understand the dynamics of American foreign policy and evaluate its consequences. Thus the book can be used as the basic guide for a course in American foreign relations. It also provides the kind of supplementary reading that illuminates the more conventional textbook. The involved citizen will also find new information and new perspectives that will help him think more incisively about events of the decade and the day. The historians who created this book have done extended research in the primary documents. Their minds, moreover, are perceptive, imaginative, and rigorous. As a result, they challenge the reader to become fully engaged in the exciting experience of understanding and evaluating and using different analyses and interpretations of foreign policy. As I read these essays, I was repeatedly reminded of the remark that Secretary of State John Hay made during the global expansion of American economic power at the turn of the 20th century. Speaking of the thrust into the world marketplace that was guided by the strategy of the open door policy, Hay privately threw down this undiplomatic challenge to foreign industrial rivals: "We will bring the sweat to their brows." America did precisely that during the 20th century. These historians now offer the same kind of confrontation at the end of that imperial outreach. They insist that we focus our minds on their research and thought and demand that we confront the nature and the consequences of our actions as individuals and groups, and as a nation. We live in a time of testing our very substance as Americans, and these men care deeply that we meet the challenge. There have been many times in our history when being an American in the true sense meant being critical of what the government and its supporters asserted and defended as being American thought and action. Each of these historians questions some part of the conventional, reassuring image of ourselves. No reader will agree with all of what each of them says in these pages. Certainly I do not. But sooner, much sooner rather than later, that becomes incidental. The intellectual engagement quickly becomes the essence of the encounter. Thus it has been a joy to serve as their editor. I have learned from each of them, I have enjoyed testing my ideas against theirs, and I have been grateful for their craftsmanship, which made my labor so pleasant. They offer us much assistance as we confront ourselves, and our relationship with the rest of the world, near the end of the 20th century. Walter Lafebre opens the collection with an emphasis upon the way that ideas 2. Guide our actions. Sometimes, as with the concepts developed by Benjamin Franklin and James Madison, such ideas are so encompassing, and become so much a part of our fundamental outlook, that we take them for granted. We only rarely talk about them directly. That fact is a measure of their power in and on our lives. They guide the way we see and make sense of the world. Lafebre explores the way our forefathers came to believe that democracy and prosperity were related to expansion. He offers a powerful analysis because he has examined the thought of his protagonists with great care, because he has chosen men who reached the same conclusion along different routes, and because he has not flinched in the face of the evidence he found. Richard W. Van Alstyne is a gifted and dedicated critical scholar who has labored long years in the shadow of other men who have celebrated the imperial thrust of the United States. He is an innocent victim of a generation gap in the historical profession, too young to have been associated with Charles Austin Beard's astringent criticisms of American foreign policy, and too neglected to be considered the harbinger of the critical historiography that developed after World War II. That is a discouraging experience for any man or woman. Yet, throughout it all, he has continued to write excellent history. His critiques are classic, impersonal, deeply informed, and positive rather than negative in the way that they carry the reader and author to a deeper understanding of the subject. In this essay, Van Alstyne deals with a number of crucial issues. He makes it clear, for example, that Thomas Jefferson constantly linked democracy with expansion and was almost wildly optimistic about the power of America. He is tough-minded about the way that the economics of commerce pushed the United States ever outward, and very subtle about the manner in which Andrew Jackson used the lure of the Pacific trade to lull northern fears of southern ambitions. Yet he never neglects the push southward for slaves and trade. Van Alstyne's neat summary of the importance of Secretary of State William Henry Seward is next developed by Professors Edward Crapoll and Howard Schunberger, younger men who probe the foreign policy implications of issues and actions that traditionally have been handled as domestic matters. Thus they explore the tariff, the remonetization of silver, the merchant marine, the push to regulate the railroads, and the agricultural protest movement as manifestations of a general propensity to deal with domestic problems in terms of foreign policy. Schunberger and Crapoll make two other important contributions. One involves their clear analysis of how the agricultural and the industrial sectors of the American political economy converged in a common move meant for empire at the end of the 19th century. The way to liberate Cuba produced a policy calculated to open the vast reaches of Asia to American economic, political, and moral superiority. In the course of their exposition, moreover, Schönberger and Krappol provide an excellent example of the techniques of topical analysis. They illustrate how a chronological period can be taken apart to reveal its constituent elements and then be reassembled to integrate interest groups and ideas and politics, economics, and social movements into a coherent whole. The resulting overview that Americans adopted in the 1890s involved a theoretical and a practical, and a direct and indirect, commitment to imperialism. By tying domestic prosperity and social peace to overseas economic expansion and by reasserting the nation's mission to help and reform the world, Americans made a portentous transition from the territorial expansion and commercial involvement of the 18th and 19th centuries to the imperialism of modern industrialism. The first steps in the new outward thrust, which involved the establishment of American power in Hawaii, Cuba, and the Philippines, were taken with deceptive ease. Even the more complicated maneuvering to win recognition for the principle of the open door as basic American policy was handled without any special problems. But, as Lloyd Gardner reveals, the tensions and difficulties of sustained involvement in the imperial maelstrom were complicated and demanding, and they were not always resolved to the full satisfaction of American leaders. The progressives found it tougher than they had anticipated to improve domestic society, and their struggles to open overseas avenues for American enterprise and reform proved even more complicated and frustrating. Gardner offers a unique review of the challenge in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. All Americans, the led as well as the leaders, manifested a continuing confidence in their ability to set the globe in its proper orbit without recourse to force. But the world kept wobbling off that perfect path. Woodrow Wilson thought he had the answer: parliamentary government and honest free enterprise capitalism. Those approaches led on to intervention in numerous non-industrial countries, to participation in World War I, to opposition to the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia, and to a grand effort to restructure the world in terms of the open door policy. As Gardner reveals, Wilson was the theologian of the liberal faith. He revived and re-energized our American propensity to see ourselves as the saviors of the universe, and the universe as a slum to be regenerated in. 4. The image of the city on the hill. He was, as some of his contemporaries belatedly realized, the master of the false syllogism. Most textbooks emphasize Wilson's tragic failure to win American approval of the League of Nations Covenant, but Robert Smith offers us the vital insight that Wilson's ostensibly conservative opponents pursued the same goal with a slightly different strategy. He offers us a scalpel with which to dissect old clichés. It has long been a touchstone of American diplomatic history, for example, that all those who fought Wilson on the issue of entering the League of Nations were isolationists by definition. But Smith shows us that many such so-called isolationists shared Wilson's dream that the city on the hill would become the metropolis of the world. The visceral difference among the progressive expansionists was that between those who trusted the power of the American system to achieve the goal without persistent interventions and those who argue that the system could succeed only with the help of the Marines. Herbert Clark Hoover may very well have misplaced his confidence in an efficient, honest capitalism, but he did not play games about dispatching troops in the name of freedom. He did his best to bring them home and to avoid sending others in their place. In that important sense, Hoover was a man who struggled to honor Jefferson's rhetoric that America's influence in the world would be achieved through the power of example and performance. Therein is revealed one of the major paradoxes of the Jeffersonian tradition, for Wilson, one of the giant heirs of Jefferson, argued that intervention in the name of freedom was an integral part of the faith. The long debate over involvement in the war against Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan is explored from an unusual perspective by Henry Berger. Some Americans began to agitate for intervention of various kinds during the depths of the Great Depression. Most people were preoccupied, however, with the often desperate battle to survive and improve their condition at home. A central part of that effort involved a revival of militant labor unionism, and John L. Lewis was one of the most important leaders of the difficult and at times violent struggle. Berger carefully and insightfully explores how Lewis faced the dilemmas that arose out of the conflicts between the union's commitment to help other workers throughout the world, its desire to concentrate on domestic recovery and welfare, its general acceptance of the importance of foreign trade, and its difficulty in influencing or counter. 5. Tiering the government in foreign affairs. It is easy to conclude, of course, that Louis was doomed to lose the battle because of the aggressive action by Germany and Japan. To leave the matter there, however, is to miss Berger's main points. First, the story of Louis and industrial unionism offers a revealing case study of the way that all Americans wrestled with the question of intervention against the Axis. The nation was not united on the eve of Pearl Harbor, and the debate might have continued for months without a declaration of war. Second, the contradictions and dilemmas that Louis confronted continued to bedevil Americans long after Germany and Japan were defeated. And, as Vietnam has shown, they have yet to be resolved. Some, indeed, have not even been faced with any sustained candor. Third, in matters pertaining to foreign affairs, the government has great power and leverage against any organization, no matter how effective it may be in influencing domestic policy. It can withhold and manipulate information. It can invoke the grail of patriotism against critics. And it can, acting secretly, create a set of circumstances and then use such circumstances as justification for doing more of what it has already decided to do or has been doing. Lloyd Gardner's remarkable lucid and penetrating review of American policy from 1941 to the present speaks with particular relevance to the second and third points. He tends to emphasize the extent to which American policy makers were coping with external events rather than moving to impose their will upon reality. I generally disagree with that part of his analysis, but the difference may not be as great as it appears if one considers the degree to which the small group of American leaders had resolved the dilemmas that perplexed Louis. If one believes that the expansion of the American system into a world system will make it possible to solve mankind's problems, and if one similarly believes that the United States possesses such impressive power as to induce the abandonment of alternate approaches without recourse to force, then the reality of the post-war world was sure to leave one with the sense of having to cope desperately to avoid catastrophe. But that does not alter the reality that American policy makers entertained a very clear idea of how to save the world as an integral part of saving America. One is strongly tempted to conclude that the post-war musical song hit Love and Marriage, You Can't Have One Without the Other was an unknowing expression of the Weltanschauung of the elite that made American foreign policy. 6. In any event, Gardner's review and analysis of the years 1941 to 1969 make it apparent that ending the war in Vietnam is but a searing prelude to the wrenching process of rethinking and reformulating our relationships with the rest of the world. 7. 1. Foreign policies of a new nation. Franklin, Madison, and the dream of a new land to fulfill with people in self-control. 1750 to 1804. Walter Lefebvre. Conceived by the greatest imperial power of the time, colonial America debated not whether it would become an empire, but how. Throughout the 130 years following the establishment of Massachusetts Bay in 1629-1630, the settlers participated in a series of imperial wars against Indian nations, Spain, Holland, and France. If during the first half of the 18th century colonial political institutions matured because of a British policy of benign neglect, these institutions were also stretched and toughened by the conflicts beginning with the War of the League of Augsburg in 1688 to 1697, moving through struggles with Spain in 1701 to 1713 and 1739 to 1742, and culminating in the 7 Years' War against France between 1756 and 1763. In the early 1760s, Americans began a dual debate. With France finally eliminated from Canada in 1763, and as Great Britain insisted that colonials help pay the large war debt and regulate the immense territory recently gained, Americans entered a 13-year period of questioning fundamentally the transatlantic relationships that had provided the political and economic infrastructure of the empire. This appraisal climaxed with the Declaration of independence in 1776. Equally important, however, was the second debate, initially a part of the first, which between 1776 and 1804 acquired a life of its own. This longer discussion struggled to define the dynamics, possibilities, and policies for a separate American empire. Its first phase concluded in 1776, the second at the Constitutional Convention of 1787, and the third with the adaptation of the Constitution's theories and provisions to the tremendous expanse of territory obtained through the Louisiana Purchase of 1803. Conquering an empire is considerably easier than governing it. The problems of controlling a vast landed expanse, moreover, have been compounded many times in American history, for the Founding Fathers insisted not only on exploiting the latent landed and maritime power of a continent, but also on controlling that power so that it would be limited, that is, responsible to ideals of justice, political representation, and opportunity largely inherited from deeply revered pre-1750 Anglo-American law and religion. In building an American empire, the genius of the Founding Fathers lay in the insight that during their own time, and perhaps for a period thereafter, the empire's allegiance to these ideals could be obtained precisely by landed and maritime expansion. Unlike the earlier conquests of England, Rome, and Greek city-states, all of whose past failures 18th-century American leaders studied closely, the United States could expand, yet retain these ideals, for the founders believed that a reciprocal relationship could 10. Be developed between expansion and the ideals. With even greater genius, the Founding Fathers devised a political structure to accommodate this interaction. The working out of their insight, and the creation of the political instruments to fit it, can be comprehended through the political theories and foreign policies of Benjamin Franklin and James Madison. Their activities not only covered the last half of 18th century America, but also shaped its political structures and, consequently, its foreign policies. The story of Benjamin Franklin from 1750 until his death in 1790 is a case study of a people setting out to create an independent empire. Born in Boston in 1706, he ran away 17 years later to settle in Philadelphia, the hub of colonial life, a city that acted as the gateway to the frontier for European immigrants, and whose Quaker merchants made it the leading commercial center. With this wealth had come education, sophistication, and a strong desire for political independence from the pen proprietors who attempted to rule the colony. By 1750, Franklin's printing business had made him wealthy. This success occurred not only because he had followed, as well as peddled, the principles of his Poor Richard's Almanac, but also because he expanded his interests throughout the empire until he had apprentices in New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, South Carolina, and even Antigua. In 1753 he further battered down colonial boundaries by becoming Deputy Postmaster General for North America and by reorganizing routes so that the settlements could be in closer touch. He had meanwhile become a successful politician, having served in a number of offices including Clerk of the Pennsylvania Assembly, Indian Commissioner, and Agent for Pennsylvania in England from 1757 to 1762 and again between 1764 and 1775. Businessman, official, politician, Franklin after the 1740s was also an imperial speculator. He invested heavily in Western land schemes. From these adventures the Philadelphian gained a keen sense of how landed and commercial expansion across the continent, and at the expense of the French and Spanish, would enrich Americans collectively and individually. Franklin's achievements are too often ascribed to his success as one of the first great American pragmatists who cared about the practical, the immediate, the most utilitarian, and, conversely, wisely isolated himself from meaningless wanderings among the principles of speculative philosophy or political theory. That Americans have been content to idolize such characteristics should be of major concern. What must be emphasized is that Franklin succeeded as an empire builder precisely because he studied and worried about the theory and first principles of politics and economics. He committed himself to developing systematic policies of an expanding American empire at least as early as 1751, a quarter century before the Revolution. In 1751 he penned observations concerning the increase of 11. Mankind, peopling of countries, etc., perhaps the central document of Franklin's imperial philosophy. One moving from empirical observations regarding growth of population in the settlements during previous decades and from a calculation regarding the availability of land, and hence subsistence, for such a population, Franklin concluded that the number of inhabitants in these settlements would probably double every 20 years. The implications of this volatile theory fairly leaped from Franklin's pages. Writing 1 year after Parliament had restricted Pennsylvania Iron Works with the Iron Act in order to assure British manufacturers of this American market, he sought to assure British officials that they need not worry about the growth of colonial manufacturing. Land was so plentiful, he observed, that agriculture would remain the dominant occupation for decades to come. Indeed, the frontier would sustain an exploding population that would become a glorious market wholly in the power of Britain. This point, however important British iron makers might believe it to be, was of less significance for Franklin than was a second implication. All food or subsistence for mankind, as he wrote in another paper, arises from the earth or waters. The moral was then drawn for his countrymen. A small people, with a large territory, may subsist on the productions of nature, with no other labor than that of gathering the vegetables and catching the animals. The superfluity of these is wealth. With this wealth we pay for the labor employed in building our houses, cities, etc. Since all wealth came from the soil and the sea, fortunate indeed was the nation possessing a large territory from which it could draw wealth to support a large and rapidly growing population. Of course, the other, unstated conclusion raised haunting thoughts. If the landed frontier ceased to expand, but filled and disappeared, the primary source of wealth would vanish and the course of empire would be checked. Franklin devoted much of his life to the never-ending task of preventing such a catastrophe. He emphasized in his essay on population that, although agriculture was a crucial source of wealth, it could not survive without commerce. He then elaborated a third implication of his theory: commerce became unnecessary only when it brought in foreign luxuries and needless manufactures that might bankrupt a relatively poor but developing society. He therefore urged stringent import laws but warned against export tariffs. Franklin reiterated these themes in his debate with British officials before 1776 and again during America's economic troubles immediately after the Revolution. In working out his 1751 argument on the nature of imperial relationships, he was forced to conclusions that should have disturbed British officials. In a century, the Philadelphian noted, the greatest number of Englishmen will be on this side of the water. He affirmed this would be for the greater glory of the British Empire, but then proceeded to make a dangerous comparison. In fine, a nation well regulated is like Polypus: take away a limb, its place is soon supplied; cut it in two, and each deficient part shall speedily grow out of the part remaining. Thus if you have room and subsistence enough, as you may be dividing, make 10 polypes out of one, you may of one make 10 nations, equally populous and powerful, or, Franklin hastened none too quickly to add, rather, increase a nation in tenfold numbers and strength. This waxing of colonial power created an ambivalence in Franklin's thinking that time and again has appeared as an important theme in American history. Phrased simply, the problem was this: given the assumption that the settlements were a new Eden, a city upon a hill, as the Puritan fathers termed them, could this unique experiment contribute most to bettering civilization by isolating itself, remain unsullied, and thus reform the world through sheer example, or should its people become more active, dirty their hands with the evils of the Old World, and thus remain a formal part of the British Empire? Franklin began resolving this problem by having no doubt that America was a promise unique in history because of its western lands. Along with many other Americans in his time and since, he measured the contrast between the civilizations that bounded the Atlantic by caricaturing Europe as infected with evil and pitifully inferior to his own country. Before 1775, not unnaturally, he deprecated French government as a scheme of universal tyranny. But he also hated the corruption rampant in British life. £4,000 is now the market price for a borough, he wrote his son in 1768. In short, this whole venal nation is now at market, will be sold for about 2 millions, and might be bought out of the hands of the present bidders by the very devil himself. In his essay on population, moreover, Franklin's remarks on non-Anglo-Saxons were not flattering. Not only did Africans and Asians differ in color from the English settlers in the New World, but the Latin races, Germans, and even Swedes and Russians are generally of what we call a swarthy complexion. Then he suggested how to preserve the frontier as a new Eden, and while we are, as I may call it, scouring our planet, by clearing America of woods, and so making the side of our globe reflect a brighter light to the eyes of inhabitants in Mars or Venus, why should we in the sight of superior beings darken its people? 13. The future success of this new Eden depended, as did other facets of Franklin's prophecies, upon continued landed expansion. No matter how large a nation might be, if it was full settled, it was, in Franklin's mind, uncomfortably similar to European urban areas. In the 1750s he was already concerned about the Pennsylvania frontier, especially the disappearance of its firewood and fencing. He urged that the closed proprietary lands of the Penn family be opened rapidly, for there were many thousand of families that are ready to swarm, wanting more land. An empire so conceived could never have enough land. Such an expansive policy forced Franklin to run counter to one of the major political assumptions of his time, the well-known pronouncement by the French philosopher Montesquieu that a republican government could not be maintained over a large territory. Such a government, the famous Frenchman had warned, would either soon lose control of its distant, outlying areas, or else so rigidly govern those areas that a despot, rather than a responsible government, would quickly emerge. In rejecting Montesquieu's contention, Franklin anticipated by more than a quarter century James Madison's classic analysis of the problem, although the Philadelphian never approached the point as systematically as Madison. Having laid down the guidelines along which the empire could and must expand, Franklin now turned to the infinitely more difficult problem of governing such a realm. Although he continued to be concerned about this question until his death, his most important and instructive effort occurred at the Albany Congress in 1754. The Congress had been called because French troops, aided by several Indian nations, had been attacking English claims in the Ohio River Valley. Defense was first on the agenda at Albany, but Franklin seized the opportunity to push for a threefold proposal. First, Indian friendship and trade would be rejoined with the British cause. Second, a general government representing all the colonies would guide the westward drive by negotiating Indian treaties and by deciding on matters of war and peace with the tribes. Third, after having prepared the way, this government would coordinate and regulate the course of empire by establishing laws to shape the development of English settlements and the Indian trade. To effect these ends, the governing body would be able to raise and equip soldiers and also would have powers of taxation. The third point is striking. It is a forerunner of the national government's powers established by the Constitution and anticipates in particular the Ordinance of 1787, which regulated the eventual settlement of the American Midwest and West. The plan also documented Franklin's constant attempts to counter Montesquieu's admonitions regarding distant parts of large empires. The Philadelphian phrased this concern in a satiric essay in 1773, on the eve of the Revolution. A great empire, like a great cake, is most easily diminished at the edges. The methods he devised to meet this problem were equal rights for all parts of the empire and a strong central government to deal justly on behalf of the national interest. Franklin had no reluctance in 1754 or after in advocating such a central government to regulate and if necessary to restrict property rights for the sake of the whole empire. The creator of Poor Richard perhaps best summarized these views in 1783, all the property that is necessary to a man, for the conservation of the individual and the propagation of the species, is his natural right, which none can justly deprive him of, but all property superfluous to such purposes is the property of the public, who, by their laws, have created it, and who may therefore by other laws dispose of it, whenever the welfare of the public shall demand such disposition. He that does not like civil society on these terms, Franklin added caustically, let him retire and live among savages. But his Albany plan appeared 3 decades too early. The king disliked it because, as Franklin later noted, it placed too much weight on the democratic part of the Constitution, and every assembly, he added ironically, rebuffed it for having allowed too much to prerogative. So it was totally rejected. Within less than a decade, the British drove France from North America and in so doing created new and fatal strains on their own empire. It was exactly what Franklin had warned against and had plotted to avoid at Albany. Yet he was not without guilt, for he played a central role in the events leading to this crisis. Living in London from 1757 to 1762 as agent for the Pennsylvania legislature, he publicly attacked a movement in England that urged a quick peace with France. Franklin militantly appealed for more war for more empire. He capped his efforts by anonymously publishing a pamphlet in 1760, The Interest of Great Britain Considered with Regard to Her Colonies and the Acquisitions of Canada and Guadeloupe. 3. This widely read essay energetically argued that if a choice had to be made between taking Canada or the rich sugar island of Guadeloupe from the French, the British should seize Canada. Franklin entered the debate to answer a popular pamphlet written by William Burke which glorified the virtues of Guadeloupe. Burke noted that some observers justified seizing Canada on grounds of security. He acutely commented that to desire the enemy's whole country upon no other. Benjamin Franklin. I think we are more in danger from too little obedience in the governed principle, but that otherwise you cannot secure your own, is turning the idea of mere defense into the most dangerous of all principles. It is leaving no medium between safety and conquest. This was an important distinction which Americans have had considerable difficulty in grasping. Franklin would have none of Burke's reasoning. But the Philadelphian went far beyond this particular problem. I should indeed think it less material whether Canada were ceded to us or not, if I had in view only the security of possession in our colonies, he remarked, for the war against the French was being fought not only for security but also for more positive advantages. He launched into a long analysis of how continued westward, and then northward, expansion would open a magnificent market for British manufactures. I think, he stated emphatically, this is the only point of light in which the question is to be viewed, and is the only one in which any of the colonies are concerned. For easy reference, he attached to this anonymous pamphlet his earlier essay on population, written, he noted without undue modesty, by a very able pen. Indeed, the whole performance was a rehash of the 1751 theories readjusted and properly. 16. Applied to the beckoning opportunity of the early 1760s. The British annexed Canada in 1763, but William Burke had the final word. If the people of our colonies find no check from Canada, they will extend themselves without bounds into the inland parts, he warned. What the consequences will be to have a numerous, hard, independent people, possessed of a strong country, communicating little or not at all with England, he left none too subtly to the reader's imagination. Franklin could retort only that economic and juridical ties would adequately link the transatlantic empire. The danger of separation would also become less probable, he noted in anticipating Madison's Federalist No. 10, as the colonies expanded inland and so lost that unity of geographical and economic interests that a small state enjoys. Franklin expressed only one apprehension. The colonies might unite if forced to do so by the most grievous tyranny and oppression. After all, he reminded his readers, the waves do not rise but when the winds blow. The winds blew in increasingly violent gusts for the next 16 years, and Franklin was among those caught in the cross-currents. He was trapped. First in 1765 when the British government passed a Stamp Act taxing legal documents, newspapers, playing cards, and almanacs in the colonies. The act resulted from the debate of how to pay the indebtedness incurred by the past war against the French while at the same time raising sufficient funds to govern and to protect the vast new territory taken in 1763. Franklin, despite his employment as a former printer and purveyor of almanacs, saw the wrong at the outset, but added, "Let us make as good a night of it as we can. We may still light candles." For as soon as the extent of the tax became known, however, the Americans called a special Congress to protest, vowed never to pay such taxation passed without adequate representation, and then hunted down officials foolish enough to try to enforce the law. Within 3 months the colonials had made a farce of the Stamp Act. Franklin hurriedly re-examined his own imperial views. The British Act of 1765 helped undermine the Philadelphians' whole concept of agrarian empire. Franklin's empire could exist only when 3 requirements were met: when sufficient unused land was available to an expanding population, when local governments could immediately give necessary support to the agricultural interests and thus could prevent a distant government from aiding interests that might unduly exploit the agrarians, and when the agricultural society could buy the necessary supplies produced by the European industrial society in a free or loosely regulated marketplace. The British officials, to Franklin's and his fellow Americans' consternation, refused to meet any of these preconditions. In 1763 the British issued a proclamation that attempted to slow westward migration to a trickle by allowing only a few settlers into selected areas west of the Appalachians. Then the Stamp Act, followed in 1766 by the Declaratory Act and the Townshend Acts in 1767, slashed at the last 2 of these foundation stones. If Parliament could write the rules for the entire empire, then the British mercantile and land speculator interests in London, which had bought and paid for that legislature, would profit at the expense of the agrarians who had relatively little political leverage to exert. In Franklin's mind the crucial point of 1751 still held and thus made the imperial dilemma virtually unsolvable. If the British Empire depended upon landed expansion, then these agrarian interests should have a full share in the governing of the empire. Franklin attempted to cut the knot by intimating that the colonies stood completely outside the realm of Parliament's power, although under the reign of the king. As early as February 1771 he described the colonies as distinct states. Although he had been the primary colonial agent for American empire since at least 1751, Franklin approached the climactic decision for independence with profound regret. In the final months before independence was proclaimed, Franklin mirrored the tensions appearing within many American families, for he broke with his son William, the royally appointed governor of New Jersey. William later fled to England and the elder Franklin gladly assumed the responsibility for inculcating American virtues into the mind of his grandson Temple. The Philadelphian also renounced his cherished vision of transatlantic empire. "Long did I endeavor, with unfeigned and unwearied zeal," he remarked in that fateful July of 1776, "to preserve from breaking that fine and noble China vase, the British Empire, for I knew that, being once broken, the separate parts could not retain even their share of the strength or value that existed on the whole." Approaching 70, Franklin now entered into the busiest and most important period of his life, a season in which the theories of the 1750s would bear full fruit. In February 1776 Franklin and 3 other prominent Americans traveled through snow, ice, and sudden thaws to Canada in an effort to join that country to the new nation. The negotiations failed, but the inevitability of Canadian annexation to the United States now became fixed in his mind. Returning to Philadelphia, he became one of a 5-member committee of secret correspondence established by the Continental Congress to correspond with Great Britain and possible European allies. This committee marked the beginning of the American Department of State. Franklin also was a key member of the vital committee created to draw up a plan of treaties. Within these two groups and during the debate in Congress that followed the Treaty Committee's report on July 18, 1776, an intensive argument raged over the fundamentals of the new nation's foreign policies. Franklin and John Adams led the fight for alliances based solely upon economic ties and freed from meaningful political obligations. But their opponents, guided by Richard Flenry Lee of Virginia and Sam Adams of Massachusetts, won the battle. The American diplomatic delegation in Paris, led by Franklin, concluded an alliance with France in February 1778, under terms inspired by the Lee-Sam Adams Group. The two nations promised to fight until American independence was recognized by the British, pledged not to sign any separate truces or peace treaties, and promised to guarantee each other's possessions in the New World forever against all powers. Much against his wish, Franklin had been forced to compromise America's freedom of action by guaranteeing French colonies in the Western Hemisphere. The two nations were tied by political as well as by economic bonds. The Philadelphians' predicament and consequent defeat in this two-year debate are easily understandable. He again was trapped by his and his countrymen's ambition for empire. On the one hand, he could write in May 1777, "Every day's experience confirms to us what is pointed out indeed by nature itself. The necessity of rendering America independent in every sense of the word." On the other hand, he fervently desired the American conquest of Canada, Nova Scotia, the Bermudas, and the Floridas. To obtain these prizes, the United States required extensive French aid, and for that aid Americans had to pay a potentially high price. His problem neatly foreshadowed the dilemma of a so-called American isolationism that was to be repeated over and over in American history, a longing for landed and/or commercial expansion without having to make requisite political commitments. But the French foreign minister, the Comte de Vergennes, was not going to help the new nation formally, and thus cause a declaration of war by Great Britain against France, without securing his political as well as his commercial flank. The Lee-Sam Adams Group within the Continental Congress realized this, and so did Franklin after he lived in France for a time. After the alliance was accomplished, Franklin and many other revolutionary leaders became convinced that they had not only sufficient economic help to gain their independence, but the requisite political aid to conquer a magnificent empire in the New World as well. As America's first accredited minister to a foreign power, it became 19. Franklin's delicate task to keep France in the cooperative mood necessary for the culmination of these imperial dreams. He was so successful that his mission has become a classic in diplomatic history. Franklin realized that the alliance rested on common interests, not American power. Unlike John Adams, whose air of superiority so infuriated Vergennes that the Frenchman finally refused to talk with him, the American minister was careful not to alienate the French in any way. "Keep your eyes wide open before marriage, half shut afterwards," Poor Richard had suggested, and Franklin, realizing the value of the vows of 1778, excused the French their idiosyncrasies. The Philadelphian achieved such success with his tactics that, as Jefferson noted, the French ministers were more under his influence than he under theirs. Perhaps poet William Carlos Williams best summarized Franklin's mastery. He played with lightning and the French court. 6. This most famous of American diplomatic ventures climaxed in 1783 with the Treaty of Paris, which ended the war and fulfilled many of the American dreams of empire. Negotiated between the American and British diplomats in Paris, the treaty recognized American independence, granted the United States the use of the great fishing banks of Newfoundland, committed Congress to allow the British to attempt the collection of millions of dollars in debts owed by Americans, and required Congress to earnestly recommend to the states the return of Loyalist property confiscated during the war. The last two provisions were not carried out by the United States, and the British retaliated by refusing to remove their garrisons along the Niagara frontier and other forts in the Northwest. Of greatest importance, the treaty delineated American boundaries along the Mississippi, the Great Lakes, and the 31st parallel. The victory over the boundary issue did not come easily to Franklin, John Adams, and John Jay, the principal American negotiators. Harassed by British spies, and by bitter attacks from political enemies in America, the three Americans encountered their most frightening obstacle when supposedly friendly France suddenly suggested to England that the two European powers combine to coup up, as Franklin phrased it, the new American nation east of the Appalachians. When Jay discovered that Spain, France's closest European ally, already had its heart set on exclusive control of both banks of the Mississippi, and, in addition, that some members of Congress were willing to pay such a price for Spanish friendship, Franklin exploded in a letter to Jay, "Poor as we are, yet, as I know we shall be rich, I would rather agree with them to buy at a great price the whole of their right on the Mississippi, than sell a drop of its waters. A neighbor might as well ask me to sell my street door." The three diplomats dropped their former demands for Canada, settling instead for a western boundary on the Mississippi and fishing rights in the teeming Newfoundland waters. This deal was accomplished quickly and secretly with the British, who understood this as an opportunity to split the United States from its wartime ally. Despite French and Spanish hostility, British pressure, the lack of a complete military victory in America, a necessary change of objectives at the last moment, and the surrendering of even greater dreams of empire, Franklin, Jay, and Adams won a magnificent diplomatic victory. The Philadelphian played yet one more role in the founding of the new nation. Stepping ashore for the first time in an independent America in September 1785, he discovered that the British press had not been inaccurate in representing Americans, as Franklin complained, everywhere. Distracted with divisions, discontented with our governments, and apparently unable to maintain an independent existence. He blamed an economic depression on the too great number of sellers, although he 21 could have justifiably lamented the lack of buyers. Franklin particularly feared that such problems virtually invited the British to increase their efforts to break off the American West from the remainder of the Union. Hence the 81-year-old Philadelphian was ready to take up the opportunity presented by the Constitutional Convention in 1787 to strengthen and reconstruct American institutions. Fortified by 40 years of service as the agent for American empire, and recalling especially those lessons learned between the Albany Congress and the Declaration of Independence, Franklin worked with James Madison to lead the fight for a stronger central government. Too often pictured as a radical Democrat, Franklin was not about to allow the new nation to break into pieces. He demonstrated his determination in 1786 when as president of Pennsylvania he cooperated fully in squashing a debtor-inspired uprising in western Massachusetts. 13 years earlier he had warned the British about empires breaking like a cake around the edges. He did not want to repeat that mistake. And, though there is a general dread of giving too much power to our governors, he wrote in 1788, "I think we are more in danger from too little obedience in the governed." 7. James Madison moved from the same assumptions to formulate the fundamental theories for a continental American empire. The Virginian was the most important architect of Republican government in the United States and, in the post-Franklin era, shaped in large measure the foreign policy on which the new nation developed. "I wonder who dreamed," Robert Frost speculated in 1956. "And lately I've decided the best dreamer of it was Madison. Was a dream of a new land to fulfill with people in self-control." 8. As Frost suggested, Madison's career was distinguished by constant attention to the best means for securing the proper self-control of the factions and passions that formed the United States. Madison found scant evidence of such self-control when at the age of 29 he took his seat in the Continental Congress of 1780. Acquainted with many New England delegates because of earlier trips to New York, and politically seasoned by his experience as Jefferson's legislative assistant in Virginia in 1776 to 1777 when he championed the state's guarantee of religious liberty, Madison quickly moved to the forefront of the new nation's leadership. The knowledgeable French minister to the United States thought the young Virginian the most capable man in Congress. Madison would not have been impressed with such a compliment, for he thought little of the Congress. He blamed much of its ineptness upon the Articles of Confederation, the so-called supreme laws of the land, which placed most powers in the individual states. Congress consequently had no remedy for its increasing debt, faced grave difficulties in raising sufficient funds for Washington's armies, and could not deal with foreign nations as the representative of a united group of American states. Congress have kept the vessel from sinking, Madison wrote Jefferson in 1785, but it has been by standing constantly at the pump, not by stopping the leaks which have endangered her. Franklin and his fellow diplomats solved one crisis by obtaining the Mississippi boundary in 1783, planting the flag on the eastern bank of the river, however, only partly resolved the most pressing problems. In order to become economically prosperous and stable, the nation needed favorable trading conditions in world markets. American emissaries in Europe failed to negotiate commercial treaties with the major trading powers. The British meanwhile rewarded the successful revolutionaries by imposing rigid navigation laws that shut out American ships from the vital West Indian market, forcing United States trade to flow in British-designed channels. Congress was powerless to retaliate, for the Articles of Confederation allowed each state to regulate its own commerce. The British therefore could play one state against another in order to obtain trade privileges and to keep Americans in a subordinate position to London interests. As for individual merchants, many of them worried little about the national welfare. They followed the paths of least resistance to gain personal profit. The merchants became so exclusively occupied in British commerce, Madison exclaimed, that they could not be expected to work for their own nation's interest. Our trade was never more completely monopolized by GB, when it was under the direction of the British Parliament than it is at this moment, he lamented in 1785. This combination of events resulted in a vast influx of imports from England in 1784 which drained specie from the United States and touched off an economic depression. Infuriated at the lack of what Robert Frost called people in self-control, Madison demanded a shoring up of national power to control commerce through the passing of retaliatory regulations that would force harmony in the measures of the states. How is this harmony to be obtained? Only by an acquiescence of all the states in the 23. Opinion of a reasonable majority. Madison's proposal, of course, was blocked by the Article's provision that all 13 states must accept such measures. Unanimous consent could not be won. 9. The lack of national powers depressed the economy in the East. In the West it nearly split the new nation. The survival of the expanding settlements in the Kentucky area rested on the exporting of the frontier's surplus goods down the Mississippi. When Spain closed that waterway in 1784 at the port of New Orleans, some of the settlers began to discuss union with the Spanish Empire in order to obtain access to the outlet. In Madison's mind, Spain's action conclusively proved the relationship of commerce to agrarian prosperity and continued landed expansion. His full comprehension of this relationship largely explains the central foreign policies of his career. Various interests, or factions as he would label them in Federalist No. 10, could not remain viable unless assured of full rights on adjoining rivers and the high seas. 10. Without such viability, domestic insurrection and disunion might result. Madison consequently reacted bitterly in 1785 and 1786 when the American Secretary for Foreign Affairs, John Jay, offered to deal with Spanish Minister Don Diego de Gardoqui on the basis of surrendering. Madison began by emphasizing that nothing is more important than that a well-constructed union be able to break and control the violence of faction. He defined faction as a number of citizens, whether amounting to a majority or minority of the whole, who are united and actuated by some common impulse of passion, or of interest, adverse to the rights of other citizens, or to the permanent and aggregate interests of the community. He believed the most common and durable source of factions has been the various and unequal distribution of property. A landed interest, a manufacturing interest, a mercantile interest, a moneyed interest, with many lesser interests, grow up of necessity in civilized nations, and divide them into different classes, actuated by different sentiments and views. The regulation of these various and interfering interests forms the principal task of modern legislation and involves the spirit of party and faction in the necessary and ordinary operations of government. A complete set of these papers, so crucial to understanding the American political and economic system, can be easily used in Clinton Rossiter, ed., The Federalist Papers. 24. United States rights to the Mississippi for a period of 25 years in return for American commercial access to Spanish overseas markets that could supply the gold and silver specie Americans needed. Jay explained accurately to Congress that he had no diplomatic leverage to exert against European powers given the lack of discriminatory power in the Articles. Madison, however, attacked Jay's plan as an attempt to sell out our ultramontane brethren. The Virginian warned that unless Congress defeated Jay's agreement and attempted instead to reopen the Mississippi, England could move down from the north and attach the discontented settlers in Kentucky and Tennessee to Canada. Of equal consequence, Madison warned that the same game might be played on our Confederacy by which Philip managed that of the Grecians, divide and conquer. The course of the Jay-Gardoqui Agreement through Congress supported this fear. The pact obtained the consent of 7 of the 13 votes in Congress, but since 9 were needed to ratify a treaty, the South killed the agreement with a last-ditch stand. Madison saw that if the nation was to survive, minority rights, in this case the right of the South and the West to use the Mississippi, must be preserved. Brandishing the interest of the majority as the political standard of right and wrong, he cautioned, is only re-establishing under another name and in a more specious form, force as the measure of right. Such danger would grow as the nation expanded, for he correctly envisioned that an early increase of the Confederated States would bring sentiments and interests less congenial with those of the Atlantic states than those of the latter are one with another. 11. The influx of unregulated imports from Europe and the Jay-Gardoqui negotiations merged into the crucial problem that Madison studied in 1785 and 1786, how the national government could obtain and exercise necessary powers yet, at the same time, protect the minority rights that would multiply in number and importance in the wake of unrelenting westward expansion. When phrased in this fashion, the dilemma encompassed most of America's foreign and domestic problems. Madison began with the assumption that it could not be resolved under the Articles of Confederation. He then retired from active political life to his study in Montpelier, Virginia. Delving into the chronicles of ancient nations in an attempt to isolate the causes of their collapse, he also read closely the modern political theorists who were considering the solutions to the centuries-old problems of governing empire. 12. N. Madison to Monroe. He blends together the profound politician with the scholar. A Georgia delegate to the Constitutional Convention wrote of Madison. The Virginian took the lead at Philadelphia, and from a spirit of industry and application which he possesses in a most eminent degree, the Georgian continued, he always comes forward the best informed man of any point in debate. But Madison failed to convince his fellow delegates at the convention to vote for his most sweeping proposal. He urged that the national government be given undisputed power by having a negative over state acts in all cases whatsoever, for, as he wrote to a sympathetic George Washington, Republican governments must have a disinterested and dispassionate umpire in disputes between different passions and interests in the state. Such a proposal, if accepted, would have settled the question of state power over commerce, and the right of the national government to regulate commerce in order to prevent specie drain, once and for all. The convention rejected the plan, but Madison secured parts of this negative in other forms, especially in the national government's explicit control of interstate and foreign commerce, and in the powers granted to the Supreme Court. The Virginians' hope that the national government would possess sole power in taxing imports was fully realized, but he then attempted to go further. He proposed a plan to tax exports as well. This often overlooked move is a true measure of Madison's nationalism, particularly given the dependence of his home state and section on the exporting of cotton and tobacco. Assuming that the United States virtually controlled the international trade in cotton and tobacco, he told the delegates that an export tariff would provide needed power as well as revenue. He anticipated the events that would lead to the War of 1812 with the warning, an embargo may be an absolute necessity, and can alone be effectuated by the general authority. Attempting unsuccessfully to win over his fellow Southerners, he argued that the tax would result in the building of domestic manufactures in their region. The proposal finally lost by a narrow margin. The debate on the export tariff introduced the main foreign policy issue confronting the convention. The political miasma arising from the corpse of the Jay-Gardoqui negotiations threatened a North-South split that Madison feared would destroy the constitutional movement. He claimed during the convention that the real difference of interests lay, not between the large and small, but between the northern and southern states. Jay's agreement had severely shocked the South and West, and delegates from those sections were instantly on their guard when northern and middle state representatives proposed at the convention that navigation acts be approved under the new Constitution by a mere majority. Madison, again despite his Virginia allegiance and appreciation of the Jay-Gardoqui deal, worked for the measure. He evidently believed that if a strong navigation act could be easily passed, Jay and his successors would never again be placed in a powerless position when negotiating matters of commerce. He pointed out, moreover, that agricultural interests in the burgeoning new states on the periphery of the nation would soon augment the power of the South's agricultural interests. This coalition could ultimately form a controlling majority in Congress. Madison won his plea for majority approval of navigation measures, but only after the delegates worked out one of the convention's major compromises. Congress could enact navigation laws by majority vote, and in return the South could continue the slave trade until 1808. 13 Along with Franklin and most of the delegates at the convention, Madison had to struggle against a formidable group of Americans who disagreed with the Virginians' desire to create powerful central governmental devices that could regulate and control a vast empire. Led by George Clinton of New York and Richard Henry Lee and Patrick Henry in Madison's home state, the so-called Anti-Federalists warned that the Constitutional Convention inordinately consolidated power at the expense of states and individuals. Such consolidation, they argued, could lead to despotic government, large standing armies, unfair taxation, and, of special importance to state politicians such as Henry and Clinton, the rapid diminution of state powers. The Anti-Federalists seldom questioned the destiny of American empire. Neither Franklin nor Madison, for example, excelled Henry or Lee in their ambitions for the expanding western frontier. Anti-Federalists simply believed that only through such decentralized powers as a modified Articles of Confederation might provide could Americans become free and prosperous within a vast empire. 14 Madison argued on the other hand that, based on the experiences of depression and political instability between 1783 and 1786, the Articles were insufficient to maintain a viable domestic society, for they were powerless to deal with the nation's foreign policy dilemmas. Madison's actions in 1787 to 1788 rested on the assumption that the two realms of foreign policy and domestic affairs could not be separated. He made this assumption clear at the Virginia ratifying convention. Patrick Henry attacked the Constitution as a threat to the liberty of minority interests, but he also vehemently urged a swashbuckling attitude toward foreign powers. Madison rebutted Henry's argument by observing that what will render us secure and happy at home will render us respectable abroad. He embellished his opinion that this contemptible system of the Articles had so weakened the nation's foreign relations that no nation would relinquish national advantages to us. 15 The encounter with Henry pinpoints why Madison's constitutional theories are awesome. He formulated an answer to the problem of how to maintain the delicate balance between a government strong enough to render us respectable abroad, and a government weak enough so it would not destroy minority interests at home. Madison believed that such a national government could be maintained through a number of devices, one of the most important of which was the extension of the sphere within which the government operated. The smaller the area of government, the easier various interests could combine to suppress minority rights. The larger the area, the more difficult suppression could become. Franklin had hinted at the solution when he rejected Montesquieu's theory that a republic could work successfully only in a small state. Madison went further. He concluded that a republic largely comprised of property-holding middle classes could best be preserved by giving such an extent to its sphere, that no common interest or passion would be likely to unite a majority of the whole number in an unjust pursuit. On the other hand, the sphere could not be too large or, as he wrote Jefferson, a defensive concert may be rendered too difficult against the oppression of those entrusted with the administration. 16. This aspect of Madison's thought is important, for it became policy when the United States established a strong, non-republican type of government in the newly purchased Louisiana Territory in 1803. At the core of his theory was Madison's conception of the socio-economic changes that would occur in American society. Agrarians are the best basis of public liberty, and, of public safety, because they provide at once their own food and their own raiment and so are most truly independent. James Madison. What will render us secure and happy at home? Will render us respectable abroad? And happy. His notion of a majority comprised of a self-sufficient middle class that could expand on a seemingly endless landed frontier set off Madison's thought from that of many earlier political theorists. But again he projected this ideal into the future to ask disconcerting questions. His answers restrained Madison, unlike Jefferson, from effusively praising agrarianism. Jefferson trusted majorities when he assumed they would be comprised of agrarian property holders. Madison trusted competing minorities because, although he appreciated agrarians, he also envisioned the rise of commercial and manufacturing factions. He told the Virginia Ratifying Convention that in 25 years the frontier era would close, population comparable to the older settled parts would fill every part of the United 29 states, and, consequently, manufactures would be established. 17. His belief in the importance of commerce, which differed from Jefferson in degree rather than in kind, his growing appreciation of manufactures, and the way he fit these views into his political theories and foreign policies enabled Madison to visualize and anticipate an ever-fluctuating national interest. Jefferson tended to visualize America as Americans hoped it would be. Madison analyzed and prescribed for Americans as they actually were and would be. In the first Congress called to order under the new Constitution, Madison, as a representative in the House from Virginia, initiated a 20-year effort to use the new governmental powers to protect the merchants and manufacturers. During the 1790s his efforts resulted not only in the first effective American Navigation Act but also helped split the Federalist political party into two national parties. His point of departure in this campaign was that of Federalist number 10, interest and passion, not rationally motivated responsibility to the community, propelled individual nations as well as men. The United States consequently could not hope for worldwide free trade but had to adapt to a world divided by each nation's navigation acts. The United States would prosper only when it possessed such an act to protect its own interests. The new Union, moreover, enjoyed a favorable position. In such competition, for Europe, Madison believed, needed American food and raw materials. If the Washington administration properly used this advantage and intelligently framed navigation acts, it could maneuver the European balance of power to American advantage much as Franklin and his contemporaries had maneuvered so successfully in the 1778 French alliance. England's discriminatory laws and her refusal to sign a commercial treaty had increasingly irked Madison since 1783. With the new powers of the Constitution in hand, Madison sought to achieve American economic as well as political independence. Between 1789 and 1791 Madison introduced a series of measures designed to confer special favors on American shipping in home ports, thus largely excluding the ships of foreign powers. He obtained an act discriminating in favor of United States ships, but failed in a more radical move to favor ships from foreign nations with whom America had signed commercial treaties over those, such as England, with whom it had not. These proposals forced a debate that revealed that George Washington's government as 6:93, Republican distribution of citizens, Ibid, 6:98-99, Madison's speech in Virginia Ratifying Convention on June 12, 1788, is in Ibid, v. 170. Of great value in understanding Madison at this time is the theory of human nature in the American Constitution and the method of counterpoise, in Arthur O. Lovejoy, Reflections on Human Nature. 30. Some. The United States must cultivate British friendship. Secretary of the Treasury Alexander Hamilton's financial system depended upon import revenues, since most of those revenues were collected on shipments from Great Britain. Hamilton fought Madison's proposal. For 2 years the Virginians' plans languished, but in 1793 the French Revolution evolved into a worldwide struggle between England and France, opening new opportunities for Madison. The British seized a number of American ships that had been trading with France, especially in the West Indies, banned United States ships from carrying foodstuffs from French ports, and, so Jefferson and Madison believed, encouraged the Algerine pirates to prey on American trade in the Atlantic and Mediterranean. Madison's opening came in December 1793, when Secretary of State Jefferson issued a report surveying the nation's commercial situation. The paper advised stringent retaliatory acts against England. In January 1794 Madison incorporated many of Jefferson's recommendations into resolutions that proposed the establishment of high barriers against British goods and ships that were attempting to sell in the American market, and to the maintenance of these barriers until the British allowed the United States to trade reciprocally in Great Britain and the British West Indies. He admitted that such measures would aid the French, but so they should, for France bought 7 times as much as it sold to the United States, whereas the British sold twice as much as they bought and consequently drained specie from America. Madison differed only in degree from Hamilton's urgent desire to trade with England. The Virginians' sweeping proposals were intended neither to encourage large-scale American manufacturing by cutting off British finished goods, nor to strike at those merchants who dealt in the Anglo-American trade. At this point in his career he hoped that manufactures would be of the household or family type, not public factories, as he told the House of Representatives. He also hoped that American merchants would continue to deal in British goods, but only when Great Britain in turn promised to deal reciprocally with American shippers, exporters, and producers of staples. Aware of both the inevitability and need for competing factions, Madison was neither anti-merchant nor pro-manufacturer, but wished to gain advantages that would allow both general factions to enjoy equitable opportunities. In 1794 Madison's 5-year struggle began to gain support. Jefferson publicly espoused the cause. Americans who owned public factories saw the advantage of Madison's resolutions for their own interest, and, after further British seizures of American ships, exporting and shipping interests also began protesting Hamilton's policies. But the Secretary of Treasury blunted Madison's plans by urging the President to send John Jay, now Supreme Court Chief Justice, to work out a settlement in London. Jay succeeded in removing the British from the northwest forts they had occupied illegally since 1783, but he failed utterly in attempts to open the British West Indian trade to American ships. The treaty, moreover, forced the United States to surrender for 10 years any right to pass tariff or tonnage discriminations on British ships or goods. Hamilton had cleverly pigeonholed Madison's proposals of January 1794 and now had boarded up the whole. Madison was furious. He launched a vitriolic attack on the pact and this British party who stood self-condemned in their efforts to palliate the treaty by magnifying the necessity of the British commerce to the U.S. and the insufficiency of the U.S. to influence the regulation of it. To Madison, there were few greater sins. The treaty passed a divided Senate only after Washington threw his immense prestige behind the pact, and an agreement with Spain swayed Western voters by giving them new rights on the Mississippi. Madison failed to defeat the Jay Treaty, but the debates that preceded and followed the Chief Justice's mission splintered the Federalist Party of 1787 to 1789. Madison had played the key role in these debates for the anti-Hamiltonian forces ever since he had accused the Washington administration in June 1789 of having deserted the nationalism of the Philadelphia Convention because Hamilton opposed commercial discrimination. The Virginians' resolution in January 1794 completed the break. Madison, not Jefferson, was the founder of the Jeffersonian Party, and that party originally developed around Madison's view of American mercantile expansion. 19 Throughout the 1790s the Federalists represented their constituents' interests in embracing a pro-British policy. Madison and other insurgents opposed this by urging relative pro-French proposals that they hoped would sufficiently balance American affections and interests with the two European powers so that one could be played off against the other. In 1796 this attempt suffered a setback when Washington's support helped John Adams defeat Jefferson for the presidency. The policy stumbled more seriously after 1795 when France, angry at the culmination of the Jay Treaty, seized American goods on the high seas and then tried to gain bribes from American emissaries who were in Paris to work out a commercial agreement. This series of misplays resulted in an undeclared war with France between 1798 and 1800. During this crisis the Adams administration attempted to suppress internal criticism and pro-French sentiments by passing the Alien and Sedition Acts. Madison and Jefferson replied by helping to shape the Virginia and Kentucky resolutions. The Alien and Sedition Acts empowered the president to expel foreigners whom he might judge dangerous in wartime and imposed a fine and imprisonment for any published utterance that had the intent to defame the president or government. The Federalists especially singled out Republican Jeffersonian journalists for harassment under the act. The Virginia and Kentucky resolutions, passed by each state's legislature in 1798, termed the Alien and Sedition Acts unconstitutional because they interfered in matters over which the states, not the national government, had final jurisdiction. In issuing the defiant resolutions, both states emphasized their attachment to the Union. Contrary to superficial appearances, Madison's work in helping formulate the Virginia resolves complemented his nationalism of the 1781 to 1794 period. In writing the Virginia resolutions, Madison cautiously pointed out that no single state had the right to claim it could disobey laws of the federal government. It could change undesirable laws only by working through constitutional procedures. The Virginia resolutions can be understood as an example of Madison's concern with the problem of how to placate minorities in an ever-expanding republic. It was also a necessary part of his foreign policy, for no matter how successful in clearing away obstacles to American expansion, diplomacy would fail if the separate factions that populated and exploited the new areas devolved into separate nations. The Virginia resolutions provided an ameliorant to Southern and Western discontent by outlining a theoretical justification for parties out of power to object to acts they believed injurious. In 1798 to 1799 Madison therefore did not lessen, but instead enhanced the possibilities of a united government that could protect the nation's interests abroad. Anyone doubting Madison's nationalism in 1799 could hardly have done so after Jefferson assumed the presidency in 1801 and appointed Madison Secretary of State. The president continued to wield the strong national powers that Washington had put into effect. Equally important was Madison's continued attention to his primary concern of protecting the viability of competing factions by finding adequate spheres for these factions to operate within. Because Jefferson's and Madison's presidential terms spanned the years of the most ferocious fighting of the Napoleonic Wars, the viability of some important factions increasingly depended upon the right to carry their surplus products on the oceans to world markets. The Madisonian attempt to enlarge and protect this right is a central theme. 33. In the two most important events in American foreign policy between 1800 and 1816, the purchase of Louisiana and the efforts to protect American commercial rights that led to the declaration of war in 1812. The new Secretary of State faced his first test when rumors spread in Washington that Spain had sold the vast Louisiana territory west of the Mississippi to France. Spain continued to control the river through 1802, however, and in October of that year closed the waterway by refusing to accept American goods at New Orleans. Madison instructed the American minister in Madrid to protest in the strongest terms, for the Mississippi is to everything. It is the Hudson, the Delaware, the Potomac, and all the navigable rivers of the Atlantic states formed into one stream. The Secretary of State initiated a campaign to obtain New Orleans from France, but he hoped also to purchase the Florida so that settlers in the West and South could freely use all the waterways east of the Mississippi that drained into the Gulf. 20 Napoleon finally sold France's rights to the river and the immense area westward to the Rockies in the spring of 1803. He needed money to renew war against England, but the Frenchman also took the step because his dreams of a new world empire, of which Louisiana was to be the granary, were becoming nightmares. Napoleon's plans had revolved around the prosperous sugar-producing island of Santo Domingo, but yellow fever and a slave revolt doomed French forces in 1802. Jefferson and Madison seized upon this opportunity. The Secretary of State ostentatiously entered into negotiations with England in order, as American propaganda to France reported, to settle common disagreements on boundaries so that the two powers could cooperate more easily in the future should interests dictate. The President maneuvered his Indian and military policies along the Mississippi, putting increasing burdens on the few Spanish defenses west of the river. The administration supported congressional resolutions of February 1803 that prepared the nation for war, resolutions that the American minister in Paris mentioned to the French several days before Napoleon decided to sell Louisiana. Most important perhaps, Madison helped assure the success of the black revolutionaries in Santo Domingo. Fully realizing, as he privately remarked, if the French government do not mean to abandon the reduction of that island, it is certain that troops cannot be spared for the other object of occupying Louisiana. The Secretary of State blandly assured France of his friendship and at the same time obstinately and openly refused to stop American merchants who supplied the rebels. Jefferson's fear that the black insurrection might spread to the southern United States led the president into an ambivalent position. Madison, however, not waiting for European events to direct American destiny, successfully used the opportunity in Santo Domingo to puncture Napoleon's reveries of a new world empire. 21 The Louisiana Purchase represented a great empire, but it also presented problems of imperial magnitude. The administration had to control the interests that would move into the vast expanse. In the long run, Madison had faith that the same adhesives would work there that had worked in Trans-Appalachia: common blood, common political institutions, and the passage through the Atlantic ports of the foreign merchandise consumed by the Western inhabitants, and the payments thence made to a treasury in which they would lose their participation by erecting a separate government. The short run presented greater problems. Jefferson resolved the dilemma by establishing a military governor to run the area. In the month following the adjournment of the Constitutional Convention nearly 17 years before, Madison had observed to Jefferson that, although the sphere of government must be large enough so that a multiplicity of interests can prosper, in too extensive a sphere Republican institutions would crumble. As Secretary of State a generation later, Madison observed that for the immediate future a Republican government would not be suited to the newly acquired territory. The few settlers in that area were not equal to such political responsibilities. He apparently assumed that Republican principles were too complex and peculiar to apply to all peoples in all places. 22 The same theme that marks Madison's attitude toward Louisiana also provides the best approach for understanding his less reputable attempts to take West and East Florida from Spain. After 1803, he tried to twist the Louisiana Purchase Treaty into a claim that Spanish West Florida, an area extending from the Mississippi to the Perdido River, had been sold with Louisiana. In making this shallow claim, Madison cared less about the land involved than he did the rivers. As he instructed the American diplomats who were to negotiate the Florida question, the United States have a just claim to the use of the rivers which pass from their territories through the Floridas. On all of them the country within the boundary of the United States is fertile. Settlements are beginning, and the people have already called on the government to procure the proper outlets to foreign markets. In fact, our free communication with the sea through these channels is so natural, so reasonable, and so essential that eventually Madison failed to budge the Spanish and French, so he bided his time, waiting for the Spanish position to deteriorate. The administration's success in obtaining Louisiana had meanwhile reoriented American foreign policy. With complete control of the Mississippi, Madison solved in large measure the vexatious problem of maintaining the prosperity and political stability of the rapidly multiplying American interests that depended upon the river. The new trade outlets, as well as the apparently limitless landed expanse of Louisiana, presented a fresh, extensive sphere for the interests to work within and exploit. Franklin's 1751 prophecies of an expanding population had proved correct. In 1783 the Philadelphian helped acquire a large empire for these Americans. Although he had indicated a possible governmental structure for that empire at Albany in 1754, it was left to Madison to bring together and refine the component parts: additional land in 1803 for the multiplying population, mercantile laws between 1787 and 1794 to make viable non-agrarian as well as agrarian factions, and in 1787, a theory of how dangerous factions within an empire could be controlled by making it even more extensive on land and sea. The relationship between expansion and the viability of republican institutions was now reciprocal. 37. 2. The American empire makes its bow on the world stage 1803 to 1845. Richard W. Van Alstyne. The great extent of our republic is new. Thus spoke Thomas Jefferson in March 1801, just as he was starting his presidency. In Jefferson's mind, the recently created territory of Mississippi in the Southwest was the embryo of a very great state, which he had pondered some 20 years or more. 1. The Mississippi Territory, the term adopted by the Americans to make it seem different from a colony. The word that remained usage in the British Empire was the natural gateway for the next advance, southward into the Floridas to the shoreline of the Gulf of Mexico, which meant the port towns of New Orleans, Mobile, and Pensacola, westward into Texas at least as far as the Rio Grande. There was a temporary, though for the time being baffling, obstruction, the proprietorship of France over New Orleans and a wide stretch of territory to the west of the Mississippi. For years Spanish governors resident in New Orleans had struggled to build up an adequate defense system against the encroachments of traders and settlers from the United States. Possession of the vast province of Louisiana, taken over from the French by treaty in 1763, was at stake. To make good on it, the Spaniards had to control the Mississippi as far north as St. Louis. For a brief 4 years, 1792 to 1796, the Baron de Carondelet thought he had found a way, a string of forts along the river garrisoned from the regiment at New Orleans and a patrol of war vessels built especially for use on the river. The naval squadron could keep the forts supplied with men and provisions and prevent the enemy from making use of this great artery. But Carondelet had 1,500 miles of waterway to watch, and the job was too much for Spain. In 1795 the government in Madrid took the first step in retreat. It yielded by treaty with the United States the right to navigate the river and to use the port facilities of New Orleans for its grain and meat exports. Then in 1800 it yielded to pressure from Bonaparte and relinquished all that the French monarchy had ceded to it in 1763. French repossession of the continental interior was not to be taken lightly. New Orleans had remained a French town ready to welcome back its old sovereign, and French diplomats kept themselves well informed on the immense resources of the Mississippi Basin and what all this wealth could do toward making France again the world's greatest power. In particular, Éléonore F. Moustier, the first French minister accredited to the United States, recommended action. His 300-page report, filed on Paris in 1789, made an impression. The First French Republic took at least 2 tentative steps during the ensuing decade, but it remained for Bonaparte to relieve the Spanish of the heavy burden they had carried. Successfully mastering the Mississippi and sharing control of the Caribbean with the Spanish, the French could force the United States out of the valley and keep the British north of the Great Lakes. The possibility of such an eventuality had occurred to Timothy Pickering, Secretary of State under John Adams. Pickering had put out a feeler in 1797 for a British alliance, for which he got a friendly nod but nothing more. Jefferson's envoys in Paris and London respectively pursued the same tactic, Trying to make the British ministry see its own advantage in putting up a common front with the United States, Jefferson himself, without benefit of any commitment from Whitehall, waved the threat of a British alliance before the eyes of French officials. By taking back New Orleans, France fixes her sentence, which is to restrain her forever. He wrote rather theatrically in March 1802. It seals the union of two nations who in conjunction can maintain exclusive possession of the ocean. Trying thus to intimidate Bonaparte, the president himself was getting frightened. With French intentions now out in the open and New Orleans closed to traffic by order of the Spanish intendant, American settlers west of the Alleghenies were running a fever, to use Jefferson's own words. New Orleans was their sole outlet, and a country like France with a firm grip on the Mississippi could wean them and thus force the American Union to revert to its original mold of 13 states strung along the Atlantic seaboard. Enough separatist plots involving the western settlements had come to light during the previous few years to make such a result seem almost a certainty. Thus, in January 1803, in the hope of calming the Westerners, Jefferson dispatched James Monroe to Paris. Having served a previous tour of duty as minister to the French Revolutionary Republic, Monroe was the best choice for this special mission, on the outcome of which Jefferson freely admitted, depended the future destinies of this republic. Should he be rebuffed in Paris, Monroe was then as a last resort to make a direct appeal to Britain. But all this was a gamble, the British government keeping its own counsel on the subject of an American alliance. Neither Jefferson nor Britain but Bonaparte's own misfortunes, not to say recklessness, changed the logical order of things. Disaster to a French army sent to quell a Negro revolt in Santo Domingo was his most sensational setback. Then imminence of renewed warfare with Britain was enough to convince him of what would happen if he persisted. Another war with Britain meant an alliance, real or tacit, between that country and the United States, with the French certain to be dispossessed of Louisiana as the immediate result. The sequel bore all the earmarks of an ordinary real estate transaction. Bonaparte agreed to sell Louisiana to the United States. However, no boundaries were designated. The Americans were left to argue those matters with Spain, and, quite ludicrously, the American government had no funds with which to pay Napoleon. Subsequently, after the United States had officially occupied New Orleans, it sold the necessary number of bonds to two British private banking firms, Baring Brothers and Hope 8C Company, who, after deducting their commission and discounting the bonds at the rate of 22.5 cents on the dollar, remitted to the French treasury the residue in gold francs. Exclusive dominion over the Mississippi, secured with relative ease, brought the United States closer to the independence, or freedom of action, that it had so long coveted. Jefferson began thinking of how he could deal with the other powers on his own terms. He had doubts, natural to anyone who was informed on the various separatist movements, whether a union of Western states with the seaboard could really be made to stick. It occurred to him that two confederacies, one fronting on the Atlantic and the other on the Mississippi, might be more practicable, if tied together in alliance, than a single federation under one government. The idea furnished material for a letter to his English friend, Dr. Joseph Priestley, to whom he also praised the new work of T.R. Malthus on population control, one of the ablest I have ever seen. For Malthus' essay, in 2 volumes, became one of the great classics in economic and social thought. First, Jefferson was impatient to get the boundaries of Louisiana defined, and he seems to have believed that Spain would raise no difficulties. He knew the boundaries the French had in mind, had they kept Louisiana, inclusion of the province of West Florida to the east of the Mississippi as far as the Bay of Mobile, and of the river bottoms westward from the Mississippi to the Rio Grande. When he learned that the Spaniards were not so pliable, he became angry. Spain, he wrote James Bowdoin, his minister to Madrid, has met our advances with jealousy, secret malice, and ill faith. He wanted to be on good terms with her, but now he feared she would be permanently hostile. 5. Spanish protest against an act of Congress authorizing Jefferson to set up a custom house at Mobile and the reported dispatch of 500 people to San Antonio and of 100 soldiers to the Texan frontier post of Nacogdoches were bad omens. France too, whose friendship Jefferson had but recently courted, was showing signs of hostile and treacherous intentions. Once Napoleon had ceded Louisiana, he washed his hands of the mat. THIRD-WORLDISM. So Jefferson came back to the idea of a British alliance, apparently thinking that the British government would gladly oblige. These were his thoughts in August 1805, before Admiral Lord Nelson in the decisive Battle of Trafalgar had wrested control of the seas from France and Spain. I have no idea of committing ourselves immediately or independently of our further will to the war. The treaty should be provisional only, to come into force on the event of our being engaged in war with either France or Spain during the present war in Europe. In that event we should make common cause, and England should stipulate not to make peace without our obtaining the objects for which we go to war, to wit, the acknowledgement by Spain of the rightful boundaries of Louisiana, and indemnification for spoliations, for which purpose we should be allowed to make reprisal on the Floridas and retain them as an indemnification. Our cooperation in the war would be a sufficient consideration for Great Britain to engage for its object, and it being generally known to France and Spain that we had entered into treaty with England, would probably ensure us a peaceable and immediate settlement of both points. But another motive much more powerful would indubitably induce England to go much further. The first wish of every Englishman's heart is to see us once more fighting by their sides against France, nor could the king or his ministers do an act so popular as to enter into an alliance with us. They would consider it as the price and pledge of an indissoluble course of friendship. I think it possible that for such a provisional treaty they would give us their general guarantee of Louisiana and the Floridas. 7. Boldest and most enterprising of the Western secessionist movements was the one initiated in 1806 by Colonel Aaron Burr and General James Wilkinson. Both were adventurers by nature, their careers dating back to the Revolution. Wilkinson, the commanding general at New Orleans, had been a leader in a similar movement some 20 years previously. Plans on this Zion called for a series of coordinated moves, an invasion force from St. Louis to capture Santa Fe and open the way for a possible further advance overland into Mexico, a rallying of the Louisiana French who were none too pleased with their colonial status with respect to the United States, and a volunteer army to go down the Ohio, collecting recruits as it went, and then, at New Orleans, reforming as an amphibious expedition against Vera Cruz. If consummated, these ambitious schemes would eventuate in a new empire, pivoting upon New Orleans and tying Mexico to the Mississippi Basin. Success depended upon secessionist sentiment in the American West, aggravated by chronic dissatisfaction with the United States, upon volunteers coming forward in sufficient numbers to make up an army, and upon revolutionary sentiment in Mexico ready to take up arms against Spain. The scheme was not without its possibilities. In New Orleans, Burr got the backing of a local association of 300 men led by two prominent Americans who had made the town their home. One of them started for Veracruz to feel out the chances for a revolution in Mexico. The Catholic bishop lent his support and assigned 3 Jesuits to the cause. Ultimately, Burr hoped to work through Miranda, the Venezuelan insurgent, in persuading the British government to carry his troops across the Gulf of Mexico. On the distant Ohio River, a wealthy Irishman, Harmon Blennerhassett, opened his purse and offered an island which he owned for a rendezvous. Boats were assembled and a recruiting campaign begun. 2 senators, one from Ohio the other from Kentucky, endorsed the movement in company with other speculators. Burr had business acquaintances in New York and Pittsburgh who signed contracts to send clothing and provisions to the rendezvous. In Washington, the French minister regarded secession of the Western states as a certainty. Secession from the United States and eagerness for war and revolution against Spain in Mexico were points in common, but erection of an empire such as that which Aaron Burr envisaged was too much for that master of intrigue. His principal advocates, Wilkinson among them, had their own personal ambitions to promote, By the fall of 1806 Burr found himself deserted and charged with treason. Wilkinson's desire to enhance his own military reputation by an attack on the Spanish garrison west of the Sabina River coincided with Jefferson's ambition to incorporate Texas, and the general decided in October that his prospects were better with Jefferson than with Burr. 8. Burr's activities pleased Jefferson in one respect. They showed the prevalence of a war spirit in the United States that could be directed, if he desired, against Spain. Andrew Jackson, in command of the Tennessee militia, lent Burr a ready ear to his schemes of conquest but adamantly opposed American disunion. Since 1802 Jackson had wanted to lead a march on Mexico City. Jefferson in 1807 thought a month would suffice, and indirectly he paid Burr a compliment. So popular is an enterprise on that country in this, he boasted, that we had only to be still, and he could have had followers enough to have been in the city of Mexico in 6 weeks. 9. Jefferson's interest in Mexico dated back 20 years when a Mexican revolutionist interviewed him in France. Future revolutions in Latin America, he then conceived, would benefit the United States. In 1804 stimulating talks with the noted German explorer, Alexander von Humboldt, reawakened his interest. Von Humboldt had just spent a year in Mexico, answered all of Jefferson's questions about the country and its people, and favored the president with a copy of a splendid map he had drawn. Subsequently he published his political essay on the Kingdom of New Spain. A standard encyclopedia of knowledge about Mexico, its geographical importance as the link between North and South America, its enormous wealth in the precious metals, and the possibility of establishing a trade route from Acapulco to China via the Sandwich Islands. Meanwhile, still thinking of how he himself could bring Spain to terms, Jefferson decided in October 1805 that he could do better without a British alliance than with it. The new war that had broken out in Europe was good for at least a year, enough time to take advantage of Spain's weakness at home in order to pry her loose from Texas and the Floridas. If he was cognizant of the extent to which Britain now had command of the seas as a result of Nelson's triumph in this same month over the combined Spanish and French fleets, he gave no sign of it. A letter he wrote in May 1806 to James Monroe shows how confident he had become that he could play off France against Britain. The latter might check us on the ocean a little, but nothing she can do will retard us their 1 year's growth. We shall be supported there by other nations, and thrown into their scale to make a part of the great counterpoise to her navy. An American navy of 50 ships of the line and 25 frigates was quite possible, and funds for its support might be extracted from either France or Britain. Whichever power gave the subsidy, immense benefits would accrue to the United States. Its navy could so affect the balance as to put control of the Atlantic in American hands. Jefferson wound up by saying, Genesis of American Nationalism, pages 148 to 150, Helmut de Terra, Humboldt, The Life and Times of Alexander von Humboldt, 1769 to 1859, Passim, Alexander de Humboldt, Political Essay on the Kingdom of New Spain. John Black, trans, 4 volumes, reissued the same year in a New York edition. We begin to broach the idea that we consider the whole Gulf Stream as of our waters, in which hostilities and cruising are to be frowned on for the present, and prohibited so soon as either consent or force will permit us. We shall never permit another privateer to cruise within it, and shall forbid our harbor to national cruisers. This is essential for our tranquility and commerce. 10. Having assured himself that the governors of the western states would support him rather than Burr, Jefferson sent them each a letter in March 1807 asking for 100,000 militia to be ready not for a lounging, but for an active, and perhaps distant service. He also wanted his close friend, James Monroe, for the governorship of the Orleans Territory, because this was the second office in the United States in importance. He now expected Napoleon to bring pressure on Spain to do us justice or at least to give the United States a free hand against her. It was at this time that Jefferson thought a month would be enough to capture Mexico City. 11. But Napoleon was not responsive, and in June a sudden crisis with Britain brought Jefferson face to face with the possibility of a war with that country. To James Madison he propounded his idea of how this could be turned to advantage. "I had rather have war against Spain than not, if we go to war with England. Our southern defensive force can take the Floridas, volunteers for a Mexican army will flock to our standard, and rich pabulum will be offered to our privateers in the plunder of their commerce and coasts. Probably Cuba would add itself to our confederation." 12. The expected war with Britain having been put off, however, Jefferson remained optimistic that he would soon get the Floridas, if nothing more. "Our new recruits and armed vessels should be stationed so as to be ready to strike in a moment," he advised. 13. He next turned to the possibility of insurrections in Cuba and Mexico, which would be welcome provided they did not lead to France's or Britain's gaining footholds, politically or commercially. With revolutionary governments in Cuba and Mexico, the United States had an identical interest, which was to exclude all European influence from this hemisphere. But Jefferson was not ready for war, not till our revenue shall be entirely liberated from debt. Then it will suffice. For war, without creating new debt or taxes, he added naively. 14. Meanwhile, American settlers had spilled over the border into the district of Baton Rouge, which formed an enclave in Spanish West Florida flanked to the north and west by United States territory. In the summer of 1810 a bloodless insurrection was arranged with these people by an agent sent in with the connivance of President Madison. The West Florida Republic made its official debut at the end of November, but after 9 days it surrendered peaceably to militia dispatched by the governors of the Orleans and Mississippi territories. Further encroachments ensued during the following year so that, before the start of the War of 1812, the United States had taken all of West Florida with the exception of the port town of Mobile. This last morsel was swallowed in April 1813, when the Spanish garrison was obliged to evacuate. A letter that Jefferson wrote to his son-in-law, who was the party leader in the House of Representatives, suggests that he inspired these moves and others that were to come. Quoted in part, the letter reads as follows: "I wish you would authorize the President to take possession of East Florida immediately. The seizing of West Florida will be a signal to England to take Pensacola and St. Augustine, and be assured it will be done as soon as the order can return after they hear of our taking Baton Rouge, and we shall never get it from them but by a war, which may be prevented by anticipation. There never was a case where the adage was more true, in for a penny, in for a pound, and no more offense will be taken by France and Spain at our seizure of both than of one. The leading Republican members should come to an understanding, close the doors, and determine not to separate till the vote is carried, and all the secrecy you can enjoin should be aimed at until the measure is executed. The militia of Georgia will do it in a fortnight." 14. Congress in January 1811 did pass just such an act as Jefferson outlined above, and a simulated revolt of the local inhabitants of East Florida with military backing from Georgia took place in March 1812. But in the latter case opposition developed in the Senate, forcing the wartime Madison administration to abandon the scheme. For the Spaniards, however, it was Gress followed only 10 days after. A losing game all the way along, and in 1819 they relinquished by treaty the now worthless province of East Florida. Both sides saved face by this treaty. Spain avoided admitting she could not defend her possession, while the United States escaped the label of aggressor for its past encroachments. Another real estate transaction was supposed to have been consummated. Historians have assumed and repeated ad nauseum that the United States had bought the two Floridas for $5 million. But the treaty made no such arrangement, as any intelligent reading of its text will show, although the legend strengthened faith in the national innocence. Unlike other nations, the United States does not take territory, it only buys it. 15. An altogether different version came from the pen of Don Luis de Anís, the Spanish diplomat who negotiated the treaty with John Quincy Adams. Anís had spent more than 6 years in the United States without being accorded recognition. His memoir, published first in Madrid in 1820 and then translated for an American edition, shows his chagrin at the subordinate position in which he found himself. Onis described the United States as a colossal power with ambitions for grandeur and size. The Americans, he wrote, think themselves superior to all the nations of Europe, and believe that their dominion is destined to extend, now to the Isthmus of Panama, and hereafter, over all the regions of the New World. Their government entertains the same ideas, and in the whole course of its policy, calculates upon the illusion of these flattering expectations. A 6. Maps drawn by the Philadelphia cartographer John Melius, on the basis of information furnished him by the government, depicted the United States as already extending across the continent to the Pacific coast and reaching from the Rio Grande in the southwest to the 52nd parallel north latitude. These maps, regarded at the time as standard, were no doubt helpful to the politicians who, 20 years after, devised the slogans demanding the reannexation of Texas and the reoccupation of Oregon. Proceeding with an essay on the course of empire he felt certain the United States would follow, Onis pointed to the strategic advantages within its grasp: New Orleans as a commercial emporium and gateway to Mexico, the Florida Peninsula as a means for controlling the passageway from the open Atlantic into the Gulf of Mexico, possession of the Columbia River as an opportunity to develop a direct trade route to Asia. The objective was a commercial empire in control of the world's trade routes. The Anglo-American government, concluded the Spaniard, in the acquisition of territory, has for its object not only an extension of the limits of the country, already too great, and the preparing by this means for the dominion of the whole of the New World to which it aspires, but also that of laying up an immense fund of wealth and resources, in lands that are yet wild and uninhabited, the sales of which will be at its disposal. 17 letters that Thomas Jefferson wrote privately show how accurately Onis appraised American intentions. An elder statesman no longer holding office after he retired from the presidency in 1809, Jefferson continued to express the national aspirations and to exert an influence over national policy. From John Melius, the map maker, he learned much about the Western country. Melius had written a 2-volume work describing what he had learned from 5 years of travel, and the two men found they had much in common. 18 And to the Baron von Humboldt Jefferson paid tribute for enriching his knowledge of Mexico, one of the most singular and interesting countries on the globe, one almost locked up from the knowledge of men hitherto. Humboldt gave Jefferson some hope that Mexico would turn out better than the rest of Latin America. But Jefferson was glad that in whatever governments they end they will be American governments, no longer to be involved in the never-ceasing broils of Europe. The European nations constitute a separate division of the globe. They have a set of interests of their own in which it is our business never to engage ourselves. America has a hemisphere to itself. It must have its separate system of interests, which must not be subordinated to those of Europe. 19. Unlike Henry Clay, however, Jefferson was in no haste to recognize the Latin American republics. A war with Spain was on the way, he told President Monroe in February 1816, and then it will be time enough to form alliances. He anticipated 2 or preferably 3 confederacies. More than one I hope, as in single mass they would be a very formidable neighbor. But if there were 3, we might be the balancing power. He was indifferent to whether the treaty with Spain was ratified or not. As nominal sovereign over South America she might even act as policeman to keep order among the Latinos. But Britain was another matter, she was a dangerous rival, and the doors to Latin America must be barred to her. As to the cession of Florida, or rather of what was left of it, that was not important, we would get it in the next war anyway. What was important was the Mexican province of Texas. It will be the richest state of our Union, without any exception. 20. 2. For something like 5 years Jefferson flirted with the notion of an alliance with Britain, first, as a hedge against France in New Orleans, then as a tool for prying Spain loose from Texas and the Floridas. He never made a proposition to the British government, although he seemed to think an alliance could be had for the asking. In writing to Madison about it in August 1805, he had assumed that Britain would assist in extracting the desired territorial concessions from Spain in return only for American cooperation in the war. What this latter meant in practice he did not attempt to say, but, since he had previously quarreled with the British over two issues bearing on the warfare at sea and was soon to quarrel with them again on the same issues, cooperation to his mind must have meant shunting these matters aside for the sake of the territorial gains to which he was then giving priority. The two issues over which there was basic disagreement were impressment of seamen and neutral rights, or what Jefferson called freedom of the seas. Since raw nerves had already been touched by these issues, the President's tacit readiness to drop them illustrates the opportunistic shifts in policy of which he was capable. In less than 2 months, August to October 1805, however, Jefferson changed again in favor of a go-it-alone policy of playing off the British against the Continental powers. But soon he and his successor, James Madison, found themselves in waters that they could not navigate. In experimenting with programs for winning freedom of the seas, they ultimately got involved in a second war with Britain. Impressment, the 18th-century equivalent of the draft, was an established British institution calculated perfectly to create an incident or precipitate a quarrel between America and Britain at any time. No one seems to have traced it to its origins, but it was recognized practice long before the American Revolution. Whenever, in time of war or threat of war, the Royal Navy found itself short of seamen, Parliament authorized a press, that is, a grant of power to the Navy to force men into the service. The necessary legislative authorization was enacted as quickly and as secretly as possible, and the press gangs turned loose in the port towns to round up the needed number of draftees. Normally these activities were confined to United Kingdom ports, but there was at least one conspicuous exception that occurred in Boston, Massachusetts, in 1747. Capture and removal by force of impressed men from the streets of that town to the waiting warships in the harbor precipitated a riot. An anonymous local writer who protested the outrage shortly after averred that other such incidents had occurred in the colonies. However that may be, they were too infrequent to be counted among the causes of the Revolution. But, in the long wars that followed the short interval of peace after 1783, impressment developed as a festering sore in the relations of the two countries for which no healing remedy was ever found. As John Quincy Adams put it, it was the kind of a question that could arise only between the United States and Great Britain, that is, only after the one had gained independence of the other. Added to the attractions that America offered as a haven for emigrants who wished to settle in the country was the affluent merchant marine, ready and able to offer wages and working conditions noticeably superior to anything a British seaman might expect either from the Navy or from private British shipping firms. A seaman might emigrate or he might desert. There was a fine line between the two, especially if he entered the rival American service. But in either event he was subject to impressment into the Royal Navy if caught. "I much fear," remarked Lord Grenville to John Jay in 1794, "that the ideas prevalent in America on the subject of emigration would make the impressment issue insoluble." And so it proved. Whether an emigrant or a deserter in the literal sense, a seaman was still a British subject in the eyes of British law. The impressment issue came alive in 1793, when large numbers of British seamen left the service for the welcome awaiting them on board American merchant ships. The Canadian merchant, Adam Limbana, gave British authorities a graphic description of what was happening. Half of the crews manning American ships were British. American ships in the Thames got as many men as they pleased, as their ships afforded that protection which the seamen desired. Because the supply was so abundant, American masters steered their vessels to British ports with skeleton crews, as they are sent to get sailors enough here and they like them better than their own men. 21. In American ports several confrontations between British naval captains and local authorities occurred during the ensuing 2 years. An officer granting shore leave ran the risk of his men going AWOL with the enthusiastic backing of the local populace, but to refuse the privilege of going ashore was also to ask for trouble from a crew penned up in close quarters on shipboard. Nor did the law provide much help. Roving British press gangs, Military police in the 18th century sense, did not bother with nice questions of citizenship. Their job was to get seamen. If they kidnapped a genuine American, it was his misfortune until he could prove his status before an officer or even a court of admiralty. Even so, he could claim citizenship only if born in the United States, or if he lived in the country prior to 1783, the year of independence. The Washington administration experimented with certificates of citizenship issued to native-born seamen, but a black market soon developed and became so notorious as to make British authorities skeptical of their validity. Neutral rights too had roots in earlier history. Rulers of states who did not want to get involved in the wars of other states bargained for such rights as they could obtain by treaty. A body of rules and customs evolved, distinguishing between neutrals and belligerents. By the time of the Swiss writer Emer de Vattel, these rules were definable as international law. But there were areas, especially those pertaining to use of the high seas, where there was no basis for agreement. In these several areas the United States, as a shipping and trading nation, became entangled. Geography and its widely diversified economy capable of producing a surplus put it in a class by itself. Its merchant marine stood to benefit from any war between Britain and France, profiting from the wartime carrying trade of the French in particular, and its surplus agricultural products made businessmen of its farmers anxious to profiteer from swollen wartime demands for provisions. Merchants and farmers felt equally resentful at British wartime regulations that interfered with their rich markets abroad, and Jefferson, the principal spokesman for the cause of American neutral rights, groaned at discovering that these were not easily obtainable. John Quincy Adams, a whole generation younger than Jefferson, saw the point more realistically. The issue reduced itself, he remarked, to a mere question of force, in which the belligerent, being ready armed, naturally enjoys the best advantage. Defined in terms of specific problems, neutral rights during the wars of the French Revolution and Napoleon included the right to carry cargo between the French islands in the West Indies and metropolitan France, the right to export foodstuffs and other products to any part of the world where there was a market, and the right of an American vessel to enter a European port and trade without interference from Great Britain. The slogan was "Free ships make free goods," applicable equally in war and in peace, and it was a negation of the British navigation laws that in pre-revolution times regulated to some extent the trade routes of colonial shipping. To minds like Jefferson's, neutral rights were the hallmark of independence. It is impossible for us to say we stand on independent ground, impossible for a free mind not to see and to groan under the bondage in which it is bound. Injured national pride motivated this complaint. Jefferson seemed intellectually incapable of rising above this emotion. His political opponents, the Federalists, had secured a working compromise with Great Britain over the rules of wartime trading, but Jefferson was dissatisfied with the compromise. He wanted a surrender from the world's dominant sea power. 22. All the practical and theoretical issues, including impressment, that fell under the heading of neutral rights were subjects of controversy during the 1790s, when Jefferson made known his complaints. Contemporaneously, American trade and shipping were thriving on wartime business offered by both the British and the French. After making allowance for price changes, the value of American exports in 1796 was found to be double that of the year before the war, treble by 1801, and nearly quadruple by 1807. By 1803, American ships were doing almost all of the cargo business of their own country and no small part of the business of Britain and France. A sizable portion of this traffic consisted of carrying sugar from the French West Indies to metropolitan France. Cut off from their overseas colonies by war in 1793, the French gave the business to the Americans, to whom the island trade was normally closed during peacetime. It was over this particular trade that the first issue of neutral rights arose with Great Britain. To the British, an American ship doing enemy business was not a free ship, it was an enemy ship, and an order in council of November 1793 resulted in seizures of some 250 American vessels engaged in, or preparing to engage in, this trade. Subsequently, the British government agreed to pay compensation for these seizures, while in the meantime the Americans succeeded in transforming enemy trade into neutral trade. A sugar-laden vessel, instead of sailing directly to France, called first at Savannah or Charleston, Congress by law in 1799 made this indirect voyage the easier by excusing the vessel from going through customs. So the United States, which produced little, if any, sugar at that time, soon became the world's greatest dealer in that commodity, and as long as the vessel played the game of the indirect voyage, the British were willing to treat it as a free ship carrying free goods. This prosperity lasted through the year 1806, during which the demand both for tonnage and for seamen was staggering. Each year between 1803 and 1807 70,000 tons of newly built American shipping went into service. With the British and French preying on each other's commerce, they both looked to American vessels to do their carrying trade for them, in European waters as well as in North American. The American merchant marine was indispensable in the overseas marketing of British goods, and the British government handed out licenses to American skippers calling at British ports authorizing them to carry cargo to enemy ports on the continent. Napoleon calculated on bringing Great Britain to terms by shutting the continent to British goods, but for all his success in subjecting Europe outside of Russia to his will, he was not realistic. The French themselves could not do without British goods, including military equipment, and American vessels benefited from this wartime trade between enemies. All of this of course put heavy pressure on the demand for seamen. New ships required new seamen. The 70,000 tons per annum produced by American yards required 4,000 new seamen, and the American seafaring population was not large enough to meet this demand. American shipowners relied on the attractions of their service to British seamen, and the black market for citizenship papers expanded accordingly. $1 would buy a certificate from any one of a number of minor American officials, notaries public, justices of the peace, judges, mayors, consuls abroad, and so forth. Of the 4,000 new seamen recruited each year, 5/8, according to the Secretary of the Treasury, were of British origin. Impressment activities roughly followed this curve, increasing in proportion to the number of desertions. In theory, the American government denied the right of a British naval vessel to impress any person from the decks of an American ship, but in practice it limited itself to verifying the cases of men who were genuine American citizens and getting them released. To keep up with this job, the services of the consuls stationed in British ports, supplemented by special agents, were required. The consular reports are the only source for calculating the number of American citizens impressed. For the period from 1793 to 1802 they numbered 2,410, for the years 54. From 1803 to 1812 the figure was 6,000. When citizenship was proved, the British authorities released the victims, but because procedures were slow and chances of fraud numerous, many of the men wrongfully impressed served long terms on British warships before getting their freedom. 23. As noted above, American shipping enjoyed a monopoly of the French West Indian sugar trade through to the end of the year 1806. But as British naval strength increased, and especially after Nelson destroyed the enemy fleet at Trafalgar in October 1805, British authorities were less inclined to recognize the validity of the indirect voyage. Seizures took place and were tested before British prize courts set up to try such cases. A decision rendered by Sir William Scott in the case of the Essex set the standard. The real destination of a cargo, not its apparent destination, was what counted, and the indirect voyage was a subterfuge. James Stephen, a tough-minded English barrister close to the West Indian trade, published War in Disguise, or The Frauds of the Neutral Flags. A book giving a comprehensive description of the many benefits American shipping was deriving from the war. Stephen rested his argument on geography to show how the United States, physically remote from the theater of war, was able to turn the conflict to its advantage. By virtue of the indirect voyage, it was the halfway house between Europe and the West Indies. False bills of lading covered enemy cargo, purporting to show that it originated in the United States. Lloyd's Register announced the arrival of numerous ships from America at Dutch and French ports, freighted with produce from the West Indies. Britain had command of the sea and had driven off the flag of the enemy, yet America, from its superior safety and from the cheapness of its navigation, undersold the British in the markets of Europe. 24 Stevens' book was an expression of British bitterness over the advantages won by American shipping, yet it was rich in illustration and too close to the facts to be easily ignored. At Jefferson's behest, James Madison published an argument in refutation starting with the assumption that nations who are not parties to a war may carry on their commercial affairs as though no war existed. A neutral, declared Madison, ignoring the advantages the United States had enjoyed from the war, may treat and trade with the same freedom as though no war existed. The sentiment, it was asserted, as a principle of international law was merely a paraphrase of the Swiss writer Vattel, whose ideal for Switzerland as a country surrounded by larger powers at war was good gospel for Americans, who had been taught to believe that independence would mean non-involvement in European wars. But Madison admitted that Britain had the power, and it is to be doubted how much he believed his own argument. 25. Not only did the British begin supervising the indirect voyage, but they tightened up on regulations affecting vessels headed toward ports on the continent. Orders in council issued in 1807 and 1808 required neutral, that is, American, ships to call at a British port and obtain a license before resuming their voyage. Since transatlantic shipping had to pass through what were in fact British waters, the orders were not difficult to enforce. Moreover, their object was less to suppress neutral trade than to ensure that it be utilized to British advantage. The system was developed to counteract Napoleon's attempt to seal off the continent against British goods and thus, by precipitating an economic crisis in Britain, to maneuver himself into a position to dictate the peace. The difference was that Napoleon's system worked very poorly. There were too many loopholes, whereas Britain's worked quite well. Nor, judging by the number of licenses issued to American vessels, were American shipmasters hesitant in conforming to the British requirement and thereby benefiting from the extra freights earned in carrying British exports to the continent. Two writers, one English, the other American, and both publishing in the year 1808, furnish interesting contrasts in their attitudes toward the supervision of transatlantic traffic. Alexander Baring of Baring Brothers, merchant bankers of London who were heavy investors in American securities, interpreted the orders in council as aimed at making Britain the grand emporium to which American shipping would bring the produce of the United States and of the overseas colonies of Britain's enemies for re-export to the continent. The freight charges so earned would be expended on British manufactures to be carried back and sold in America. More than a war measure, in other words, the orders in council pointed at putting Britain at the apex of economic power. John Quincy Adams, who was then senator, wrote of these outrageous violations of our neutral rights strike at the root of our independence. They assume the principle that we shall have no commerce in time of war, but with her dominions, and as tributaries to her. Britain has but a single step more to take, and she brings us back to the Stamp Act and the tea tax. Of course, the argument was well taken, but Adams was not so impractical as to suppose that Britain, possessed of decisive advantages in waging economic warfare, would refrain from making the most of them. Impressment to Carrick. British frigates operating in American waters furnished close-up evidence that Britannia really ruled the waves. By 1805 the Royal Navy was so large that a patrol could be maintained just outside of the principal ports, especially New York, to stop, to inspect, and, if desirable, to seize cargo-laden ships en route to Europe. It seems likely that this offshore blockade brought tempers to the boiling point more effectively than the remote control exercised on the farther side of the Atlantic. Individual commanders behaved so flagrantly as to draw warnings from both the British consul in New York and the minister in Washington. Farm produce was especially liable to seizure, hence the wrath of American agricultural businessmen who keyed their prosperity to the export trade. There was also the ubiquitous impressment issue to be reckoned with. British warships anchored in American harbors and granting shore leave to their crews showed extraordinary overconfidence, desertions meant that the press gang would have to be sent ashore to recover the wayward seamen. Seizures of American vessels out at sea and numbers of men impressed peaked in the year 1807. Most sensational was the Chesapeake affair of June 22. A boat's crew of British seamen jumped ship in Chesapeake Bay, flaunted their freedom on the streets of Norfolk, and 4 of them were accepted into the service of the American frigate Chesapeake. The American commander refused to surrender the deserters, as requested, and in consequence suffered a broadside from the British frigate Leopard, which forced him to strike his colors. The incident brought on a war crisis, but the United States was unprepared for effective war, and Jefferson, believing that the Leopard's attack was unauthorized, confined himself to ordering British warships out of American ports and harbors. The number of impressments and of ship seizures dropped off thereafter, but the easing of tension was due more to the embargo that Congress, urged by the President, imposed on American shipping than to any softening of British naval policy. 27. As late as August 1805, we recall, Jefferson was seriously considering the possibility of a British alliance, with the United States playing the role of a silent partner. In such an eventuality, the least it could do would be to refrain from raising embarrassing questions about neutral rights or even impressment. Dropping this line of thought, he began playing with the idea of enlisting the aid of both Napoleon and the Emperor Alexander of Russia to promote the cause of neutral rights. He realized that without these two characters, progress was out of the question. Napoleon and the Tsar would have to be brought together to treat on the subject. All we can do is to encourage others to declare and guarantee neutral rights, by excluding all intercourse with any nation which infringes them. Suiting the action to the word, Jefferson addressed a personal letter to the Tsar in April 1806, hoping that the latter would take up the cause. 2 personages in Europe, of which your Majesty is one, he told Alexander, have it in their power to render eminent service to nations in general, by incorporating a correct definition of the rights of neutrals on the high seas. And should any further sanction be necessary, that of an exclusion of the violating nation from commercial intercourse with all the others, would be preferred to war. 28. If this meant anything at all, it meant joining in full economic war on Great Britain, which was what Napoleon was trying to do. This was a complete about-face on Jefferson's part from the year previous. Impressment too, after years of neglect, took high priority in 1806. While making an approach to the Tsar, Jefferson sent 2 envoys to London in the hope of getting a British retreat, including an explicit repudiation of impressment. That he met with a rebuff should hardly cause surprise. Yet in August 1807, after the Chesapeake affair, Jefferson felt mortified that we should be forced to wish success to Bonaparte, and to look to his victories as our salvation. 29. From these several futile efforts, Jefferson turned to a unilateral system of sanctions centering on an embargo authorized by Congress and aimed at preventing all vessels, whether American or foreign, from leaving the United States for any foreign port. This, it was hoped, would so disrupt British commerce and shipping as to force vital concessions to neutral rights. It is difficult, not to say impossible, to measure the effect of this legislation beyond saying that it failed of its purpose. The great increase in the number of licenses issued by the British government, which paralleled those issued after the Embargo Act and its successor the Non-Intercourse Act, suggests that large numbers of American shipmasters paid the law scant respect. Either they kept their ships operating in foreign waters or, on sailing from an American port, they falsified their clearance papers. Nothing really stood in the way of a master who was ostensibly engaged in the American coasting trade from taking his vessel elsewhere where business was better. The laws were merely paper statutes that invited violation. Even so, a severe depression set in 1 million tons of shipping are believed to have been tied up, with attendant loss of employment and of markets for agricultural produce. 30. Impressment remained standard British practice during these 4 years, but curiously enough American public opinion ceased clamoring against it and the administration of President Madison allowed it to continue unprotested. But when, in June 1812, Madison sent his war message to Congress. He found it convenient to put impressment at the head of his list of grievances. Whether American agriculture, whose prosperity depended on foreign markets, was hampered more by the British regulations or by the Jefferson-Madison self-imposed system of embargo and non-intercourse would indeed be hard to determine. But the failure of the system served to advertise the fact that America was still an economic colony of Great Britain, whose policies were determined by the requirements of the Great War against Napoleon. The entire Jefferson-Madison program was no more than an expression of wishful thinking, and, having admitted its futility, the President resorted to another futile course of action: war. This had been the preference of a growing body of Western and Southern war hawks who talked of forcing their way into foreign markets. "We are asserting our claim," declared Henry Clay, the chief spokesman of the war hawks, "to the direct trade, the right to export our cotton, tobacco, and other domestic produce to market." 31 But none of these hawks explained how war was going to help them gain this end, and they revived the old dream of the Revolution of taking Canada and Nova Scotia away from Britain. Doubts regarding the practicability of these schemes were reflected in the divided vote in Congress, 79 for war and 49 against it in the House of Representatives, 19-13 in the Senate. Nothing that occurred during the war justified the aspirations of its supporters. The British actually tightened their offshore blockade and stretched it around the coast to include the mouth of the Mississippi, so that such markets as American farmers and provisions dealers found for themselves were British. The Americans tacitly gave up on impressment, their supposed principal reason for going to war, and abstained from making an issue of it at the peace conference in 1814. A direct approach to Russia to mediate, such as Jefferson had conceived in 1807, ended in failure. 2 attempts on Upper Canada collapsed, though they were followed in April 1813 by a destructive raid on York, the capital of the province, which spurred a retaliatory British raid on Washington a year later. Against the advice of the Duke of Wellington, the British government in 1814 transported some 20,000 veterans across the Atlantic and initiated 3 offensive operations against the United States. With the intention of driving the Americans away from Lake Champlain and from the southern shores of Lakes Ontario and Erie, an invading force entered from Canada by way of the Richelieu River, intending to penetrate at least as far as Plattsburgh. The political objective of this expedition was to hand the country back to the Indians, reviving a century-old idea inherited from French Canada of building a tribal federation barring the road to further American encroachment and thus protecting Canada against attacks in the future. But the invasion turned into a rout. British naval vessels accompanying the expedition were badly beaten in Plattsburgh Bay and the commanding general hastily retreated with all his forces. The raid on Washington was tit for tat for American marauding in Upper Canada, including the burning of York. Here at its heart the United States had made no preparations for defense, and the British marched into the capital virtually unresisted. But the expedition had no serious strategic object in view, such as dictating peace in the American capital city, although the admiral in command had been given the forces and the freedom to do what he wished with them. In terms of a reprisal, the expedition was a success. In terms of an important military operation, it was unnecessary, since the British were already in control of American offshore waters. In terms of the war's aftermath, it was a great disaster because it led to the heaping of coals on the fires of anti-British feeling in the United States. Like the Champlain expedition, the third operation was meant for a political purpose, to invade the region of the lower Mississippi and take control of this vital waterway. But, once having achieved this objective, permanent possession of the lower river country, such as Spain had formerly held, was not intended. The expected military occupation, it was believed, could be utilized to trump the terms of peace. But as the Duke of Wellington had stated, none of this was necessary. Moreover, the British government showed its own indifference to the outcome of the expedition by 60. Signing the peace treaty without waiting to learn what had happened to it. Had the British won, their victory could not have been turned to advantage. As things turned out, they were decisively defeated at the Battle of New Orleans, and British military prestige suffered heavily in consequence. 32 There is an aphorism that war is too important a business to be left to soldiers. But in this case just the reverse is true. Against the sage advice of the greatest soldier of his age, the Duke of Wellington, a civilian-controlled British government had initiated costly offensives. The form taken by these offensives justified the belief that their combined object was to break up the American Union. John Quincy Adams so assumed. Yet the British government had no clear-cut policy beyond giving Jonathan a good drubbing, and the victories its armed forces were supposed to win could have turned into embarrassments as great as their defeats. Wellington had proposed a peace based on the status quo ante helium. And this was actually the kind of a peace the two parties arrived at in December 1814. The Madison administration gave up its futile demand for a formal end to impressment and let sleeping dogs lie on the perennial issue of neutral rights. The memory of these issues, however, and the manner in which subsequent historians exploited them, served as potent stimuli to nationalism in the United States. The British government, on its part, turned its back on the Indian nations south of the Great Lakes, giving up its hopeless plan for strengthening them as a barrier for the protection of Canada against future aggression. This meant leaving the United States with naval preponderance on the Great Lakes that in the distrustful atmosphere of the post-war years might be used as a means for trying another, and more successful, invasion of its northern neighbor. The alternative for Britain was to rebuild its own forces on the lakes in an effort to regain its ascendancy. The alternative was considered, but abandoned in 1817 in favor of a mutual disarmament agreement that averted a costly arms race. However, memories of wartime invasions and a sense of exposure to the ambitions and whims of the much stronger country to the south stimulated national feeling among the Canadians, to whom these successive British setbacks meant that in the future they would need to look more to their own devices. 3. The world, roundly declared John Quincy Adams in November 1819, shall be familiarized with the idea of considering our proper dominion to be the continent of North America. The law of nature so prescribed it. Spain had possessions upon our south, and Great Britain upon our northern border. But these countries would certainly be annexed, not, Adams hastened to add, that any spirit of encroachment or ambition on our part would force the issue, but because it is a physical, moral, and political absurdity that such fragments of territory, worthless and burdensome to their owners, should exist permanently contiguous to a great, powerful, enterprising, and rapidly growing nation. 33 The fragments Adams had in mind were British America, which was the northern half of the continent later united from sea to sea as Canada, and the three Spanish-Mexican provinces to the west and southwest: Texas, New Mexico, and California. Adams' ideas contained no novelty. That the American empire would absorb the continent, colonize it, and Protestantize it was taken for granted. This belonged to the intellectual legacy of the Revolution and had been reiterated often in language virtually identical with Adams. Jefferson, readier than Adams to make a convenience of war as a means to an end, went further in assuming that eventually our strength will permit us to give the law of our hemisphere, and, when that time should arrive, the meridian of the mid-Atlantic should be the line of demarcation between war and peace, that is, between Europe, where the system of independent states rivaling one another made war a recurrent feature, and America, where the will of one power would eventually prevail and enforce the Pax Americana. Jefferson had aired this idea in January 1812, when he was mentally getting ready for the Second War with England. He was sorely vexed that the American military performance in that war turned out so poorly. He had really thought that the conquest of Canada would be a mere matter of marching, that the fall of Quebec would open the way for an attack on Halifax, to be followed by the final expulsion of England from the American continent. 34 Adams' confidence in the future of the American Empire stemmed from two highly successful boundary treaties he had just concluded with Britain and Spain in 1818 and 1819, respectively. The first of these treaties drew an artificial boundary line along the 49th parallel from the Lake of the Woods to the watershed of the Rocky Mountains. The second drew an equally artificial line between the United States and the Spanish holdings to the west. It started at the mouth of the Sabina River and extended irregularly in a northwesterly direction across the continent to the point where it intersected the 49th parallel. Luis de Oms agreed with Adams on this treaty and thereby secured a breathing spell for Spain, or rather Mexico, whose own war for independence was by this time complete in all but name. Critics of Adams, notably Jefferson and Henry Clay, who thought the time had come to seize Texas, reproached him for his moderation. However, the Secretary of State believed he had gone far enough. The treaty opened the door to further acquisitions, but for the time being the United States had enough territory. To add more, at a time when the internal controversy over slavery was approaching a crisis, would be to risk breaking up the Union. Of Jefferson's attitude, Adams drily remarked that it reminded him that an old sea captain never likes that his mate should make a better voyage than himself. 35 From Britain, however, Adams had fallen short of getting all he wanted. By this time enough had happened in the Pacific Northwest to indicate its extraordinary future value. It was beginning to be known as the North American Road to India, a route capable of diverting the trade of Asia from Europe to the United States. Untold wealth and power, a virtual stranglehold on the world's commerce, lay ahead, if this could be done. A French friend fired Jefferson's imagination with such a thought in 1803. If your nation, he had written, can establish an easy communication by rivers. Between New York, for example, 8C the city, at the mouth of the Columbia, what a route for the commerce of Europe, Asia, 8C America. There was no city at the mouth of the Columbia, only the not very successful trading post of Astoria, but it was possible that a modern Tyre would arise on the site, and the teas, silks, and spices of the fabled China trade moving eastward into the valley of the Mississippi would make of. John Quincy Adams's failure lay in the British refusal to withdraw from this important country in favor of the United States. The Northwest Company, a Montreal-based concern, already held the lead. Adams was fortunate in persuading the British government to share the country between the 42nd and the 49th parallel on an equal footing. The Treaty of 1818 opened Oregon to settlement or to commercial exploitation on a competitive basis, but it was silent about government or administration over the country or about joint occupation, the peculiar phrase suggesting the sending in of military forces of which historians have erroneously made usage. The tendency continued, however, to ignore the treaty and to keep up a steady push against the British in the Pacific Northwest. A congressional committee headed by John Floyd of Virginia took the position that no European nation had any right to the country south of the 60th parallel. This meant that the British would be excluded altogether and the Russians confined to Alaska north of Anchorage. John Melius, the well-known cartographer of Philadelphia, put out a new map in 1820 revising both the treaties in such a way as to strengthen the notion that the whole continent was American. The Spanish provinces even as far as the Pacific coast were treated as inside the original Louisiana Territory, and the crucial portion of the Northwest between the 42nd and the 49th parallels was incorrectly depicted in solid green to make it appear as an integral part of the United States. Then in 1823 John Quincy Adams officially aired his opinion that only the United States might colonize any portion of the Northwest. He tried, but without success, to induce the British government to withdraw. From George Canning, the British Foreign Secretary, Adams got a downright refusal, and a new round of British activity started in the Northwest under the auspices of the Hudson's Bay Company. 37 The immediate result of these American aspirations for taking over the continent and for making this hemisphere, meaning Latin America, into a United States sphere of influence was a cautiously worded presidential message to Congress in December 1823 laying paper prohibitions on European powers against their colonizing the American continents and against their extending their forms of government or intervening for the suppression of revolutions in this hemisphere. Some years later this message was familiarized as the Monroe Doctrine, a body of canon law as it were enacted by the United States immunizing the Western Hemisphere from European influence. But of course the two American continents cannot by themselves constitute a hemisphere. That is a geographical absurdity. Monroe's pronouncements only make sense when put in context with the imperial ambitions that had been so often and so widely pursued. His was a way of saying that there was a power vacuum in the Americas that the United States expected to fill. 4. As might be expected, Jefferson had been the first to get the idea that revolutions in Latin America would enhance the position of the United States. Conversations he had held with certain underground agents from Brazil and Mexico, while he was in Paris in 1787, convinced him of this. Then, years later, the intimate visits that the explorer Alexander von Humboldt paid him in the White House seemed to bring the possibility nearer realization. Von Humboldt's 4-volume political essays on the Kingdom of New Spain appeared in English translation just as revolution in Latin America was becoming general. This thorough study, followed by a magnificent atlas, published separately in Paris in 1812, made of its author the unquestioned ranking authority on Mexico for many years to come. An anonymous American who described himself as the epitomist published an abridgment of the political essay in 1813, and in it he made a point of stressing how much more important Mexico was to the United States now that it had thrown off the trammels of its European thraldom. 2. Thought Mexico's prospects were better than those of the South American countries, which he feared would end in military despotisms. This theme Henry Clay took up in 1825 when, as Secretary of State, he decided upon opening a legation in Mexico City. Mexico, according to Clay, was to be ranked as among the first powers of America. The Secretary evidently had reports of Mexican intentions of taking Cuba and Puerto Rico away from Spain. His envoy, who was Joel R. Poinsett of South Carolina, was to look into this matter and discourage the Mexicans from undertaking it. Actually, the government of President Victoria did hope to annex Cuba, but having no navy of its own it sought to enlist British assistance. Cuba, the Mexican envoy in London told the Foreign Secretary George Canning, was the grand magazine and dockyard formed by nature for the benefit of Mexico, but Canning remained unimpressed. It was British policy to support Spain in Cuba. The island was strategically too valuable and too much the object of international jealousies, Mexican, Colombian, and American, to risk its changing hands. From his agents in Mexico, Canning learned that an insurgent element in Cuba was seeking union with Mexico. Jealous of the United States, President Victoria was eager to promote the scheme and prepared to offer Britain handsome commercial privileges in return for an alliance. The Mexicans were so cordial to the British minister, Lionel Hervey, that the latter fell in with the idea. But Hervey burned his fingers. He got a severe reprimand from Canning, who sent another envoy to take his place. 39 Poinsett, who came the year Hervey had left, was also aware of Mexican ambitions, but unlike Hervey he got the cold shoulder from the Mexican president. Victoria was a centralista president who identified himself with a strong Mexican central government, but Poinsett worked to keep the Mexican government weak. He openly threw his support to a faction that called itself the Yorkinos, Federationists who advocated states' rights in Mexico. The American minister harbored the illusion that through this element, which he characterized as Republican in contradistinction to the monarchist tendencies of Victoria, he could best make the United States influential in Mexican affairs. But he too burned his fingers, though from a different source. His intermeddling so irked the Mexican authorities that they repeatedly demanded his recall. Poinsett, however, so satisfied his own government that it turned down these pleas for 4 years. Protesting the justice and friendliness of the United States and the failure of Mexico to reciprocate in kind, Martin Van Buren, Jackson's Secretary of State, sent a replacement in 1829. 40. Both the British and the Americans intrigued in Mexican politics, but the Americans seemed to have difficulty in comprehending why they were so ill received. Toward Cuba their attitude was similar to the British, but with this difference, in the natural course of time the island would fall to the United States, a ripening apple, to use one of John Quincy Adams' favorite metaphors. Or as Clay put it to Poinsett, under Spain Cuba was harmless, but Mexico or Colombia was not to be allowed to have it. The law of its position required that the island be attached to the United States. 41. The similarity between the American and the Mexican rationales regarding Cuba is not to be overlooked. Humboldt in his essay had pointed out that, except for certain handicaps, Mexico could become a natural rival of the United States. It was well ahead of the other Spanish colonies, and being situated on an isthmus it was capable of exerting a potent political influence on both continents. However, with a long coastline on both sides, it was lacking in seaports, only Acapulco on the Pacific side and Veracruz on the eastern coast. From Acapulco lay a natural route to Asia via the Sandwich Islands, facilitated by the Northwest Ocean currents, but Veracruz, situated in the Tierra Caliente, was subject to los nortes severe enough at times to blow ships out of the harbor. H. G. Ward, the British envoy, also published Mexico in 1827. An informative book paying tribute to Humboldt and enlarging upon the geography and the country's prospects for growth. Invasion would be difficult, the deadly nature of the climate in the Tierra Caliente, the inaccessibility of the mountainous interior, and the lack of a food supply would be enough to deter a hostile army. Mexico's economy rested on the wealth of its gold and silver mines, in which British capital already had a foothold and which provided the means for the purchase of British goods. Productivity had suffered from the disturbances of the Revolution, but Ward was confident of the country's recovery. He penetrated the interior as far north as Chihuahua, where he learned of the American immigration into Texas. The Mexicans had been imprudent, he thought, in allowing this colonization, which would result in their losing Texas to the American Union. If the United States advanced to the Rio Grande, it would be in a position to shut off communication between Mexico and Europe. Ward commented at length on the domestic politics of the country, expressing disbelief in the hotbed reforms of the Yorkinos, which Poinsett had fostered, but concluding that Mexico contained the seeds of future greatness. Men like General Victoria would give it the needed leadership, and he was convinced that desire for British friendship percolated down to the village level. Nothing could be more decisive in this respect, he remarked, than our reception, particularly in the smaller towns, where, whatever was done spontaneously by the inhabitants themselves, and not under the direction of the government, as was the case at Jalapa and Veracruz. 42. By the time that Ward appeared on the scene in northern Mexico, the mistake in opening Texas to colonists from the United States was becoming clear, but in 1821, when the initial grants were made, the Mexican authorities seemed to have taken reasonable precautions. Bearing a Spanish passport and accompanied by a Baron de Bastrop, Moses Austin appeared before the governor of Behar and got permission to import 300 families from Louisiana. In contrast to the United States, Mexican public lands were at the disposal of the respective provincial governors, though in 1823 the Mexican Congress enacted legislation designed to encourage colonization as a barrier against the United States. Although of American origin, Austin seems nevertheless to have concurred in this purpose. At least there is no evidence to show that he had any interest in annexation. He had lived among Spanish and French Canadians in the lead mines around St. Louis, and, when he came seeking a land grant from Mexico, he appears to have believed in the future stability of that country. His son Stephen, who carried on when his father died unexpectedly, took the same attitude. Austin had made money out of the lead mines of Missouri but lost it in a bank failure. He then migrated from St. Louis to Natchitoches, where he conceived of rebuilding his fortune by means of a land grant of 300,000 acres along the lower Colorado River. He would sell the land in parcels to immigrants and promote cotton for export. The actual grant went to the son Stephen in November 1821, but even before this he was receiving letters of inquiry from persons living in Missouri and in more distant places such as Kentucky who, for one reason or another, wanted to move to Texas. None of this information was withheld from the Mexican governor, who was himself anxious to see a colony established and was ready to believe that it would constitute a successful barrier against the United States. It might be added that, as a Mexican citizen, Stephen Austin supported a centralized type of Mexican government, in contrast to Joel R. Poinsett, the American minister who hoped to see Mexico reduced to the status of a protectorate. Though Mexican fears soon began to emerge, No doubt seems to have arisen regarding Stephen's integrity. 43. Texas proved exceptionally attractive to emigrants from the southwestern parts of the United States, fertile lands on the river bottoms east of San Antonio to be got for almost nothing in contrast to the $1.25 per acre charged by the United States government for its lands. But it appears that a great deal of competitive bidding on the part of the impresarios helped spread the word. The impresarios were the large grantees, or speculators, like Austin, who derived their titles direct from the Mexican authorities and whose incentive lay in the portions of land they were permitted to retain for themselves. Austin's success led to others applying for grants. For example, Samuel May Williams, who started as Austin's secretary, Hayden Edwards, whose rebellion in 1827 put the Mexicans on their guard and led to the establishment of a garrison at Nacogdoches, and three others who in 1830 pooled their grants with some New York and Boston capitalists to form the Galveston Bay and Texas Land Company. By 1830 there were small ports on the Colorado, the Brazos, and the Trinity Rivers. By 1835 30,000 or more had emigrated from the United States. 44 Mexican uneasiness over Texas came to a head in April 1830 with the promulgation of a decree closing the door to further colonization. Speculations like the Galveston Bay and Texas Land Company, which was known to be indifferent, if not hostile, to the political connection with Mexico, the insurrection in the Edwards colony near Nacogdoches, and perhaps most of all the ill-concealed ambition of the American government to set aside the treaty boundary at the Sabina and advance to the Rio Grande if possible induced this sudden stiffening of Mexican policy. The Mexican authorities were aware that Andrew Jackson favored taking Texas by force and talking afterward. Poinsett, we remember, had spent his career in Mexico antagonizing the party in power, and in 1829, with Jackson in the White House, agitation for annexation started in some of the American newspapers. The old Roman perseverance of the Northern Republic was the characterization given this movement by the British observer William Kennedy, who came to live in Texas. The Jackson administration sent a new minister to Mexico with orders to negotiate and to try to convince the Mexicans that it was to their interest to yield at least a portion of Texas. Mexico had no cause for distrusting the United States, its neighbor and sister republic, which had always conducted itself with justice and friendliness. 45 But the Mexicans were not prepared to be trusting. The anti-colonization decree accurately reflected their attitude. This decree, drastic and pointed specifically at Americans, may have caused a slight flutter in Texas. William Kennedy, writing several years later, thought it did. If so, the effect was nevertheless very temporary and the influx of settlers continued unabated. By land their route lay through Natchitoches, and the Mexican garrison at Nacogdoches just to the west was so ineffectual that it was withdrawn after 2 years. By sea the settlers entered through the port of Galveston, a 3-day voyage from New Orleans. The Galveston Bay and Texas Land Company, one of the more powerful development concerns, paid no attention to the Mexicans. Like the other companies, this concern sold land scrip to immigrants at 12.2 cents per acre. At this point Sam Houston entered the scene. Houston had been one of Andrew Jackson's campaign managers, and he had his hand in various Texas land companies including the Galveston Bay Company. His correspondence with the New York financier James Prentice, who was supplying the funds, hints that the two were biding their time for the opportunity to expel Mexico from Texas. In February 1833 Houston was sure the moment had come. Mexico was in a state of civil war, he told President Jackson, and the Texan population would set up a state government and apply for annexation. But Houston was overconfident. A year later he was saying the same thing, yet nothing had happened. Meanwhile Stephen Austin had gone to Saltillo, the capital of Coahuila, to negotiate with the Mexican state authorities in the hope of persuading them to recognize Texas as a separate and autonomous state in the Mexican Federation. 46 Whether Austin's moderation or Houston's extremism was more representative of Texan sentiment is an open question. In Mexico the politicians debated Austin's proposition and rejected it. Austin himself was even imprisoned for a while. In the Mexican mind, Texan autonomy was identified with the well-publicized intelligence that the United States desired not merely Texas, but also New Mexico and California, and these ambitions were intolerable. Jackson's minister, Anthony Butler, reported that he met with hostility even on street corners in Mexico City. Popular sentiment was so against the United States that no government would dare even to consider selling Texas or any part of it. Yet the Mexican government was bankrupt, the country disorganized, and the presidency handed in February 1835 to General Santa Anna. Santa Anna had the army behind him, and if it remained loyal, Butler thought, he would be irresistible. 47. Judging by the reactions of his contemporaries, Santa Anna must have possessed some unusual qualities. Butler had a cordial interview with him, and, although the Mexican president offered no comment, he came away convinced that he could negotiate for Texas. Butler's views justified Mexican distrust. A source of disquiet to Mexico, the hotbed of jealousy and suspicion, Texas in American hands would be only the first of a series which must at last give us dominion over the whole of New Mexico, and the higher and lower California, an empire in itself, described by all travelers as a paradise in climate 8C soil. Then would come, the minister continued rhapsodically, the union of the Atlantic with the Pacific by means of internal navigation crossing from ocean to ocean. One is lost in admiration in contemplating an enterprise so vast, so stupendous in the consequences which must follow in its train. To possess within our own national territory, the means of communication that brings India to our doors, and compels all nations in a certain degree to become our tributaries, is a project of such grandeur, pregnant of so much to cheer one who delights to contemplate the elevated destiny to which his country may attain, that it cannot fail to find in the present administration of our country at least, many who will deem the possibility of realizing the enterprise a sufficient justification for investigating the subject farther. 48. Butler's implied praise of Santa Anna found even warmer support from two other Americans who went to Mexico several years later. The first was Frances Ingles, the wife of the Spanish minister Calderón de la Barca, whose personal letters from Mexico attracted the attention of the literary historian William Hickling Prescott. Prescott secured for her a publisher and wrote the preface to the two-volume work, published in 1843. Of Santa Anna Madame de la Barca wrote, "A gentlemanly, good-looking, quietly dressed, rather melancholy looking person, with one leg, apparently somewhat of an invalid, and to us the most interesting person in the group. He has a sallow complexion, fine dark eyes, soft and penetrating, and an interesting expression. One would have said a philosopher. One who had tried the world, and found that all was vanity." 49. To this interesting opinion Waddy Thompson, the next to the last American minister in Mexico before the outbreak of war, added the reflection that Santa Anna's was a face indicative in a higher degree of talent, firmness, and benevolence. Madame Calderón de la Barca praises his grace, naturalness, thoughtfulness. I have seen no countenance except Jackson's, whose range of expression is so great, from the mildness of the lamb to the fierceness of the enraged tiger. 50. Behind Santa Anna stood the Minister of War José Marfa Tornal, a bitter foe of the United States, General Vicente Filisola, an Italian whom Santa Anna put second in command in the army of invasion of Texas, and General Adrien Wall, a French soldier of fortune. Santa Anna's strategy called for the capture of the Texan seaports and the stationing of a garrison on Galveston Island, an accomplishment which would throttle the foreign trade essential to Texan economy. Expecting Santa Anna to invade, the Texans began appealing to the United States to come to their aid. Austin and two other prominent men were dispatched to New Orleans in December 1835 to get vessels armed and equipped to protect the coast, to contract a $100,000 loan, and to buy arms. From New Orleans they were to proceed to Washington, to enlist popular sympathy as they traveled, and to ascertain what the government of our mother country would do for them. Meanwhile Santa Anna did invade, captured the Alamo in San Antonio, and slaughtered its defenders, but he was himself outmaneuvered and captured at San Jacinto on April 21, 1836. Houston, his captor, redoubled the appeals for armed men and supplies from the United States. However, even though he got Santa Anna to agree personally to Texan independence. A private letter Houston wrote his best friend, Andrew Jackson, expressed his fears. "My great desire is that our country Texas shall be annexed to the United States. It is policy to hold out the idea that we are very able to sustain ourselves against any power who are not impotent, yet I am free to say to you that we cannot do it." 51. Houston's anxiety seems to have been widely shared. Not only was another Mexican invasion possible, but the numerous Indian tribes who had been remorselessly driven west by the United States were a real danger. The Cherokees, reported the Texan de facto President David Burnett, were in touch with the Mexicans at Matamoros. But the Texan government insisted upon certain conditions: formal recognition as an independent state and then a negotiation for annexation guaranteeing all Texan rights. Troubles came to the fore, however, as William Wharton, who was in charge of Texan affairs in the United States, quickly realized. Texas had its friends Thomas Hart Benton, Robert J. Walker, Lewis F. Lynn, and John C. Calhoun among others in the Senate. But it also had its bitter enemies, including all of the abolitionists who deluged members of Congress with anti-Texan pamphlets. Walker saw a joint resolution as the most practicable method for achieving annexation and took the initiative accordingly. But this was distasteful to the Texan leaders, who wanted to negotiate as equals. Andrew Jackson had a long talk with Santa Anna and hoped that through him a treaty of purchase could be concluded with Mexico. This method would save face for the United States, but it would be unwelcome to the Texans. President Van Buren remained discreetly noncommittal, but Wharton thought the issue would be forced. The United States could not tolerate an independent Texas trading with Europe and pitting its sugar and cotton economy against the whole South. The Union would probably dissolve. It was Jackson who hit on the strategy that ultimately worked, since opposition to annexation centered in the northern and eastern states. An incentive must be provided to induce them to change their view. The Californias, Upper and Lower, were in Jackson's opinion the necessary incentive. Seaboard mercantile and fishing interests wanted a harbor on the Pacific coast, and, if Texas announced its claim to the two Californias, they would have to support annexation as a matter of self-interest. Jackson, reported Wharton, was very earnest and anxious on this point of claiming the Californias and says we must not consent to less. This in strict confidence. 52. Texas, commented Joseph Eve, the United States charge d'affaires, was becoming exhausted in its endeavor to remain independent. This was the tenor of Eve's reports throughout 1842, and in October he so informed President Tyler personally. The Mexicans had raided San Antonio twice during the preceding months. Indian and Mexican incursions were having their effect, and although the land was rich, the government was impoverished and unable to support an army, much less a navy, that Houston desired. Raw recruits were drawn from the neighboring American states of Arkansas and Missouri, but they were not stuff for a disciplined army. In New Orleans the Texan dollar was worth only 8 cents. Houston's political enemies constituted a war party, demanding an invasion of Mexico, but Houston saw the folly of this and Andrew Jackson, with whom he kept in touch, agreed. An attempted invasion of New Mexico in 1841 ended in disaster. The Mexican governor at Santa Fe sent out a force that captured the whole expedition and took the prisoners south by forced march into Old Mexico. 53. Houston now despaired of annexation. In January 1843 he turned to the newly arrived British emissary, Captain Charles Elliot, asking for British help in getting Mexico to liberate the captives and grant independence to Texas. The Republic could not survive unless it got peace, and as long as Mexico remained obdurate, Houston's domestic enemies might regain power and take matters into their own hands. In May he communicated a second time with Elliot, dwelling at some length upon the advantages to Great Britain if she prevailed upon Mexico. In the United States, Texas was regarded as nothing more than a pocket attached to their outer robe. Should it be annexed, it would be the platform for advancing American territorial ambitions, a cantonment for the pioneers in the van of that mighty advance whose political power will not halt short of the Isthmus of Darien. However, if Britain supported Texas and made a virtual ally of the Republic, American aggrandizement could be checked. Other letters that Houston wrote at this time to fellow Texans, Anson Jones and Asheville Smith, leave no doubt that he was looking to Britain to put pressure on Mexico and in effect make Texas a British protectorate. In July he added France to his list of valuable friends. If they failed to get the peace that Texas must have, they might yet see it merged in the mammoth government of the United States by annexation. A speedy peace or settled armistice may be, and is all that will prevent this catastrophe to Texas. 54 The British government and also the French were indeed concerned about Texas. Lord Aberdeen, the British Foreign Secretary, who was anxious to pursue a conciliatory policy toward the United States, understood the importance of making Texas independent, if that was possible. Aberdeen's chief source of intelligence was William Kennedy, whose two-volume book on Texas had been published in London in 1841. Volume I contained an authoritative map depicting Texas as a buffer between the United States and Mexico. Kennedy, as an experienced observer and traveler in Canada and the United States, drove home his point that, once Texas was annexed, the bars would be down for the United States to absorb the rest of the continent, including Canada. Texas was the key to Mexico, he asserted, and most of the great party leaders in the United States expected soon to take in everything from Hudson's Bay to the Rio Grande and the Gulf of California, with Cuba as an island appendage. It was important for Great Britain to support Texas in the Southwest and a corresponding independent republic in the Pacific Northwest, otherwise, maritime and commercial supremacy would pass to the United States. Like other writers of the time, Kennedy paid tribute to von Humboldt and, viewing a Mexican reconquest of Texas as impracticable, praised that country as a cotton-exporting republic whose ties with Britain were of great value. At his own request, Aberdeen made him consul at Galveston in 1843, but Captain Elliot, who had done a tour of duty as a naval officer in China, was put over him as consul general. 55 British residents of Galveston, successful as cotton exporters, were natural advocates of Texan independence. One of them, who acted as agent for a London and Liverpool firm, proposed to both Sir Robert Peel, the Prime Minister, and to the French envoy in Texas that Britain and France join together in putting pressure on the United States to cooperate with them in guaranteeing independence. Lord Aberdeen himself went so far along this road as to propose concerted action to the French, but presently he was apprised of the risks of an open stand that would place Europe against the United States. He was told that anti-British feeling ran so high that, if Britain interfered, she would defeat her own ends. Annexation would become almost a certainty. François Guizot, the French foreign minister, received similar advice from his envoy in Washington. 56 Consequently, the two European powers confined themselves to trying persuasion on the Mexicans to grant independence. All such efforts proved to be uphill work. Mexican obduracy arose partly from the instability of domestic politics, but basically from the conviction that Texan independence and annexation to the United States were one and the same thing. Bankhead, the British minister in Mexico City, argued that an independent Texas would be a genuine buffer state. Texans would resent interference from the United States, and Sam Houston's stance appeared to support this theory. 57 But the Mexicans remained unconvinced, and the undisguised efforts of the American government to bring about annexation left no room for doubt. In May 1844 they learned of an American army assembling on the Texan border and awaiting the word to cross over as soon as the formalities of annexation were completed. Through the years they had had constant reminders of American aspirations. Texas, said the moderate General Juan N. Almonte to the American Secretary of State, was an integral part of the Mexican Republic, and the United States was the cause of its rebellion. Why should not the United States be regarded as a transgressor? If Mexico signed away Texas, said Santa Anna to the American minister, Waddy Thompson, it would be its death warrant. The other Mexican provinces would be absorbed and taken over one by one. Thompson's own reactions to these fears are interesting. He wrote, "I could not, in sincerity, say that I thought otherwise, but I do not know that the annexation of Texas will hasten that event. That our language and laws are destined to pervade this continent, I regard as more certain than any other event which is in the future. Our race has never yet put its foot upon a soil which it has not only kept but has advanced. I mean not our English ancestors only, but that great Teuton race from which we have both descended." But Thompson thought of other more solid reasons for wanting Mexico's northern provinces. These contained all the mines and more of the wealth of the country than the others, and they had only a loose connection with the rest of Mexico. They would want to join the United States. Public opinion in Mexico, held Thompson, meant the opinion of the army, and it really feared a clash with the United States. It was like a frightened schoolboy whistles as he passes a graveyard in the night. 58 In the United States, annexation was hotly controversial. The lowering shadow of the slavery issue had given John Quincy Adams, among others, second thoughts. Setting out in 1825 to fulfill the law of nature, Adams and his Secretary of State, Henry Clay, had invented an ingenious argument to convince the Mexicans that selling Texas to the United States would be in their best interest. By shrinking their northern border to the Rio Grande, they would make their capital city more truly the geographical center of their country. The argument must have sounded ludicrous, coming from Joel R. Poinsett, Adams' representative, of whom the Mexicans soon learned to be suspicious. However, the entire anti-slavery portion of American society was up in arms against annexation, and Adams, a member of Congress, was one of its stoutest leaders. Although Kentucky, Henry Clay's own state, was ardent for annexation, Clay found it prudent not to have an opinion, at least not for a while. He wanted to be president. As a former president, Adams had access to the confidential files of the Department of State, and in his memoirs he relates how he studied these documents diligently and how he made use of his knowledge in trying to defeat the annexation movement. He was particularly interested in the obscure activities of Anthony Butler, Jackson's envoy to Mexico and at the same time a speculator in Texas lands. Adams was convinced of Jackson's duplicity. Jackson's bold and dashing character, he wrote, made him capable of double-dealing, worthy of Ferdinand the Catholic or of Tiberius Caesar. When in 1841 the annexation issue, which Martin Van Buren had managed temporarily to bury, again came to the fore, Adams renewed his opposition. This time Texan annexation was mixed up with other schemes of aggression, and Adams pulled no punches in denouncing them. The spirit of encroachment upon Mexico, he decided, is nourished by the settled and too well-founded conviction of her helpless weakness, in conflict with the gigantic energy of our national avarice and ambition. While in Adams' eyes Tyler and his Democratic rival for the presidency James K. Polk were the front men, Andrew Jackson's was the real directing hand. As Adams put it in April, 1843. The most impressive conclusion that I draw from the comparison between the manuscript and the printed documents is the unscrupulous suppression of every scrap of paper which it did not suit to make public. It proves how utterly inefficient the reservation of the power of declaring war to Congress is as a check upon the will of the President to wage it. 59. The intensity of this opposition and the passions that it aroused over the slavery issue gave heart to the Mexicans and stiffened them into refusing all concessions. In Washington, Almonte demanded that the American government disavow the annexationists, and in Mexico City the official organ, El Diario del Gobierno, announced the intention of another armed attempt on Texas. 60. This stirred William Kennedy, the British consul in Galveston, to report his opinion that Texas was now on the horns of a dilemma. Revival of the independence movement would be interpreted in the United States as due to British interference and likely to cause trouble. If the Mexicans invaded, the United States would counter by immediate Annexation. Political finesse, Kennedy remarked, is as well understood and as unscrupulously practiced in this unfledged republic, as in the hoary despotisms of remotest Asia. 61 Sam Houston's correspondence suggests that Kennedy was not too far off. To the British envoy Captain Elliot, he complained of not getting the support he needed, but to his venerated friend Andrew Jackson he declared he was determined upon immediate annexation. The United States must make the first move, however, if Texas were spurned again. It would look for other friends. 62. Jackson himself needed no convincing. He transmitted Houston's arguments both to the Democratic Senator Robert J. Walker, one of the most zealous of the annexationists, and to a confidant of the Whig President John Tyler. Jackson's blood was up against that arch-fiend, J.Q. Adams, for circulating his firebrands, and if Great Britain got an ascendancy over Texas, by an alliance, she would form an iron hoop around the United States, with her West India Islands that would cost oceans of blood, and millions of money to burst asunder. 63 Popular feeling in Mexico, Santa Anna told the British minister Charles Bankhead, was so aroused that the government could not abstain from another attempt on Texas. British reaction to this was that it was incredible, hopeless, that Mexico was exhausting itself while suffering another of the most splendid of its provinces to slip through its hands. Consequently, British diplomacy concentrated afresh on the discouraging job of reconciling Mexico to Texan independence. Once the United States annexed Texas, Mexico itself would be seriously threatened, and Britain would not be able to help it resist any attack. Bankhead was told to inform Mexican officials of this in so many words. 64 Meanwhile in Washington the Tyler administration was pushing hard for annexation and finding it convenient to capitalize both on Mexican anger and on resentment against alleged British interference. Mexico was the aggressor and therefore was responsible for whatever might happen, and Britain was using Texas as a foil for undermining Negro slavery in the United States. John C. Calhoun, the Secretary of State, who felt very strongly about protecting the South's peculiar institution, concluded in April 1844 a treaty with the Texan commissioners incorporating Texas in the Union as a territory, presumably to be divided at some time later into 2 or more states, and declared Calhoun in justification, British policy had forced him to make the treaty. But Calhoun only succeeded in underscoring the split in American opinion. His treaty, when it came to a vote in the Senate in June, got only 16 yeas as against 35 nays. 65. This setback caused annexationists to change their ground. The United States, they insisted, proposed to re-annex the country that rightfully belonged to it. Returning to Jefferson's old arguments, they held that all of the Southwest as far as the Rio Grande was American soil, the United States had got it from France in the first place. This was a verbal counterattack against John Quincy Adams who, by consenting to the Sabina as the boundary in 1819, had allowed the United States to be dismembered. Robert J. Walker, one of Jackson's mouthpieces in the Senate, and Thomas Hart Benton took up this line and successfully coupled it with the call for reoccupying all of Oregon in the Northwest, which Adams had also dismembered by his treaty settlements. Moreover, Jackson's man, James K. Polk, won the presidency in November, after committing himself to both reannexation and reoccupation. But the Whig administration, which had been vainly trying since 1841 to bring annexation about, made one final attempt to stop the Democrats from stealing its show. It introduced a joint resolution into Congress and, 4 days before John Tyler had to give up the presidency, the resolution passed by necessary though slim majorities 120 to 98 in the House of Representatives, 27 to 25 in the Senate. 66 By authorizing the President to negotiate with Texas on the basis of admission as a state, and not as a mere territory, the resolution passed over the fiction of reannexation and met Texas on its own ground, as Houston and other Texans had consistently demanded. Nations, declared Houston, were only corporations, on a large and sometimes magnificent scale, but no more than this, and Texas had bargaining power. The United States would never have another opportunity. If Texas remained independent, it stood a good chance of rivaling the United States, attracting immigrants, luring European capital, extending its territorial domain to the Pacific, and eventually disrupting the United States itself. The times are big with events, of coming circumstances to Texas and the world, wrote Houston, and though the American origin of the Texan population might make his speculations idle, he did not think so. A common origin has its influence, so long as a common interest exists, and no longer. 67. 3. Empire in Mid-Passage 1845 to 1867. Richard W. Van Alstyne. In the year 1846 the inherited belief that dominion over the continent was an American birthright was brought to the test. Specifically the test related to the Pacific Northwest, the country between the 42° parallel on the south and 50 degrees 40 minutes on the north, which the British and the Americans by treaty in 1818 had declared free and open. The situation was full of anomalies. For instance, although the Americans claimed the whole coast even beyond 54 degrees 40 minutes, they several times offered to compromise by giving the British title to everything north of the 49th parallel. The compromise meant that the United States would be left in sole and undisputed possession of the highly prized Columbia River Valley and of the bays and harbors of Puget Sound and the Strait of Juan de Fuca. But this was the locality in which competition was keenest and that was thought to hold the key to future wealth and power. Accordingly, the American offer made little impression on the British. If anything, it stimulated them into making fresh efforts to hold the Columbia River and the country to the north. George Simpson, a young Scot bursting with energy, took charge of the Hudson's Bay Company's affairs in North America and made them hum. Branch offices were opened in Honolulu and San Francisco, the company's headquarters on the Columbia relocated at Fort Vancouver on the north bank opposite the mouth of the Willamette. The fur trade pushed so vigorously that American trappers were literally driven out of business, and a contact was made with the Russian governor of Alaska that in 1839 led to a profitable commercial agreement. Moreover, in this same year the company set up a subsidiary, the Puget Sound Agricultural Company, with the purpose of developing its cattle business and of attracting colonists from Scotland with offers of free land and livestock. The success of this latter venture depended on getting British settlers established in the Cowlitz River Valley, located between Puget Sound and the north bank of the Columbia. Such a colony would provide the company with a strong argument to induce the British government to hold on to the north bank in the teeth of American demands that were by this time getting strident. Simpson had this in mind, and he also had the backing of J. H. Pelly, the governor of the company in London. But the British government itself was less enthusiastic. At any rate, emigrants from Britain did not put in an appearance as better prospects awaited them in Australia and New Zealand. Thus, whereas in 1841 British nationals in Oregon almost equaled American in number, the combined total being scarcely 500, thereafter the tide turned heavily in favor of the latter. By mid-1846 the number of American settlers approached 7,000, although they were con. Obviously the delayed American movement into Oregon bore no resemblance to the colonization of Texas, which had been going on for a quarter of a century and which by now had attained the 100,000 mark. Furthermore, in terms of international competition it becomes apparent that the British had things pretty much their own way until after 1841. Only then did the pace set by the Hudson's Bay Company under the driving leadership of men like Simpson and Pelly begin to slacken. Its bid for emigrants from Scotland was no more than a gesture on paper, and it met with no response. As a colonizing enterprise the company was a failure. Even so, the contrast between the American belief that the United States had a natural right to what was commonly called our continent and the de facto situation in the Pacific Northwest was not merely anomalous, it was ironical. A rumor that the British might colonize this region had aroused Jefferson's jealousy as far back as 1783, and Monroe's paper. Fiat 50 years later was simply an official affirmation of an already rooted idea. To make the idea legal, John Quincy Adams in 1819 induced the Spanish to resign their traditional claim to the coast north of the 42nd parallel in favor of the United States. The Committee of Congress investigating in 1821 the title of the United States concluded that it embraced a very large portion of the coast of the Pacific Ocean. Nor, the committee continued, have they been able to ascertain that any other government than Spain has made any claim to any part of it, from Cape Horn to the 60th degree of north latitude. To clinch its argument, the committee rested its case ultimately on the title Spain had got from the Pope in 1493, when the latter drew his famous demarcation line. Discovery having been since that date the basis for asserting title, the committee proceeded to point out the American captain Robert Gray had discovered the mouth of the Columbia and that therefore the United States had a proper claim to all the country watered by that river, too, despite the fact that the Canadian explorer David Thompson had discovered not only the source but the whole course of the river and set up trading posts on, or near, it. Subsequently John Quincy Adams, having been turned down on his proposal to split the Northwest at the 49th parallel, reaffirmed his faith in the law of nature, propounded the theory that both North and South America were closed to further European colonization, and confronted the British Foreign Secretary George Canning with the legal arguments justifying the United States in claiming all the country and coast up to the 60th parallel. To all of these propositions Canning turned a deaf ear, and the Hudson's Bay Company extended its operations in the manner already described. Like the British, however, Adams and his compatriots in Congress, headed by John Floyd of Virginia, had a nose for commercial empire in the Pacific Northwest and did not mean to let it go by default. American merchants were heavily pushing the China trade, having their own all-water route via Cape Horn and exploiting the sea otter hunted in the coastal waters of the Pacific Northwest in building up sales to the Chinese. St. Louis traders, familiar with the Oregon Trail to the Columbia, saw their future in terms of the North American road to India, the colorful phrase popularized by their spokesman in the Senate, Thomas Hart Benton. After developing its legalistic arguments for claiming ownership over the Pacific Northwest, Floyd's committee concentrated on the economics of the region: whaling and salmon fisheries, the riches of the fur trade, the ancient market of China, a possible future trade connection with Russia. Colonization in its eyes was merely a means to an end. The main drive was commercial, and the way to seize control was to occupy the valley of the Columbia, set up a territorial government, and open a port of entry with a customs house. The committee introduced a bill to this end, passed by the House of Representatives but rejected by the Senate. Two successive attempts met with the same fate, although on the second trial the bill lost in the upper house by only 2 votes. In the next Congress, the 19th, another committee made an even stronger report, again stressing trade and insisting that an armed fort at the mouth of the Columbia and smaller forts farther up the river would result in wresting control from the hands of an enemy. The militant language of these reports, tacitly supported by both the Monroe and Adams administrations, seems to have led to the erroneous phrase joint occupation becoming usage in place of the original words of the treaty, free and open, and thereby making distortion of the original meaning the easier. The committee would plant the standards of a republican nation along the endless shores of the vast Pacific, not as the barren emblems of nominal sovereignty, but as signals both of power and protection, of law, knowledge, civilization, and liberty. The rhetoric was brave. But the Adams administration was not prepared to implement the challenge. The administration decided on a waiting policy as advocated by its envoy in London, Albert Gallatin, whose sole accomplishment after a series of lengthy negotiations in 1826 to 1827 was a simple renewal of the original treaty. 3. 1. The basic American attitude, carrying an implied threat and resting on the assumption that the British were intruders who would ultimately have to leave the Pacific Northwest, was formulated prior to 1826. As a product of the past, it was compounded of several elements: the law of nature that had allegedly given the whole continent to the United States, its corollary that no European power had a right to colonize any portion of the continent, a knowledge of the premium value of the region in relation to the trade of Asia, and the legal title to the region supposedly validated by the treaty with Spain in 1819. It was these legal arguments that Gallatin mainly resorted to in 1826, but for practical reasons needing no further elaboration he allowed them to go to sleep. For the ensuing 12 years the whole issue lay dormant. With permanent settlement in mind, opinions continued to differ on whether the Northwest would develop as an independent republic or whether it would be integrated into the Union. James Monroe and Thomas Hart Benton, among others, reflected earlier ideas that distance made it impracticable to think in terms of statehood. The region would become a great, free, and independent empire on that side of our continent, as Jefferson expressed it in 1813. It would break off from the mother empire as the child separates from the parent at the age of manhood. But John Quincy Adams was not so sure. The question came up in cabinet meeting in 1824 in connection with a presidential message recommending military occupation as urged by the Floyd Committee's report. I thought a government by federation would be found practicable upon a territory as extensive as this continent, remarked Adams, and that the tendency of our popular sentiments was increasingly towards union. For the important object, however, was to keep the region for Americans only. If a Pacific Republic became the end result, it still would be tied to the United States, the route to Asia would be preserved, and European influence would be kept out. As the United States entered on a collision course with Britain in the 1840s, the idea of a separate republic met with acceptance, but it was submerged in the overriding question of whether the Northwest would be partitioned or whether the United States would push matters to extremities and try to take all. The test period opened in 1839 when Senator Lewis Lynn, Benton's colleague from Missouri, revived the issues of the Floyd reports, demanded a territorial administration for the whole of Oregon, and proposed grants of 640 acres per settler. Lynn's fresh attempt to force the issue coincided with the publicity given Oregon by certain Methodist missionaries, notably Jason Lee. Lee had visited the Willamette Valley where he had encountered a small French-Canadian community people who had left the employ of the Hudson's Bay Company for farming and cattle raising on the Willamette, which was more suitable to their wants than the wilder country to the north of the Columbia. To Lee these people were aliens who wanted priests, not Protestant missionaries, to minister to them. He changed himself as it were into a colonial agent, hoping to induce bands of Protestant Americans to follow his lead and settle in the Willamette Valley. In this respect he had poor success, but the publicity he got for this valley was certainly no hindrance to the politicians who soon began to talk about reoccupying the whole of Oregon. 5. American migration to Oregon, meaning almost exclusively the Willamette Valley, amounted to almost nothing until after 1843, by which time the political temperature was running high. Politicians liked to talk about the Oregon fever. The Whig President John Tyler, not wanting to be left behind by the Democrats who had originated the fever, found it expedient to declare that he had made an unbiased examination of the question and had concluded that the whole country right up to 54°40' belonged to the United States. But the Whigs were more interested in the commerce of the Pacific. Convincing evidence was now available that the sandbar piled up off the mouth of the Columbia destroyed the usefulness of that stream for ocean-going navigation, and San Francisco was recommended to Eastern merchants and shipowners as the port of the future. We recall how Texan annexationists used it to promote their cause. Moreover, Daniel Webster, who as Secretary of State outshone President Tyler, had a pet scheme for getting the British government to use its influence with Mexico to let the United States have San Francisco and Monterey, in return for which the United States would resign its claims to Oregon north of the Columbia. 2 books, written and published at that time, are worth a mention because of the influence they and their author, Robert Greenough, exerted. Greenough was a translator in the State Department, the son of an emigrant from England, well known for his study of the early explorers in the Pacific. Senator Lynn was so taken with his first book, published in 1840, that he had 2,500 extra copies printed for the benefit of his fellow senators. Lynn might well be pleased, for Greenough declared that the Americans had infinite advantages over the British in the choice of routes across the continent, that the government should foster these routes, and that American settlements on the Columbia would soon nullify the claims of any other country. The author's conclusion was that those regions must be eventually possessed by the people of the United States only. No one acquainted with the progress of settlement in the Mississippi Valley during the last 15 years will be inclined to question. Greenough's second book, published in two separate editions in New York and Boston respectively in 1845, linked together California, Oregon, Alaska, the Sandwich Islands, and an Isthmian canal across Panama, and stressed both trade and colonization. By the time American settlers were getting rooted in the Willamette Valley, and Greenough chose to regard this as evidence that all of Oregon was the American birthright. 6 emigrants moving to Oregon, however, were too few in number even in the peak year 1845 to 1846 to be the cause of the crisis. Political agitation, occasioned in large part by rivalry between the parties, brought matters to a head, and the emigrants went preconditioned by the arguments of both parties that Oregon was American soil. Dr. John McLaughlin, the Catholic head of the Bay Company's post at Fort Vancouver across the river from where the emigrants were settling, took pains not to antagonize them. Rather, he sought to make friends with them and sold them provisions at the same prices charged the company's employees. Even so, with some rowdies among the Americans, he and Simpson decided that a new location out of range of a surprise attack would be safer. Accordingly, in 1845 Simpson opened Fort Victoria on Vancouver Island as the company's new headquarters. This move, signifying the company's diminishing interest in the north bank of the Columbia, made it easier for the government in London to agree on a compromise boundary with the United States. Democratic Party politicians found that various phrases emphasizing G. Robert Greenough, memoir, historical and political, on the AIE coast of N. different aspects of the whole of Oregon demand made good political currency. Monroe's no colonization formula worked well. It was used first in 1843 to embarrass the Whigs and expose Webster for his proposed deal with the British government over San Francisco, and then was turned on the Hudson's Bay Company for its activities in Oregon. Monroe's doctrine, the apostrophe was soon dropped, was something that European nations must not tamper with, and it blanketed all of South America as well as North America. Reoccupation was a good balance for the reannexation of Texas. It reassured Northerners that they were not losing out to Southern interests, and in both cases the United States was simply taking back what belonged to it. But to be more definite still, the Democrats next asserted the title to Oregon to be clear and unquestionable, and their candidate James K. Polk so proclaimed it. Then a new phrase, Manifest Destiny, dropped from the pen of a well-known publicist, John L. O'Sullivan, who was close to Polk. In July 1845, when the Oregon fever was nearing its peak, O'Sullivan declared, "Other nations have intruded themselves in a spirit of hostile interference against us, for the avowed object of thwarting our policy and hampering our power, limiting our greatness and checking the fulfillment of our manifest destiny to overspread the continent allotted by Providence for the free development of our yearly multiplying millions." Manifest destiny developed into a good copybook phrase, convenient for historians to use in describing rather apologetically the continental ambitions of the United States, or even the national mission, that is, the propagation of American and Christian notions all around the globe. It was a transmutation of John Quincy Adams' old law of nature, but used more truculently than Adams had intended. O'Sullivan had his mind on the immediate acquisition of Oregon, California, and Texas, on the down fall of imbecile and distracted Mexico, whose excited pride and passion had thwarted the peaceful progress of annexation, and on the subsequent incorporation of Cuba to the south and of the Canadian provinces to the north. But beyond these territorial gains, he wrote in the florid, self-confident style of the period, it was the mission of American democracy to smite unto death the tyranny of kings, hierarchs, and oligarchs, and carry the glad tiding of peace and goodwill where myriads now endure an existence scarcely more enviable than the beasts of the field. 7 American Nationalist ideology adopted these two phrases, Monroe Doctrine and Manifest Destiny, contemporaneously and made no real distinction between them. The most appealing but the most irresponsible and reckless of the pro-Oregon phrases was the alliterative 5440 or fight, the brainchild of the extremist Senator Allen of Ohio and the battle cry of the Oregon Ultras led by Han Egan of Indiana, Cass of Michigan, and other senators. The war fever, heightened by this slogan and transmitted to the large party of emigrants who left for Oregon in the summer of 1845, created the possibility of an incident such as McLaughlin feared that would precipitate a major Anglo-American war. Both sides sent naval forces into Oregon waters, and the point of peril was reached sometime after December when orders were sent to the American Commodore Sloat to distribute small arms to the settlers. Paralleling this reckless move, which originated with Polk and George Bancroft, the Secretary of the Navy, was an agitation started by a subordinate in the Navy Department, Lieutenant Matthew F. Morey, in favor of preparing for war on the Great Lakes eventuating in the annexation of Upper Canada. This, it was argued, would be extending the area of freedom, cordially endorsed by the extremists and certainly not discouraged by the Polk government. 5440 or fight, meant, if converted into action, going all out for the conquest of all of British North America, an objective quite consistent with the inherited belief as stated by John Quincy Adams. 8. In the face of all this verbal saber-rattling, the indifference of the Polk government toward making preparations for war with Britain is ironical. The British government was anything but indifferent, however, for it set about strengthening its forces in the Pacific Northwest, in Canada, and finally in 1846 in its Atlantic Fleet. American preparations and military maneuvers, however, were in the Southwest, in the Caribbean, and in the Pacific, for Polk and his cabinet had their minds set on getting California and New Mexico away from Mexico. Even the orders respecting Oregon sent to Sloat in the Pacific were subordinate to Sloat's main function, which was to await developments in California. On Oregon, Polk's own position, shared by his cabinet members, was in line with the 5440s. But unlike the 5440s, he was reconciled to a compromise on the 49th parallel, preferring to be free to levy demands upon Mexico. Polk could save face with this compromise, since it had already been put forward by some of his predecessors, and he secretly reopened it in May 1845, barely 2 months after his inauguration. He then began a poker game that lasted for more than a year. The British minister in Washington, Richard Pakenham, abruptly rejected the offer without referring it to the ministry in London. This gave Polk the excuse to keep up the front that all of Oregon belonged to the United States. Pakenham stands condemned for his hasty action, but unfortunate as it was, it is insufficient justification for Polk's behavior. From 2 sources the president learned that Pakenham had spoken out of turn from the American minister in London, Lewis McLean, and from George Bancroft, who got his information unofficially through his Boston friend, the wealthy merchant William Sturgis. Both McLean and Sturgis confirmed the British government's willingness to compromise, provided that the boundary line of the 49th dipped south at the water's edge on the Gulf of Georgia so as to keep all of Vancouver Island on the British Empire in mid-passage 93. Alexander Baring, 1st Baron Ashburton, side and also provided that the Columbia River was kept open for the use of British subjects. 9. Under the heading 5440 or fight, basic issues came to the fore. Once out of control, this war cry meant a general war of aggression to realize the aspirations of Manifest Destiny. It meant pitting the United States against Britain and making victims of all British colonies in North America, which were wrongly supposed to be only awaiting the chance to drop their allegiance in favor of annexation. Although this illusion lived on as part of the American national creed, the various reactions to the crisis of 1845 to 1846 showed little disposition to push matters to their logical extremity. Polk's foreknowledge of British willingness to compromise over Oregon made it possible for him to continue his poker game and keep all parties, friends, and foes at home and abroad, guessing. Disappointed when his expectations of an early settlement were not full. with himself and Lord Ashburton as principals. Sturgis was an important behind-the-scenes figure for several reasons: his position as senior partner in the Boston firm Bryant and Sturgis, which had primary interests in the California and China trades, his personal knowledge of the configurations of the Oregon coast, and, probably most important, his business and social ties with key men on both sides of the Atlantic. Lord Aberdeen, the British Foreign Secretary, also proposed arbitration, but the adopted creed of Monroe that Europe had nothing to do with America made this method impracticable. Polk refused to consider it. Polk was not satisfied with informal knowledge of Aberdeen's readiness to compromise, going to the length of informing Congress that he had received no offer. To protect his own prestige he needed a formal proposal from the British government, but it too had reasons for hesitating: the general belief, planted by the Bay Company, that the north bank of the Columbia was too valuable to be sacrificed, and the conviction that the 5440s, the most vocal element in American politics, meant to bluster the British out of any share in the Pacific Northwest. This was intolerable. In no circumstances would Aberdeen go beyond his original informal proposal. Lord Castlereagh, contemporary with Adams at the time of the Treaty of 1818, was reputed to have said, "You need not trouble yourselves about Oregon, you will conquer Oregon in your bedchambers." But Adams characteristically had to use his Bible for saying the same thing: "Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth." The text invoked today by all religious opponents of birth control. But with all of Oregon in American hands, no birth control would be needed. Oregon would solve the problem of the multiplication table. It would serve as an outlet for the swarms of Western America. This and many other arguments kept the 5440s in the limelight and spurred 7 state legislatures into resolutions to stand behind the president. However, in spite of symptoms of mass propaganda emerging in the spring of 1846, sober elements got the upper hand. The commercial classes of the northeastern states, already lured by the promise of San Francisco in capturing the China trade, were too practical to be drawn into a war for manifest destiny. Direct business and banking ties with Britain made such a conflict abhorrent. The same was true of the South's dominant cotton economy, mortgaged to British banks and textile manufacturers. By and large, 5440 was a Middle Western battle cry, though it had only words behind it. Moreover, the repeal of the British Corn Laws, carried through Parliament in January 1846 after years of controversy, was perhaps not too late to impress the practical mind of the Western farmer businessman. It opened the potentially lucrative British home market to American wheat. Lord Aberdeen hoped it would cool down the Oregon fever, and Polk's foreign trade-minded Secretary of the Treasury Robert J. Walker thought in similar terms. So, while the president kept his poker face, the die-hard 5440s shrank no small minority, and Lord Aberdeen, who had his own troubles in toning down resentments, was left with no reasonable doubt that a compromise offer from him would be welcomed. By passing on April 2 a joint resolution giving notice, as the treaty required, that the original free and open status of Oregon would terminate at the end of 1 year, the Senate paved the way for a formal settlement. Aberdeen's way of closing out the matter was not to make an offer, but to send over an actual treaty ready for signature. Under it the British retained good harborage at the mouth of the Fraser River, a few miles to the north of the 49th parallel, and all of Vancouver Island. These provided good ocean frontage for the later province of British Columbia. Polk sent the treaty without change to the Senate on June 10, 4 days after its receipt, asking for its advice on whether he should sign it, and the Senate took only 2 days to give the advice that he obviously wanted. The unusual procedure enabled him to save face and deny charges that he had backed down. Polk could be made to look rather foolish, however, and Daniel Webster made the most of the opportunity. The President and the Senate, Webster showed, had reversed their roles, the Senate doing the negotiating and the President only following along. 2. In the United States, in Britain, and in Mexico itself, the annexation of Texas meant that the next step would soon follow. California, a Mexican province but by the law of nature a part of our continent, would be the next acquisition. The American mind readily took to the idea. Merchants and seamen scouring the Pacific and pushing the sea otter trade with China knew the whole coast from Mazatlan in Mexico to Sitka in Alaska. The maps of John Mellish, put out in 1816 and again in 1820, made no allowance for California's being Mexican. In 1829 the Navy Department casually, though officially, defined the harbors on the west coast as belonging to the United States. Again, in 1838, in handing the explorer Lieutenant Charles Wilkes his instructions, the Secretary of the Navy referred to the territory of the United States on the seaboard. The Secretary was none other than Joel R. Poinsett, the one-time minister to Mexico whose officious attitude had aroused the resentment of that country. Texas, we recall, precipitated a long and acrimonious controversy. By contrast, California aroused none. Andrew Jackson was on sound ground in 1837 when he advised that the two provinces be coupled together. California would placate Eastern business and silence opposition to Texas. California was psychologically already American, its commercial ties with the United States were so close as to make it difficult to think of it as an alien province. Jackson's was the first administration to make a bid for the port of San Francisco a most desirable place of resort for our numerous vessels engaged in the whaling business, far preferable to any to which we now have access. This statement came in 1835, before the Texan Revolution, when the American government was still trying to buy slices of territory from Mexico. It offered $0.5 million for San Francisco. 11. A complete analysis of the unique value of California came from the pen of Waddy Thompson, who was writing from Mexico City in April 1842. Thompson, we remember, was President Tyler's envoy, and at the moment, after a conversation with Santa Anna, he felt optimistic at the prospect of getting both Texas and California. After praising the latter as the richest, the most beautiful and the healthiest country in the world, Thompson proceeded as follows. Our Atlantic border secures us a commercial ascendancy there. With the acquisition of Upper California we should have the same ascendancy on the Pacific. The harbor of St. Francisco is capacious enough to receive the navies of all the world, and the neighborhood furnishes live oak enough to build all the ships of those navies. Besides this there is the harbor of St. Jago, Monterey, and others. The mouth of the Columbia River is our only harbor on this coast, and that is, literally, no harbor, as the loss of the Peacock and other ships proves. The possession of these harbors would secure the only places of refuge and rest for our numerous fishing vessels, and would, no doubt by internal communications with the Arkansas, and other western streams secure the trade of India and the whole Pacific Ocean, in addition to which California is destined to be the granary of the Pacific. It is a country in which slavery is not necessary, and, therefore, if that is made an objection, let there be another. Compromise. France and England both have had their eyes upon it. The latter has yet. And through the agency of that embryo East India monopoly, the Hudson's Bay Co., she will ere long have a monopoly of the commerce of the Pacific, and not an American flag will float on its coasts. I am profoundly satisfied that in its bearing upon all the interests of our country, agricultural, political, manufacturing, commercial and fishing, the importance of the acquisition of California cannot be overestimated. 12. But California was not so easily within the American reach, as Thompson soon realized. Santa Anna, for whose abilities the American minister had high respect, could change his tune and talk the language of war. The Mexicans renewed their bitter complaints about the help that Texas was getting from the United States, and they balked at paying claims for damage to the property of American citizens that the United States government demanded. Thompson found himself embarrassed. Some of the claims were unconscionable, one was exaggerated to a disgusting degree, and it has occurred to me that it would be with somewhat a bad grace that We should war upon any country because it could not pay its debts when so many of our own states are in the same situation. Nor would a war with Mexico be free of trouble, because the whole Mexican coast was subject to malignant diseases. The mortality and suffering of any blockading squadron would be immense. Mexico, moreover, was one of the principal sources of supply of specie that supported the world's currencies. An interruption of this supply would bring on a serious international financial crisis. 13. In December 1842, Thompson got a real surprise. Commodore Thomas A. P. Catesby Jones of the American Pacific Squadron had sailed all the way from Callao in Peru expressly for the purpose of capturing the port of Monterey in California. The seizure took place on October 19, but was given up after the lapse of 30 hours. Jones had acted on a hunch, reading 3 articles from a Mexican newspaper sent him by the American consul at Mazatlan convinced him of imminent war. He took Monterey, he lamely explained to Thompson, as a means of protecting American vessels and whaling ships against Mexican privateers and enemy cruisers. But he also appears to have been motivated by fear lest the rival British Pacific Squadron get there first. Of course, Jones' act gave the Mexican authorities fresh ground for complaint, and Thompson was handed the thankless task of apologizing. The United States, he explained to the Mexican foreign minister, was faced with the possibility of a war with the greatest power in the world, and Jones had in effect taken precautionary measures against Great Britain. The incident illustrates the prevailing international tension. The United States could not risk San Francisco's falling into British hands, as distrust of the British was by no means limited to Jones. British officials, the admiral in command of the Pacific Squadron, the minister, and consuls in Mexico were as fully aware as the Americans of the importance of this prize and underscored their knowledge by opening a consulate in Monterey to keep themselves better informed of American movements, and Santa Anna, when brandishing the threat of war, pretended to have a stick in his closet. Britain would come to Mexico's aid, he told Thompson. Thompson was skeptical, although the open rivalry of the two English-speaking powers naturally made the Mexicans hopeful. Mexican confidence increased as the Oregon crisis broke into the open. 14 Meanwhile, Daniel Webster had thought up an ingenious scheme that, if he could carry it off, would liquidate the troubles over Oregon and Texas, and perhaps restore good feeling among Britain, the United States, and Mexico. Probably Webster's successful Treaty of August 1842 with his friend Lord Ashburton gave him the inspiration. This treaty, which terminated a running dispute with Britain over the boundary between Maine and New Brunswick, was a palliative to the hard side of Anglo-American jealousies festering in various areas. Ashburton was just the man to help in taking the next step. He was Alexander Baring, a model of a liberal English merchant banker who had brought his house to the peak of its fame in the preceding decade. The firm had been the leader in the marketing of American government securities in the United Kingdom and now, with hard times upon it, was having to employ all its skill in maintaining its own financial integrity. Like William Sturgis of Boston, Ashburton recognized the Pacific Northwest as the future power center of the world and thought that it would eventually emerge as an independent republic. 15 Webster, with Ashburton's assent, proposed a tripartite agreement. Britain would have all of Oregon north of the Columbia and in return would bring pressure on Mexico to yield to the United States California north of the 36th parallel. Implied in the deal were relinquishment by the United States of all further monetary claims on Mexico, and some arrangement regarding the continuation of Texas as an independent republic. The idea was imaginative, but it stalled in the face of insuperable obstacles. Evidently the British government saw itself getting too deeply entangled in Mexican-American affairs, for it cold-shouldered the proposition. Although the plan was eminently suited to the tastes and ambitions of the American mercantile community with its aspirations for dominating the China trade, it meant a decisive setback to the age-old dream of a continental empire. Democratic Party politicians became suspicious and made political capital out of it by appealing to the authority of Monroe. In consequence, that gentleman's doctrine took on a new lease of life. 16. The center of attention now shifts back to Mexico City, where the deadlock over Texas entered the stage of hot dispute. Mexico could not tolerate the loss of Texas, while the United States could not stand by and watch a Mexican army overrun the province. In a word, reconciliation was impossible. The Tyler administration's new envoy, Wilson Shannon, readier than his predecessor to trade insults with the Mexican foreign minister, nevertheless understood Mexican feelings and intentions. Traditionally, the United States was regarded as a dangerous and grasping neighbor who must be kept at a distance. All parties agreed on that. Hence it was futile to expect any Mexican government to consent to annexation or to the sale of any portion of its territory. Plans for invading Texas must be taken seriously. There were 30,000 men under arms, one expedition to go by sea from Veracruz to Galveston, the other under the command of General Wall to cross the Rio Grande and invade from the west. Even if these plans failed, the Mexicans hoped to force Texas into a British alliance with a guarantee of no transfer to the United States. They had great hopes of drawing Britain into the quarrel, but Shannon, like Thompson before him, decided they were wrong. Beyond mere words and diplomatic maneuvering the British would not go. In November 1844 a new regime seized power and thoughts of invading Texas evaporated. Nevertheless, when in the following March the United States announced annexation by joint resolution, the new regime took the same position as its predecessor. The United States had demonstrated bad faith over a period of 20 years, it had now seized territory that belonged to Mexico, and therefore diplomatic relations could not continue. 17 To the experienced eyes of the British minister, Charles Bankhead, it was impossible to avoid seeing that the United States wanted a quarrel with Mexico. Not only was Shannon belligerent in the tone he assumed toward the Mexican foreign minister, but American naval forces had taken up positions that justified the Mexicans feeling threatened. One squadron under Commodore Connor was stationed off Veracruz, the other under Commodore Slode was off Mazatlan on the Pacific side. Bankhead was a career diplomat whom Aberdeen had transferred from Turkey, perhaps intentionally so out of the resemblance between Turkish and Mexican weaknesses. Turkey was threatened by Russia, Mexico by the United States. But British diplomacy was not prepared to stand behind Mexico as it was accustomed to do in the case of Turkey, and Bankhead skillfully avoided being drawn into the quarrel. He continued to admonish the Mexicans to make peace with Texas. After annexation was announced, he suggested that the United States might be willing to indemnify Mexico for the loss of its province. Neither Britain nor France would lend a hand, however. It is distressing, he mused, to see a country like Mexico, possessing so many elements of prosperity, torn to pieces by intestine broils, brought about in reality for purposes of the basest personal aggrandizement. 18. Bankhead's personal reactions to the Mexican leaders whom he knew give us an insight into the dilemma that he witnessed. Of Santa Anna's venality he had no doubt and, although the latter was shut out of the revolutionary government of 1844, Bankhead anticipated he would return and seize power upon the first opportunity. General Herrera, made president in August 1845, was a man of unblemished personal character, of amiable and unostentatious manners, but lacked energy. Paredes was a stronger character. He had a reputation for personal honesty and courage. Unfortunately he had a weakness for alcohol and possessed only moderate abilities. He favored a strong central government, however a poder ejecutivo which in Bankhead's opinion would be best for Mexico. Thus, when in the last week of the year 1845 Paredes by an armed coup d'état stepped into the presidential palace, the British minister thought the change beneficial. But there was no room for optimism. Capable men to form a ministry were in short supply, and the Mexican financial cupboard was so bare that war with the United States was almost impracticable. Still, with the United States accelerating its naval and military preparations, Mexico had no choice but to station an army on the Rio Grande. In March, with war just around the corner, Paredes paid Bankhead a private visit in the hope of getting some sort of a commitment. He certainly did not exaggerate the difficulties in which this country finds itself, Bankhead reported, but the most the latter could do was to express goodwill and advise prudence. Paredes pledged himself not to do anything that could be interpreted as aggressive, and he sent orders to the army under General Mejia to remain on the south bank of the river. But with intelligence reports that an American army under General Taylor had arrived on the north bank opposite Matamoros, and with the Mexicans expressing their indignation at this encroachment, Bank had realized how slim the chances were for Mexico. Barring help from the outside, he concluded, the extinction of this country as an independent state is near at hand. All of its rulers have furnished their quota of incapacity or want of honesty to ruin what might, under other hands, have become one of the most flourishing countries in the world. 19. The test of American intentions toward Mexico turned on the question of the Texan boundary. Would the United States in annexing Texas be content with the Nueces? When at the end of May 1845 the British emissary Charles Elliot returned to Galveston, he had wrung from the Mexicans an admission of Texan independence provided that the Nueces be the dividing line. Mexico needed the sparsely settled, almost desert country between the Nueces and the Rio Grande as protection against further encroachment. But annexationists, both in Texas and in the United States, would not have this, they must have the Rio Grande. This was what reoccupation meant, and both Tyler and his Democratic successor, James K. Polk, were committed to it. There was to be no compromise with Mexico comparable to the one with Britain over Oregon, which was being secretly put forward that same month. At stake in 1845 was no mere boundary question. Texas must be kept coupled with California and New Mexico, and to this end the Rio Grande was essential. It was the wedge driven into the heart of New Mexico. Santa Fe, Taos, and Albuquerque, the principal towns of the province, lay to the east of the river, and New Mexico was the land bridge to California. The Texans, we remember, had tried to conquer it in 1841. In Galveston in the same month there were two American agents making common cause in behalf of annexation to the Rio Grande. One was Charles A. Wickliffe, a Kentucky politician whom Polk had sent on a private mission. The other was Commodore Robert F. Stockton, a very wealthy man with an even more prominent record in party politics. Warlike by disposition, ever ready to make himself spokesman for the American World Mission, and a substantial contributor to the Democratic Party chest, Stockton not unnaturally assumed that he could take liberties with his commission as a naval officer. The more professionally minded Commodore Connor, under whose command off Veracruz Stockton was supposed to place himself, complained of his insubordination. Stockton failed to join Connor as the latter expected. Instead, while at Galveston, he hatched a scheme in cooperation with the Texan General Sherman to organize a filibustering expedition, to be financed out of Stockton's own private fortune but to be supplied with provisions and ammunition from the naval vessels under Stockton's command. Whether the politicians in Washington, notably James K. Polk and the Navy Secretary George Bancroft, sensed in advance that Stockton would try something like this perhaps is an open question, but, knowing Stockton and sharing his sentiments toward Mexico, they can hardly be regarded as innocent bystanders. Careful not to incriminate himself, Bancroft gave the Commodore the right kind of orders. Stockton was to visit Galveston, sound out Texan sentiment, and stay there as long as he liked. Stockton enjoyed this free hand, let Wickliffe and others in on the secret, and reported to Bancroft what he was up to. His objective was the defeat of the Mexican army at Matamoros, to be followed hopefully by an invasion and subjugation of the three northern Mexican states. Far from sending a reprimand for this proposed unauthorized attack, Bancroft promised to fill Stockton's requisitions for provisions and ammunition from the Navy Department stores at Pensacola. Subsequently Stockton was given a fresh command and sent to the Pacific to supersede the more conservative Commodore Sloat in the reduction of California. 20 Unfortunately for Stockton, and probably too for Polk and Bancroft, President Anson Jones of Texas and his Secretary of State Ashbel Smith spoiled the scheme. Jones was awaiting the return of Captain Elliot with a Mexican recognition of Texan independence. After being approached by an emissary from Stockton, he concluded that Polk meant for Texas to manufacture a war with Mexico. In his memoirs, Jones put the matter this way: that the President of the United States, satisfied that annexation was in effect consummated, wished Texas to place herself in an attitude of active hostility towards Mexico, so that, when Texas was finally brought into the Union, she might bring a war with her, and this was the object of the expedition to Matamoros, as now proposed. 21. Meanwhile, American representatives in Mexico, notably John Black, the consul in Mexico City, were plying James Buchanan, the Secretary of State, with information on the internal weakness of that country, the semi-anarchy in its government, its despair of British support, and its readiness now for a settlement over Texas. Like Mr. Bankhead, Black had a good opinion of Manuel de la Pena y Pena, the foreign minister under President Herrera. From Pena, Black got the word in October that a special envoy from the United States coming in a conciliatory manner would be welcome. Anything like a threat, however, would be self-defeating, and Pena asked that the American squadron hovering off Veracruz be withdrawn. 22. Partly under pressure from Buchanan, who had apparently been kept in the dark about Stockton's intrigues, Polk acquiesced and chose the senator from Louisiana, John Slidell, for this mission. Slidell proved personally satisfactory to the Mexicans, but he came with impossible demands: the Rio Grande as the boundary, and the cession of New Mexico and California in return for a cash payment ranging from $5 to $30 million depending upon how much territory Mexico would yield. Concessions of this sort Pena had never so much as hinted at, and the Americans failed to appreciate the importance that the Mexicans attached to the Nueces as the boundary. Not only was the country theirs, but it was vital to keep it so as a barrier against the United States. Polk showed how insensitive he really was by writing in his diary while Slidell was still absent that he thought if he could offer prompt payment of $0.5 to $1 million, which Paredes could use to keep his army satisfied, he could get the boundary he wanted. This was not all. The president was determined to secure California, New Mexico, and everything north of the 32D parallel. 23. Slidell was in Mexico City barely 2 weeks before General Paredes and his army overthrew the Herrera government. The American had arrived so unexpectedly that the latter was embarrassed, and his presence was a factor in bringing on the revolution. Mexican resentment toward the United States was so strong as to put in jeopardy any government that consented even to negotiate. Moreover, what would seem on its surface a mere technicality was intolerable to the Mexicans. Slidell had come with full powers as a regular resident minister, whereas Pena y Pena had suggested a temporary agent only. At the most, Pena was prepared only for private talks about Texas, whereas Slidell came with the intention of bargaining for California and New Mexico. The small issue over Slidell's rank merely confirmed the fact that there was no starting point for a negotiation. 24. Nevertheless, Slidell stayed on in Mexico City, holding friendly talks with the British minister but getting no encouragement from the Paredes regime. His statements regarding British policy were sufficient to disarm Polk's suspicions, had the president been so inclined. I cannot learn any. C. Manning, NOS 3591, etc. Joel R. Poinset's bad reputation was still vividly remembered in Mexico. Pena y Pena mentioned him to Black as the kind of a man not to send. Thing that would authorize the belief that attempts are making by any European power to obtain a cession of any territory on the Pacific coast, was Slidell's first comment, and he repeated this in essence at a later date. 25. Why did Slidell stay so long? The messages he received from Buchanan were so equivocal as to make one hesitate at attempting an answer. A few points are clear. Slidell was not to budge on the Texas boundary question, he was simply to explain to the Mexicans that the United States was right. A refusal on their part to accept the argument would be proof of bad faith. Justifying all the monetary claims that had troubled Thompson's conscience, Buchanan suavely said that the president desired to deal liberally by Mexico, that is, he would assume all the unpaid claims pending against it and pay an additional $25 million for California and New Mexico. Buchanan, perhaps more than Polk, seems to have believed that money could be made to talk, Paredes was to be discreetly told that once he promised to sign a treaty he would be supplied with immediate funds sufficient to relieve him of his pecuniary embarrassments. Slidell's mission was of vast importance, but the President, anticipating your failure, has ordered the army to advance to the left bank of the Rio Grande and has directed that a strong fleet be immediately assembled in the Gulf of Mexico. Meanwhile Commodore Sloat remained at Mazatlan with his 4 ships, awaiting developments as Slidell knew. Lastly, Slidell was to get a formal statement from the regime refusing to receive him, and then he was to throw the whole odium of his failure upon Mexico. This was necessary for the sake of the record. With Congress convinced, Polk could go ahead with the energetic measures he was planning. However, to prevent difficulties from ensuing, the President did not want Slidell back in Washington until the Oregon problem was adjusted and the result known. 26 Mexico in January 1846 seemed to Slidell, as we remember it did to Bankhead, to be on the verge of disintegration. A war with the United States, he believed, would be the signal for a general insurrection in the outlying provinces Chihuahua and Durango in the north, Yucatan at the other extremity. It was this helplessness on which the American government seems to have counted. But in March the foreign minister, Joaquin de Castillo y Lanzas, sent Slidell a hot blast of defiance, denouncing the United States for its warlike display and for its vehement desire to extend its already immense territory at Mexico's expense. The note irked the American envoy. Be assured, he advised Buchanan, that nothing is to be done with these people, until they have been chastised. But there was a possibility that Santa Anna might soon return and overthrow Paredes. If he did, Slidell would wait to see if a deal could yet be made. 27. In the meantime Mexico was kept under surveillance and preparations were completed for an advance on several fronts, unless the Mexicans gave way without a fight. Connor's squadron remained in the Gulf of Mexico, within easy range of Veracruz and ready to establish a blockade. Sloat continued at Mazatlan, with standing orders to sail against Monterrey and San Francisco if given the signal. Slidell would let him know from Mexico City if his peace mission was aborted. Commodore Stockton, with a fresh command after his fiasco in Texas, was dispatched around Cape Horn so as to run no risk of losing the initiative in the Pacific to the British. A small army under General Zachary Taylor was placed in Texas in the summer of 1845 with an ambiguous order to defend that state as far as the Rio Grande, but to remain near the Nueces. Unlike Stockton, Taylor was disinclined to enter on a military adventure, especially one that would benefit President Polk, to whom he was opposed politically, so he took the order literally and set up camp on the banks of the Nueces. But on January 13, 1846, with the knowledge that the act would be provocative, Polk ordered him to the Rio Grande. California, however, was the chief object of attention. Bent on possessing this invaluable province, Polk and his associates pursued the will-o'-the-wisp of a spontaneous revolution, whether by the native Spanish-speaking Californians or by the American minority in which the imaginary revolutionaries would invite themselves into the American Union. American desire for California was so overpowering as to conjure up almost any possibility that would either hasten or delay the event. Plausible evidence in the hands of the administration in Washington was simultaneously in support of several contradictory theories: a popular uprising leading to an independent California Republic, a Mexican expeditionary force sent, at the instigation of Great Britain, to impose a tyranny upon the province, indirect British control through foreclosure on defaulted Mexican debts to British firms, British naval occupation of the ports, or even what Buchanan called colonization by foreign monarchies. Buchanan's missives make touching reading. He was so anxious to avoid giving Mexico just cause of complaint, to prove that this government has no ambitious aspirations to gratify, and yet to find a pretext capable of justifying the Polk administration's chief ambition. The Secretary of State put all these things down on paper and with the cooperation of the Secretary of the Navy sent the communication to the American consul in Monterrey, Thomas O'Larkin, encouraging the latter with a promise of extra pay. As a well-to-do merchant, Larkin appreciated the value of San Francisco, but he looked to the Navy rather than to a local insurrection as the means for getting it. About the so-called Bear Flag Revolution, which broke out among the American ranchers in the interior in the spring of 1846, Larkin had no contact or even foreknowledge. 28 But Captain John C. Fremont did. Indeed, he seems to have inspired it by spreading rumors of a pending Mexican attack on the ranchers. Captain Fremont was on his third expedition to the West Coast. A daring explorer with important political connections in the United States, he followed a pattern of conduct while in California during the winter of 1845 to 1846 that identifies him unmistakably with the Polk-Bancroft-Buchanan program of subversion and conquest. Ostensibly looking for an alternate route to Oregon via the Sacramento Valley, he adopted slow-motion tactics in California, ignoring the Mexican governor's order to leave, camping at a spot in the vicinity of Monterey that was a marked deviation to the south of the route he said he had in mind, and finally moving slowly northward. Fremont and his small army were part of the total plan being set in motion at that time to force Mexico to come to terms. While still in California, he was overtaken by Lieutenant Gillespie, the officer whom Bancroft had sent to confer with Larkin in Monterey. Bancroft had gone to extraordinary lengths to protect Gillespie from interception. False papers identified the Navy lieutenant as a merchant, and he was told to memorize the message to Larkin and deliver it orally, which he did. He then went on in search of Fremont. Such are the known facts, the rest is guesswork. Fremont turned back after he had talked with Gillespie and headed for Monterey, meeting with the Bear Flag insurgents on the way. But he was too late to reap the glory. That might have been his. Commodore Sloat, having been apprised of the outbreak of war, got to Monterey first and obtained the formal surrender of the old Mexican port. By August of 1846 the Navy had in American hands the California ports from San Francisco to San Diego. 29 This sudden windfall was brought about through forcing the issue on the Rio Grande, at which Taylor had belatedly arrived on March 28. The confrontation was too much for the Mexican General Arista, who had down to this point obeyed orders by keeping his men in Matamoros on the south bank of the river. Taylor threatened him by training his guns on the town and preparing to blockade the mouth of the river. A vanguard of Mexicans crossed over and on April 24 ambushed a party of American dragoons. President Polk exploited this incident and the battle that followed on the south bank by telling Congress that Mexico has passed the boundary of the United States, has invaded our territory and shed American blood upon the American soil. War exists, and notwithstanding all our efforts to avoid it, exists by act of Mexico. So it was possible after all to pin the badge of war guilt upon Mexico and to win the support of the already war-minded American public, although a handful of critics gave the lie to Polk and declared openly that Taylor had committed the aggression, that it was actually on Mexican soil that blood had been shed. Anson Jones of Texas subsequently made the most clear-cut assessment of the situation. The United States, he wrote, made the war ostensibly for the defense of Texas, but, in reality, to consummate views of conquest which had been entertained probably for many years, and to wage which, the annexation of Texas afforded a pretext long sought and wished for. Polk meant to force protection upon Texas, and finally brought down an army and a navy upon us, when there was not a hostile foot, either Indian or Mexican, in Texas, not to protect Texas, but to ensure a collision with Mexico. 30 As we have now seen, and as Jones suggested, Polk did not originate these ideas of conquest. He deliberately decided to carry them to fulfillment and, in making this decision, acted in the authentic Jefferson-Jackson tradition. But, curious to say, Polk and his associates were in their own eyes innocent of wrongdoing or even of acting aggressively. On the contrary, Polk had convinced himself that he had tried in vain to conciliate Mexico, that he had forborne until forbearance was no longer a virtue or patriotic, that the time had come to redress the wrongs, 8 injuries we had so long borne from Mexico. He expressed these sentiments not once, but several times, in his private diary. His whole cabinet concurred with him, and before learning of the incident on the Rio Grande, it was decided to make war promptly and energetically. Polk spent all of Sunday, May 10, the day after receiving the good news from Taylor, missing church in order to write his war message. This omission really hurt his conscience. It was a day of great anxiety, he felt. I regretted the necessity which had existed to make it necessary for me to spend the Sabbath in the manner I have. 31. 3. The American attack on Mexico illustrates perfectly the classic German definition of war as a continuation of policy. Repeated approaches to Mexico with offers of money in exchange for the desired territory had met with rebuff. President Polk was his own strategist, and he lost no time in formulating his minimum demands: the conquest of New Mexico, Upper California, and Mexico's northern provinces. To realize these aims quickly, he anticipated a war of 60 to 90 days. He would march one army to Santa Fe, another into Chihuahua with orders to conquer the other northern provinces, and a third to California if possible before winter. For Buchanan's absurd proposal to make public a pledge not to take territory, lest Britain and France come to Mexico's rescue, Polk had sheer scorn. I told him that before I would make the pledge which he proposed, I would meet the war which either England or France or all the powers of Christendom might wage, and that I would stand and fight until the last man among us fell in the conflict. That neither as a citizen nor as president would I permit or tolerate any intermeddling of any European power on this continent. 32. The irony of such a posture was that no European power wanted a share in the quarrel. After doing his best to avert a war and noting how torn apart Mexico was internally, Mr. Bankhead recommended that Paredes sue for peace. The Mexican president had proposed several expedients, for example, conversion of the government into a monarchy under a Spanish prince in the hope that the change in form would bring stability to the government, and an indirect sale of California to Britain. To both of these proposals Lord Aberdeen sent a flat negative. Paredes was overthrown in August, probably because of the military defeats in the north. Santa Anna, in exile in Havana where he had been in touch with Polk through an agent, was given a pass through the American blockade of Veracruz in the expectation that he would seize power and make peace. But to the British minister the prospects were dismal. The various 8C miserable personal intrigues, 8C interests gave the United States every provocation, 8C excuse for aggression, and he carefully sidestepped any commitment that Britain would attempt to mediate in the struggle. 33. From the English writer, George Ruxton, and especially from the penetrating French explorer and author Eugène Duflot de Maufras, we gain an insight into why Mexico, in spite of its anarchic government, its deep class divisions, and its dismal record of military failure, was not an enemy as easily handled as the Americans had expected. In and around Mexico City the war spirit persisted. Santa Anna seized control as expected in September 1846 and, far from instigating a peace move, raised a new army to march against Taylor in the north. Santa Anna was, wrote Ruxton, a pale-looking man, between 50 and 60, with an Old Bailey countenance and a very well-built wooden leg. The Senora, a pretty girl of 17. And her mother, a fat, vulgar old dame. His countenance completely betrays his character. Indeed, I never saw a physiognomy in which the evil passions, which he notoriously possesses, were more strongly marked. Oily duplicity, treachery, avarice, and sensuality are depicted in every feature. In person he is portly. Geographically the heart of Mexico, an extensive, fertile tableland, was isolated and hard of access from the coast. There were no navigable rivers and invasion would be difficult. Veracruz, whence an attempt on the capital would have to start, was the city of the dead, dangerous to an invader because of the prevailing malaria and because it possessed no sheltered harbor to protect shipping from the fearful tempests that blew along the coast. 34 Duflot's 4 volumes, first published in Paris in 1844, showed a knowledge of Mexico second only to von Humboldt's. 3 years' study of Mexican affairs, coupled with travel throughout the country, convinced him that, in spite of the constant round of revolutions, the country had the vitality to survive against foreign encroachment. Of both British and French private interests he had a thorough knowledge, and he viewed France as the cultural leader of Spanish America. But most striking of all was his grasp of the history and the political geography of the entire Pacific Basin, from the western half of North America to the shores of China. That the Americans would get California he was certain. A corvette and 200 men could do the job. His appraisal of this province was so good that it should be repeated in his own words. Tu n'est pas tout lux que du moment oil un population intelligent et laborieuse, syably right, se pays parviendrait à occuper un rang élève. Dans l'échelle commerciale, il formerait l'entrepôt ou les côtes du grand ocean envariant leurs products, et fournirait la plus grande partie de leur subsistance en grains à la côte nord-ouest, au Mexique, à l'Amérique centrale, à l'Équateur, au Pérou, à la côte nord de l'Asie et à plusieurs groupes de la Polynésie, téléphones que les îles Sandwich, les Marquises et Tahiti, il pourrait enfin faire concurrence auxiliary farines de Guaymas et du Chili. 35. From John Black, the consul in Mexico City who readily accepted Polk's story of how the war had started, came the advice to carry the war home to the people by invading and capturing the capital. Like Ruxton, Black spoke of the isolation of central Mexico and of how insensible the population there was to a war going on distant frontiers. Whether or not this was a consideration in Polk's mind, he resolved on an expeditionary force to Veracruz. When in March 1847 he learned that the Mexicans would not talk peace unless the United States first withdrew its naval forces from both coasts and its army from Mexican soil, he became enraged. No alternative was now left but the most energetic crushing movement of our arms. I would not only march to the city of Mexico, but I would pursue Santa Anna's army wherever it was and capture or destroy it. 36 Polk had various complaints against his two commanding generals Taylor and Scott, neither of whom was fit for command in the great operations in progress and which are contemplated, against Congress for failing to give him the means to prosecute the war with vigor, and against the opposition press, especially the National Intelligencer, for publishing treasonable articles that did more damage than all the armies of the enemy. But Taylor won a great victory over Santa Anna at Buena Vista, and Scott, landing unopposed at Veracruz, advanced without delay into the higher country near Jalapa to escape the ravages of yellow fever. These episodes, including the capture of Tampico, all took place in late February and early March of 1847. The good behavior of the American forces won the praise of the British minister, who thought the local population would gladly welcome them in place of the misgovernment to which it had been subjected. Anarchy prevailed in Mexico City. There was a great need for a speedy peace with the United States, but the politicians in the capital so feared their own generals that the most they would do was to try to get Bankhead to serve as their go-between with the American commander. 37 The British minister rejected this role, however, and Lord Palmerston, when he heard of it, upheld the minister. Palmerston's comment, being basic to British policy, is worth repeating. The British government, he wrote, would have done everything in their power to prevent a war which it was easy to foresee was bound to be unfavorable to Mexico. It wanted the war ended with as little disadvantage to that country as possible. The success of the U.S. troops their rapid advance have complicated the matter. Mexico should settle a peace as soon as possible before the U.S. government completely overruns the country. There seems no probability of recovery for Mexico. Britain cannot be expected to quarrel with the U.S. to defend Mexico. 38. Meanwhile Polk, with reports in hand on the state of affairs in Mexico, took Buchanan's advice to send a secret emissary to Scott's headquarters with full powers to make peace. The terms proposed were, the Rio Grande as the boundary, all of New Mexico and both Upper and Lower California, a grant to the United States of transit rights across the Isthmus of Tehuantepec, the United States in return to assume the claims and pay $15 million cash. Much to Polk's chagrin, neither the terms nor the name of the envoy who was to negotiate them, Nicholas P. Trist, chief clerk of the State Department, remained secret for long. Somehow the newspapers got the story and published the details with remarkable accuracy. Preceding Trist was a New York newspaper owner, Moses Y. Beach, whose private business interests in Cuba and in Mexico prompted him to work for the acquisition of the island and for transit rights in Tehuantepec. The Polk administration readily agreed to add a concession for an Isthmian transit to its list of demands on Mexico and, as we shall see, to start a move for taking over Cuba from Spain. Beach impressed both the President and the Secretary of State with the contacts he made while in Mexico, especially with the Catholic clergy whom he encouraged to break with the military. At any rate, he took credit for paving the way for a peace. 39 angry words passed at first between Trist and General Scott, the latter looking down on the State Department official as a political commissar sent deliberately to insult him. Eventually the two became good friends, but in the meantime Trist made his first contacts with Mexican officials through Walker, the Secretary of the Treasury, took an active interest in an Isthmian transit concession, a zone 6 miles wide from sea to sea. 116. The British legation, and there was mutual agreement that getting the Mexicans to sign a treaty would be difficult. Bankhead thought them extraordinarily impractical, commented on the internal dissension and on the numerous ineffectual plans for changing the form of government, and concluded that if Scott's army entered Mexico City according to plan, the government would simply take flight and make negotiations still more difficult. Polk's reactions to these frustrations were to put the blame on Scott and to increase the severity of his terms. He would require the cession of the province of Tamaulipas, including its port of Tampico, and then, if the Mexicans still refused, he would overrun the whole country, levy contributions to defray war expenses, and set up stable governments in the cities and provinces conquered. These opinions Polk kept to himself, but concurrently, while Scott occupied the enemy capital, an agitation to conquer and to annex the whole of Mexico broke into the open. The agitation gained considerable momentum as reports of the uninterrupted American military advance filtered in, but conservative politicians in the United States sensed danger if the war was not stopped. Anti-slavery feeling was also on the increase, much to the discomfiture of Polk himself. An open stand in Congress against introducing slavery into any territory acquired from the war pointed in the direction of disunion in the United States itself. 40 Mexico, observed Mr. Bankhead, was now in a tragic condition. However, Scott's army behaved well, and, perhaps to Bankhead's surprise, the Mexicans agreed to an armistice and to the appointment of peace commissioners. Scott's terms were moderate, and Santa Anna went voluntarily into exile. Before so doing, the Mexican dictator performed one good deed. He appointed to the Peace Commission men who could be trusted, Generals Herrera and Mora, and two eminent lawyers, Don Bernardo Canto and Señor Aristain. Moreover, with the departure of Santa Anna, Pina y Pina became acting president, and these moderados won the support of the Mexican Congress, which convened at Querétaro in October. Trist too recognized the perils of indefinite warfare, and he listened to the Mexican plea of moving the Texan boundary back to the Nueces. The Mexicans felt so strongly on this matter that they convinced Trist it was a sine qua non which they cannot abandon. No treaty is to be hoped for, except upon this basis. They also wanted to keep Lower California and a portion of Upper California, and they proposed that Great Britain guarantee the treaty. The British minister, however, promptly discouraged this idea. 41. Toward the end of September, Trist reported that hostilities had been renewed and that it was still not possible to conclude a treaty based on the Rio Grande. Acceptance of the Mexican terms meant a major American retreat, a relinquishment of everything except that portion of Upper California north of the 37th parallel. This intelligence put Polk in a thoroughly bad humor. Trist's job was not to listen to the Mexicans but to submit and enforce the ultimatum of his government. But he had bungled and was ordered home forthwith. He was the perfect tool of Scott, seems to have entered into all Scott's hatred of the administration, and to be lending himself to all Scott's evil purposes. 42. The impasse over the peace terms left both the Americans and the Mexicans on shaky ground. If Polk attempted to carry out all the threats he made in his diary, he was sure to face powerful opposition at home leading to disunion. If Mexico continued to stand on terms that virtually required admission of defeat by the nation that had won the war, it faced the certainty of further military action that, as Trist put it, would lead nowhere except into anarchy. Trist gave Scott all the credit for the armistice, praised the integrity of the Mexican commissioners, and expressed his gratitude to Charles Bankhead and his successor at the British legation, Edward Thornton. Meanwhile, President Polk took occasion in his December annual message to focus public attention on California. This was Polk's first public admission that he wanted the coastal province, and he took pains to stress the commercial benefits of this acquisition. It is by no means clear how the deadlock was broken. American naval forces took 2 more ports on Mexico's west coast, Guaymas and Mazatlan. Scott suspended the armistice, and army reinforcements were brought into Veracruz. Trist remained on the job in spite of the undeserved letter of recall he received. He had a sense of mission almost messianic in its intensity, and he dreaded lest the United States stand convicted of a naked war of conquest. He had the willing help of the British minister, who bent all his efforts to keep the door open. The Mexican commissioners on their part realized they were taking their own fate into their hands by submitting to the American demands. Finally, on February 2, 1848, they signed a treaty that gave to the United States all of the conquests that it had originally resolved on obtaining the Rio Grande and all of New Mexico and Upper California, for the loss of which the United States would make compensation in the amount of $15 million. 43 In his diary, Polk wrote a terse account of the reactions the treaty drew from himself and from the several members of his cabinet. Some, notably Buchanan, wanted to continue the war and to annex at least Mexico's northern provinces. The president hesitated for 3 days and then decided upon acceptance, although Trist was still in Polk's mind an impudent and unqualified scoundrel. Polk felt insecure his political rivals, Buchanan in particular, were working against him. If he rejected the treaty, he anticipated a revolt led by the Whig opposition in Congress. In that case, lack of funds would force him to withdraw the army and he would lose what he had essentially set out to gain. But the Senate approved the treaty 38-14 on March 10, and the United States thereby obtained, in Polk's words, an immense empire. 44. 4. The conception of an empire that reached down into the Caribbean and across the Pacific to China was taken up and developed at some length by William Henry Seward, the rising senator from New York State. "Sir," exclaimed he in the Senate in July 1850, "there is not in the history of the Roman Empire an ambition for aggrandizement so marked as that which has characterized the American people." To Seward, the process of building an American empire on a world scale would resume after a short breathing spell. The conquests from Mexico, though falling into successive acts, were one whole transaction. American pioneers and business enterprise would penetrate the Great Valley of Mexico itself, Yucatan, Cuba, Nicaragua, Guatemala, and the other states of Central America. They are already abroad in those inviting regions. Passages would be built through them from ocean to ocean, and within 10 years those passages will be environed by American communities, surpassing in power and wealth, if not in numbers, the unsettled and unenterprising states now existing there. Seward kept returning to this theme, introducing it through a variety of seemingly disconnected topics: influence on freedom in Europe, progress of American steam navigation and the inauguration of an American-owned transatlantic service, surveys underway of the Pacific and Arctic Oceans. The Monroe Doctrine, which was now being used with increasing efficacy against supposed European machinations, masses of immigrants disembarking daily in the port of New York. Seward was jubilant at the spur this latter movement would give to national growth. 12,000 landed on one Saturday morning, he announced to the Senate one day in 1854, and all went to church the next day. The senator sought anxiously to put out the fires of sectional antagonism over slavery. To his mind the breakup of the Union was unthinkable, and the best antidote against it was the promise of empire. Political ties bind the Union together, not merely a common necessity, but the common interests of empire, of such empire as the world has never before seen. The control of the national power is the control of the great Western continent, and the control of this continent is to be in a very few years the controlling influence in the world. 45. This speech drew an interesting response from Henry J. Raymond, the editor of the New York Times. "I had no idea such a rainbow could be hung out on such a cloud," observed Raymond. "But I am not as loyal to the Union as you are. Empire is a grand ambition, but freedom is loftier. We are the most ambitious people the world has ever seen. 8. I greatly fear we shall sacrifice our liberties to our imperial dream." 46. Pathways to empire were by no means so smooth as Seward imagined, however. The New York senator was a disciple of John Quincy Adams, believing that time and natural growth would bring about the expected end. But the Democrats, pursuing the pattern molded by Jefferson and Jackson, chose to make opportunities and, when necessary, to engage in provocative activities in order to gain more territory and bring more countries inside the American sphere of influence. To this end, Cuba was the first object of attention. Jefferson himself had marked it for eventual acquisition, and Polk resolved to have it. The United States was now the paramount power in the Gulf of Mexico, and, because the island was the strategic center of the entire Caribbean region, the next step lay obviously in its direction. In spite of the repeated rebuffs the United States had had from Mexico for its offers of money in exchange for territory, the president and his associates concluded they could bargain with the Spaniards for the island. They rationalized, as they had previously done in the case of California, that Cuba was of no value to its owner. John L. O'Sullivan and Moses Y. Beach, agents in Mexico for Polk during the war, gave the president the idea, and he and his cabinet readily concurred. An offering price of $100 million was decided upon, a fair measure perhaps of how the war with Mexico had affected the value of strategic real estate. Buchanan sent the opening bid through the American minister to Spain, barely 2 weeks after the subject had first come up for discussion in the cabinet. There was also a chance of getting the peninsula of Yucatan free. An agent from that Mexican province had come to Washington during the war seeking protection against Indians who, he alleged, were being armed by the British for war on the whites. Spurious stories of British plots, no matter how improbable, for thwarting the United States and hemming it in were always at hand for putting a floor under American acquisitiveness. They had been used before with reference to California and Mexico and were to be used many times again. Polk and Buchanan were among the most gullible, displaying an eagerness to believe that supplied moral justification for their own ambitions. With Yucatan and Cuba annexed, the Gulf of Mexico would become a closed sea. Interest in Yucatan waned, but Cuba was too important and the prospects for incorporating it were too good to be lost sight of. Given their faith in the power of money, Polk and his cabinet overlooked one factor that would have impressed a more realistic government. Alarmed by the American invasion of Mexico, Spain built up a formidable garrison in Cuba, reputed to number 20,000 men. So the American overture of 1848 got an unusually sharp response from Madrid. Spain would rather see the isle sunk in the sea. 47 proposals for buying Cuba were put forward from time to time during the next decade, the most optimistic overture being made by the Pierce administration in 1854. Pierce advanced the offering price to $130 million, reasoning that a generous cash payment would make it easy for the Spaniards to clear themselves of a debt owed the House of Rothschild and other international banking firms. Neither Polk nor Pierce had to concern themselves with the domestic problem of persuading Congress to vote the money, for the Spaniards registered only indignation whenever the question arose. The Spanish foreign minister, Calderón de la Barca, possessed evidence of a conspiracy in the United States to foment rebellion in the island, and accordingly the Spanish government kept up its military defenses. At one point, in 1852, when a Whig administration known to be opposed to adding the island was in office, Spain raised the question of an alliance with Britain and France, but the latter will not move without the United States. The object was to obtain a disclaimer of any intention to possess Cuba and to make it known that the powers were against attempts at subversion. The Whig administration of Millard Fillmore gave the proposal respectful consideration but eventually turned it down, taking refuge in the proposition that Cuba might someday fall to the United States in the natural order of things. Edward Everett of Massachusetts wrote the communication, making it rather obvious that he was writing for its effect on public opinion at home rather than on European diplomats. Territorially and commercially, he declared, Cuba would, in our hands, be an extremely valuable possession. But he made no appeal, direct or indirect, to the Monroe Doctrine, it still being the exclusive stage property of the Democrats. Britain and France, on their part, assumed the same position vis-a-vis Cuba that they had toward Mexico. They would not be trapped into an alliance that might bring on war with the United States. British and French policies were basically and consistently different toward America from the way they were toward Russia, against whom they were committed for the defense of Turkey. 48 plots against Spanish rule in Cuba started with O'Sullivan in 1848 and spread to include important men in the United States from both North and South. O'Sullivan had some obscure personal ties in the island, and he visited President Polk to tell of a design on the part of well-to-do Cuban sugar planters to rebel and to seek annexation. The rationale behind this movement was the protection that it would give the planters in obtaining slaves, thousands of whom were now being imported annually into Cuba. With the island annexed to the United States and elevated to the rank of a state, slavery and the slave trade would have a surer footing. Cuba, declared Buchanan, appreciated the advantages of annexation and was now ready to rush into our arms. On the negative side there was an alleged British plot to Africanize Cuba. The kernel of truth in this story, which was widely believed, lay in Lord Palmerston's strenuous crusade against the slave trade. Moreover, Palmerston in December 1848 passed the word to Calderón de la Barca that, in his opinion, Spain's best chance for keeping the island would be to emancipate the Negro population, to whom annexation would be intolerable. But Spain paid no heed to the advice, and there was no plot. 49 three-armed attempts, originating in New Orleans and subsidized by interested men, were made against Cuba in 1849 to 1851, but none of them succeeded and none was matched by a planters' insurrection in the island. The most daring and ruthless plan was hatched in 1853, after the Democrats had returned to power. Governor John A. Quitman of Mississippi was its moving spirit, but he had powerful support from other men and President Franklin Pierce was kept at least partially informed. A junta of revolutionary Cubans collaborated with Quitman, their part being to organize a revolt on the island. On a given day Quitman was to lead an invading force in support of the insurgents. But the Spanish were again equal to the occasion, Quitman lost his nerve, and the whole scheme collapsed. Meanwhile the Pierce administration revived Polk's futile scheme of buying the island and authorized its minister to Spain, Pierre Sol, who was one of Quitman's collaborators, to detach Cuba from Spain. But without Quitman and a successful invasion, this was an idle word. The Pierce administration showed that it had learned nothing from previous failures, and at home it had already fallen on evil times through its support of the ill-fated Kansas-Nebraska Act. The Gulf of Mexico, however, was the American Black Sea, a comparison drawn by the American minister to Mexico James Gadsden, in 1855. The parallel came naturally, Britain and France, at war with Russia and laying siege to Sebastopol in the Crimea, meant to keep Russia away from Turkey and the eastern Mediterranean. Favana, observed Gadsden, was another Sebastopol and Mexico in its weakness was the Turkey of America. Cuba and Mexico must be kept inside the American sphere of influence. Like Turkey, moreover, they were the keys to a vital trade route not to be shared with rival powers. But Gadsden in Mexico City was having no more success than had his counterpart in Madrid, Pierre Sol. Ever since Polk had made the demand for transit rights across the Isthmus of Tehuantepec, repeated attempts had been made to obtain the grant. Gambling on its success, A private concern had actually sent down 50 surveyors to lay out a railway route and had put $100,000 into the enterprise. But these activities, coupled with a filibustering attack on Guaymas, served only to multiply Mexican fears of subversion and conquest. Toward the end of the decade, the Buchanan administration was still trying to extract the concession. A route across the northern provinces, with Guaymas as the outlet, was another possibility. Moreover, the Sierra Madre Mountains were more of a natural boundary than the Rio Grande. In 1857, the Buchanan government proposed $15 million for Chihuahua, Sonora, and Lower California. Guaymas was thought to be indispensable, and Lower California would extend the long ocean frontage believed necessary for the expansion of business with Australia and the Orient. John Forsyth, a former Secretary of State and the Buchanan administration's representative in Mexico City, favored a loan as the best way to proceed, a kind of floating mortgage upon the territory of a poor neighbor, useless to her, valuable to us, which in the end would be paid by a peaceable foreclosure. In March 1858, Forsyth proposed a formal negotiation with the Mexican Minister of Foreign Affairs, only to encounter a terse refusal. French influence was now uppermost in Mexico City, but it could not be permitted to continue. "We cannot afford to play dog in the manger with our Monroe Doctrine," observed Forsyth. "Otherwise Mexico would become the battleground for the maintenance of American supremacy. I am of course a believer in manifest destiny," he added. "In other words, I believe in the teachings of experience and history, and that our race, I hope our institutions are to spread over this continent, and that the hybrid races of the West must succumb to, and fade away before the superior energies of the white man." But Americans were deeply distrusted in Mexico, and the filibustering attacks had worsened the situation. The Mexican government itself could do nothing to preserve order, but the people of Mexico have been taught to believe, from the examples cited to them in California and Texas, that their property titles, especially to land, would not be respected by their new rulers. I have the opinion of the most intelligent men I meet here, that this circumstance alone has saved to the Republic of Mexico the fidelity of Tamaulipas, New Leon, Chihuahua, and Sonora. It was then futile to keep on with efforts to get so much territory away from Mexico. The country was torn asunder by civil war, with the revolutionary regime led by the Indian Benito Juarez claiming the north, but the traditional party allied with the military and the church clinging to the capital. By invoking a threat of intervention, the American minister in 1859 induced the latter to put its name to a paper granting away valuable transit rights. But by this time the United States was itself nearing the brink of civil war, and at the end of the year the whole matter ground to a halt. A stimulus of a different sort came from Central America in 1848, contemporaneous with Polk's bid for Cuba. In Central America there actually were established British interests, centered in 3 separate locali. Ties, in British Honduras, a timber settlement then called Belize that dated back to the 17th century, in the Bay Island off the coast of Honduras, where freed Negroes came from the West Indies after 1838, and on the Mosquito Coast, an 800-mile stretch of land to the east of Nicaragua, of which a small portion north of the San Juan River was inhabited by an Indian tribe. 2 resident British officials, the superintendent in charge of Belize and the charge d'affaires in Guatemala, conceived of resuscitating a federation of the Central American republics that had expired in 1839 and making it into a model British sphere of influence. This seemed to them a wise preventive measure at a time when the United States was occupying Mexico. Lord Aberdeen had taken a false step in 1845 in allowing the Belize superintendent to make a king out of the Mosquito Indian chief and in putting him under British protection. Palmerston followed in 1847 with a second error in supporting the charge's recommendation for regularizing the boundaries of the Mosquito Kingdom. The southern extremity of the new kingdom included the San Juan River, which of the several possible transismian routes seemed in 1849 the most inviting. A transit company incorporated in New York in that year had obtained from Nicaragua a concession for an exclusive right-of-way running all the way across the isthmus, an official American agent signed a treaty with that country ignoring the Mosquito Protectorate and thus putting the United States on a collision course with Great Britain. Polk and the Democrats having been displaced by the Whigs, a deadlock was averted at least for the time being by a treaty that put the emphasis on cooperation, rather than on rivalry, between Great Britain and the United States. The Clayton-Bulwer Treaty of April 1850 made use of a formula neutralizing Central America and pledged encouragement to any private corporation ready to put money into a transit route provided the route was free and open without discriminatory charges to all users. The second stipulation made for little difficulty and remained, for practical purposes, a dead letter, partly because a competitive railroad across the Panama Isthmus was completed only 6 years later and operated on a profitable basis. But the first point turned into a political albatross because, as Sir Henry Bulwer himself admitted, the treaty tacitly set aside the Monroe Doctrine, viz., that the states of Europe have nothing to do with the states of America. Neutralization, to be effective, required a complete hands-off policy on the part of both powers. Neither should colonize or exercise political influence, direct or indirect, neither should make use of any alliance or of any intimacy that it might have with any Central American state to get the advantage over the other. But the tangle of international politics made this difficult. Central America was a natural power vacuum of weak and jealous republics, unable to federate and to work in unison. Nicaragua relied on the United States to advance its interests. The Democrats, returning to power in 1853 and eager to promote the Monroe Doctrine, lost no time in taking up the cause. Their maneuvers to gain the ascendancy in Central America were related to the plans for annexing Cuba. Buchanan, now in London by his own choice as minister, tried his hand at pushing the British government into an agreement not merely to withdraw from Mosquito but also to cancel its relationships with Belize and the Bay Islands. In the case of all three, legal irregularities supplied Buchanan with some leverage. More realistic than these factors, however, was a series of incidents that brought trouble to Nicaragua. First came a surprise bombardment of Greytown at the mouth of the San Juan River. This was the act of an American naval vessel against a de facto self-governing community, ostensibly as a reprisal for certain misdeeds committed by the local people but linked, in some mysterious way, with the private interests of Cornelius Vanderbilt, whose man, William Walker, was planning a filibustering attack on Nicaragua. Walker's party, furnished with recruits and supplies by Vanderbilt, seized the Nicaraguan capital city in 1855, ran the government, and was subsequently recognized by the Pierce administration as the legitimate head of Nicaragua. But Walker then had a fallout with his benefactor, and when the latter cut him off, his local Nicaraguan enemies drove him from the country. In 1859 to 1860 certain legal adjustments followed that so confined British interests as to nullify the tendency visible in 1850 to develop this sensitive area into a British sphere of influence. All of Mosquito, including the San Juan River, was handed over to Nicaragua subject only to a clause guaranteeing the Indian tribe in its local habitat. The Bay Islands were turned over to Guatemala. Only the Belize settlement was left untouched, although its constitutional status was regularized by elevating it to the rank of an autonomous crown colony. 51. On the part of the United States, the intention extending over a 10-year period was to continue the imperial thrust into the Caribbean begun by Polk, to incorporate Cuba and, if politically possible, to convert it into at least one slave state and possibly two, to slice up Mexico, leaving it confined to the Central Valley, and to develop Central America into a sphere of influence. Manifest Destiny and the Monroe Doctrine were interchangeable terms used to verbalize these ambitions, the latter making especially good rhetoric as a means of challenging Great Britain. Manifest Destiny verbalized the superiority of the Anglo-American racially as the leader of the white races, politically because of his success with Republican government triumphant over monarchy, religiously because Protestantism was freedom, Catholicism was tyranny. The irony of these ambitions was that internal forces were at work tearing the United States itself apart. None of the numerous schemes for national aggrandizement even approached success during this decade. Disunion prevailed instead and mounted a vast civil war leading to the defeat and degradation of the southern states. With the Union restored in 1865 under Northern hegemony, the onward thrusts of American imperialism began anew. 5. In their declared objective of secession and independence, the Confederate States of America, much after the manner of the American Patriot Party of 1775, expected assistance from Europe on a scale large enough to ensure them a speedy victory. Cotton was king, in the minds of the Southern leaders, for without an unbroken supply of raw cotton for which there was no other source, the economies of the several European countries would grind to a halt. This was thought to be especially true of Great Britain, the leading mass producer of cotton cloth, but France too was a large buyer of American raw cotton. In a word, once deprived of this essential commodity, the two European powers would have no choice but to come to the aid of the Confederacy. No such intervention occurred, however. The American Civil War, bitter and lengthy as it was, never developed into a world war nor even into a situation where the North stood in fear of Anglo-French participation. The struggle remained, in other words, an intersectional conflict. As it has been accurately described. Unlike most wars of comparable severity, it remained a localized war. This factor is commonly overlooked, but nevertheless, it is of primary historical importance. If you are resolved to succeed against the South, have no war with England was the sound advice of John Bright, one of the leading anti-slavery leaders in Britain, and the responsible Americans who read this warning took it seriously. They avoided giving cause for provocation, such as William H. Seward proposed to do in his early days as Secretary of State. Seward was distrusted in England, and his close friend, Thurlow Weed, whom he sent to investigate, candidly advised him to have a care. With England, as an auxiliary to rebellion, wrote Weed, we are crushed out. The central point is that the British resolve to be neutral was the good fortune of the United States. British neutrality was of capital importance, and the Confederates, who did not get the aid they needed, were doomed to disappointment. The British government issued its proclamation of neutrality on May 12, 1861, followed by a similar French proclamation. In retrospect, it is curious to observe that these acts were regarded in the North at that time and for long after as unfriendly gestures. The New York banker August Belmont and the retired statesman of Boston Edward Everett gave expression to this attitude in their private letters, the one to his friend Baron Rothschild in London, the other to Lord John Russell, the British Foreign Secretary whom Everett knew well. The burden of these complaints was that Britain had shown lack of sympathy for a cause that it was supposed to favor, that in its readiness to admit the rebellious states to an equality with the constitutional government of the Union, it had evinced only a cold neutrality. Because Britain had long committed itself to the cause of anti-slavery, its legalistic attitude brought surprise and disappointment in the North. The occasion for the proclamation was the prior announcement by the Lincoln administration of its intention to blockade the southern ports, that is, of its plan for intensive economic warfare against the rebels, stopping the sale of their money crop and therefore their means to buy supplies and war material abroad. Belmont insisted that the rebels were pirates, to be treated accordingly, and protested against putting them on the footing of belligerents. It was the first step towards recognizing the Confederacy. Your press, wrote Lord John Russell in reply, has studiously confused the case by calling the allowance of belligerent rights by the name of recognition. But there was a difference. There were 5 million freemen in the slave states in open revolt. It is not our practice to treat as pirates, and to hang their sailors if they attempt to stop our merchantmen. But unless we meant to treat them as pirates and to hang them, we could not deny them belligerent rights. 52. Especially built for commercial warfare. A strenuous legal argument developed over the question of whether the sale of such vessels on order to the Confederacy was a violation of British neutrality. However, whether legal or not, these cases had little, if any, effect on the outcome of the war. Their principal significance was due to the passions aroused after the war was over. To quiet these heated arguments, international law was revised in 1870 to meet with the American interpretation. In Captain Bullock, a former United States naval officer, the Confederates had a very effective buying agent in England. "We are keeping close watch here upon Cap Bullock," reported Henry Shelton Sanford, a frequent correspondent of Seward's. "I know him well of old. He is admirably fitted for this business, prompt, energetic, 8C wary, 8C he is taking great precautions. If he can get out with a vessel 8C arms, he will be apt to get her safely in. I think we shall be able to find his vessel, when he gets one. I have directed special attention 8C it's costly upon all his movements." Far more important than the operations of these Confederate commerce raiders was the blockade developed by the Union Navy. "The success of this tremendous struggle," observed Edward Everett while writing to Seward of his correspondence with the British Foreign Secretary, "next to preventing a successful move on Washington, will depend on the stringent of the blockade of the southern ports. Nothing but an effective blockade will be respected by Europe, and a single crop of cotton left on the hands of the planters will do more to settle the question, than any military success, however brilliant. But to establish a reasonably effective blockade would take time, as well as a change of tactics by setting warships to cruise along the major sea lanes from Europe to the West Indies, whereas in the wars of the 18th century contraband was transshipped. The business in contraband of war 8C smuggling generally to the south is prodigious," reported Sanford. "Liverpool is the great centre of it. 8C a bitter partisan spirit for the south is prevalent there. 53 Manchester, the centre of the British cotton manufacturing industry, took the war better, even after the surpluses of the raw product had melted away and the mills had to close down. Though horribly alarmed as they have reason to be," wrote Sanford, "I think are convinced that they will only injure their cause by giving any aid or comfort to the South." French manufacturers were more difficult. They only knew America as a large cotton field, with some patches of tobacco. And, unlike Britain, who could draw on the cotton of India, the French had no other source of supply. The Emperor Louis Napoleon was afraid of riots in the manufacturing districts, however, in spite of the traditional hatreds 8C jealousies existing among the people in France. "Rely upon it," admonished Sanford, "the most ardent desire of the Emperor is to keep in favor with his neighbors across the Channel. He has, in almost everything, ended by yielding to English views. Britain's power and influence in Europe," continued Sanford, who understood continental politics, "had never been greater than now, but Britain was too prudent to venture into American affairs." 54. This was Thurlow Weed's judgment too. Northern prosecution of the war was hard on European economic interests, but not to the point of serious intention of intervening to force the North to make peace. Southern diplomacy made scant impression in Europe. Northern diplomacy in the capable hands of Seward kept within the bounds of prudence and good temper, accepting with good grace the coldly neutral policy of the British government. 55. Meanwhile in 1862 the Emperor Louis Napoleon started on a novel venture of his own in Mexico. Louisiana French who came to Paris seeking help for the Confederacy and political exiles from Mexico seeking the restoration of a European-supported monarchy as that country's only salvation attracted the romantic fancies of the nephew of the great Napoleon. Sanford analyzed the intervention for Seward's benefit as follows. "It is this talk about the Latin races 8C the Catholics of which France is the natural protector abroad, of the fear of the preponderance 8C menacing growth of the Democratic Republic which I have heard re-echoed ad nauseam in Parisian salons. In the back of Napoleon's mind lay the hope of bringing order to Mexico and of restoring the authority and prestige of France as the natural leader of the Catholic New World against the Protestant Republic of the North. But the venture did not fare well. Yellow fever and Mexican guerrilla resistance took a heavy toll of the French army, and a whole year was consumed in advancing from Veracruz to Mexico City. The French public did not take to the idea," Sanford reported. "The people feel keenly the losses of their relatives' SC friends by inglorious deaths from disease contracted in distant lands SC for a cause in which they have no sympathy. The money question is weighing more SC more heavily. I am told that the drafts which came from Mexico a fortnight ago were not paid, and how to provide for this unlucky expedition has become a source of serious reflection to the French government. Bitter reproach, I am told, among some of its members. From Paris, Third-Wold, always a keen observer, wrote Seward a very knowing letter that the secretary, cured of his earlier rashness, fortunately observed. And now I beseech you, if it be too late, to let Mexico alone. I am startled by a report that you are preparing a protest against the movement of France, England, and Spain. I trust devoutly that this fresh calamity is not in your thoughts. Wait, for Heaven's sake, until we have proved that our government survives, before challenging those that have stood for centuries. The right to question European governments, on this point is at best doubtful. To assume it while struggling for existence, ourselves, is impudent and absurd. When we are strong enough to drive monarchies off the American continent, and we want wars, it will, I suppose, be undertaken. But to say that other governments shall let Mexico alone until we get ready to conquer or steal the remainder of that territory, is a folly for which we shall be humbled and punished. Louis Napoleon is not the man to hold on to the wheel when it is rolling very fast downhill, opined John Lathrop Motley from Vienna, whence the Emperor of the French was seeking the Austrian Prince Maximilian as his candidate for the Mexican throne. Although Maximilian, to his own cost, accepted the call, Seward wisely continued to follow Weed's good advice even after his hands were freed by the victory over the South. From John Bigelow, who headed the American legation in Paris, he received a stream of letters recommending caution and restraint. Napoleon was embarrassed and would appreciate our forbearance. Congress in 1865 was getting restive, but a challenge to French pride would spoil the play. Moreover, clouds were gathering over Germany, and the regeneration of Mexico was no longer even a dream. It behooved Napoleon to withdraw his troops as rapidly as practicable. As for the United States, Bigelow at the end of December 1865 had some reflections. A war involves many calamities, but the greatest would be the necessity of taking Mexico under our protection. Our country has taken a prodigious extension of power and resources in every direction within a few years. It is a great empire. Its political organization is not equal to its necessities. I hope we shall not have to put it to the test which the obligation to furnish Mexico with a government would impose. I fear that Mexico would take Washington before the experiment was over. 56. Seward shared the good sense of his advisers and refrained from lecturing the French on the Monroe Doctrine, but otherwise he lost no time in resuming the process of empire building. Tentative moves to renew the southward thrust into the Caribbean met with a stalemate. The secretary was attracted to the possibilities of a protectorate over the Dominican Republic, the subject of an intrigue by certain private interests since the time of President Pierce. Samana Bay, on the island's north shore, looked good as a future naval base, but when in 1867 the crucial bargaining moment arrived, the Dominican politicians backed away. Seward also tried and lost in the Virgin Islands, and with this disappointment the onward march of American power in the Caribbean had to be deferred to a later day. These disappointments were minor alongside the unexpected triumph in the northwest corner of the continent. The Russians, after long debating the matter among themselves, offered to sell Alaska to the United States. Since the founding of Vladivostok in 1858, Russia had been looking southward toward Manchuria as its future sphere of influence. Alaska meant nothing to Russia politically, it was too remote, economically it was profitless. In Seward's mind, however, it could be everything to the United States. The finger pointed at Asia, the backdoor to British North America. Seward looked upon Alaska as the sure stepping stone to world empire, its much heralded mineral wealth won over the more hard-headed members of the Senate. But as leverage to use against the British and the Canadians, it did not work. Realizing the moment of crisis had arrived for them, the Canadians took parallel action to head off the United States from taking over the rest of the continent, including themselves. First, in March 1867 they formed the Dominion of Canada, which became official in the same month that Seward signed his treaty with Russia. Then, with the financial backing of the British government, they took over the prairie northwest from the Hudson's Bay Company. And finally, in 1870 they incorporated into the Dominion the provinces of British Columbia and Manitoba, thereby making a reality of the Canadian motto a mare usque ad mare. This counterforce exploded the age-old American dream of a continental empire. 57. 4. The shift to global expansion 1865 to 1900. Edward P. Crapola and Howard Schonberger. In the aftermath of the Spanish-American War, the United States firmly established hegemony in the Caribbean and became a major power in the Pacific. It acquired colonies and strategic bases in Puerto Rico, Cuba, Hawaii, Guam, Wake Island, and the Philippines, and committed itself to commercial expansion in China and elsewhere with the open door policy. The new overseas empire that Americans controlled in 1900 promised increased markets and investment opportunities. It fed national and racial pride and redeemed the belief in the manifest destiny of the United States to bring freedom and republican institutions to the rest of the world. The nation's security perimeter extended thousands of miles from American shores, and any change in the equilibrium of the Far East or Latin America henceforth would be viewed as matters of vital national concern. The emergence of the United States as a major imperial power in the world was not the result of a sudden fit of absent-mindedness, nor was it forced upon reluctant Americans by other nations. Businessmen, politicians, editors, agrarian spokesmen, and others helped lay the foundation of the new American empire as the rapid agricultural and industrial transformation of the nation after the Civil War brought severe crises and raised new foreign policy issues. The attempt by several leading foreign policy figures to realize their vision of America as a supreme world power before the dramatic events of the 1890s is one index that belies the view of the post-Civil War era as isolationist. During the 1860s, Secretary of State William H. Seward purchased Alaska, hoped to annex Canada and Hawaii, and sought strategic colonies in the Caribbean. For the Orient, Seward urged an open-door policy of commercial expansion a generation before John Hay. In the next decade, President Ulysses S. Grant paved the way for American control of the Pacific with the Hawaiian Reciprocity Treaty and claims to Samoa. Grant also held imperial ambitions in the Caribbean that almost led to military interventions in Cuba and Santo Domingo. James G. Blaine became during the 1880s a symbol of the increased aggressiveness of American diplomacy. Obsessed with displacing the British from the Western Hemisphere, Secretary of State Blaine championed unilateral American control over any Isthmian canal, fathered the notion of a Pan-American Union dominated by the United States, and engaged in a major diplomatic confrontation with the British over Chile in 1891 to 1892. The dynamics of American diplomacy after the Civil War were related to, but not mechanistically determined by, economic forces and issues. Three principal groups influenced foreign policy decisions: farm businessmen, including cattlemen, dairymen, fruit growers, and wheat raisers, the 136. Merchant and shipping interests, and the industrial and financial community. Generally, historians who discuss domestic influences upon the emerging imperial foreign policy have focused upon the industrialists and the bankers. They argue that this community expanded its share of the total wealth of the nation, dominated both political parties and Congress, and found abundant opportunities in the domestic market until the economic depression of the 1890s. Only then did the concerted search for foreign markets for industrial surpluses arouse American interest in world affairs and launch the nation on an imperial course. Such interpretations overlook the role of the vast majority of Americans who lived in small towns and rural areas in the inception of the new overseas expansionist drive. Encouraged by the rapidly extended railroad network, farmers put more new land under cultivation from 1865 to 1900 than had been opened during the first 250 years of American history. Although rural population relative to urban population decreased, there was an absolute population increase in rural areas during these years of almost 80%. Agricultural production of every sort increased spectacularly, more rapidly, as almost all contemporary observers confessed, than the domestic market could absorb. Agrarians suffered from severe depressions in each of the last 3 decades of the century, and the secular price index for farm products showed a steady decline throughout these years. The wholesale price of wheat, for example, was $2.16 per bushel in 1865, $1.40 in 1875, $0.86 in 1885, and $0.60 in 1895. Viewing their problems as businessmen geared to the market logic of laissez-faire capitalism, farmers attempted to extend the free marketplace to the world to absorb their surpluses and thereby ensure their prosperity and freedom at home. Although it did not call for a colonial empire, the agrarian conception of a world, rather than a continental, marketplace redefined the strategic boundaries of the United States and provided the criteria for determining international friends and enemies. The experience of the Depression of the 1870s played a particularly important role in the evolution and growth of this outlook among members of the agrarian community. Agricultural exports, which accounted for 78% of all domestic exports in 1879, 83% in 1880, and 82% in 1881, not only generated and sustained economic recovery from one of the worst depressions in the nation's history, but they also created the necessary foreign exchange and capital to continue further industrialization. Equally important, the export boom influenced the thinking of political leaders, businessmen, and industrialists and directed a number of them, such as Secretary of State William M. Evarts, to the view that the expansion of foreign markets was essential to the future success of the United States. The development of the market expansionist mentality of the agrarian majority during the post-Civil War period becomes crucial to an understanding of why the United States embarked on an imperial course with the cooperation of a broad consensus of the people. Throughout these years, agrarians of the South and West felt a humiliating sense of dependence upon the Northeast and England as sources of capital and vital markets for agricultural exports. They explicitly defined their position as one of being domestic colonials and frequently compared their plight to other colonial societies such as India and Ireland. They complained incessantly of their inferior status as subjects in an imperial relationship with the Northeast and England serving as the metropolitan centers. Farm businessmen demanded in strident tones their own and the nation's commercial, financial, and political freedom and independence. They chafed under the limitations imposed by having the prices of their goods and the cost of their money determined in a foreign metropolis. Northeastern manufacturers, railroadmen, middlemen, bankers, and politicians stifled the farmers' market outlets abroad by their strategy of working within, rather than challenging, the British imperial system. By the 1870s the agrarian majority, no longer satisfied to be simply tail to the London kite, asserted that the United States could play a lone hand and ask no odds of any nation on the globe. This country assumed the commercial and monetary hegemony of the world. Specifically, the farmers pushed Washington to challenge the restrictive trade and monetary policies of European nations and the British dominance of Latin American markets. Unanswered, such protests and demands of the agrarian majority threatened the industrial and financial community's political dominance. Moreover, the onset of severe and regular economic downturns undermined the faith of the metropolis in its ability to maintain effective control over the economy as well. How to blunt and to defeat the farmers' protest movement, to resolve the host of social and economic problems created by the abrupt fluctuations of the business cycle, and to unite a divided and angry nation became the compelling issues confronting metropolitan leaders after 1870. These men increasingly accepted and acted upon the overproduction analysis of the American economy made by the agrarians. Steel magnate Andrew Carnegie, for example, advocated a foreign policy during the 1880s that would find markets for industrial surpluses. Perhaps the earliest and most sophisticated policy maker to adopt and to modify the agrarians' push for overseas markets in the interests of the metropolis was James G. Blaine. He believed that domestic peace and prosperity, social stability, and the preservation of the existing political system depended upon overseas market expansion backed by an imperial foreign policy. The industrial and financial community, however, remained divided over such analyses and tactics. the vacillations and delays in such foreign policy disputes as Cuban and Hawaiian reciprocity, the Isthmian Canal Treaty, and the refusal to approve the agreement of the Berlin Conference on the Congo reflected this split. President Grover Cleveland and many others in Congress, while favoring commercial expansion, feared premature confrontations with Great Britain that would lead to direct government involvement on behalf of private individuals or corporations. Not until the cataclysmic depression of the 1890s did the metropolis reach a consensus on the necessity of adopting and adapting the expansionist outlook and strategy of the agrarians. The background for America's imperial outburst at the close of the 19th century has been carefully traced through the complex diplomatic maneuverings of statesmen from Seward to John Hay. Such accounts necessarily eschew or slight discussion of the development of the expansionist outlook that dominated the thinking of the vast majority of Americans, especially the agrarians, and which so greatly influenced the policy-making elite. By investigating through a topical format certain facets of the evolving expansionist dogma, evidenced in the campaigns for cheap rail and water transportation, the development of a merchant marine, and the struggles over the currency and tariff, a more complete picture of the underlying internal forces that shaped foreign policy in those years is added to our conventional understanding. Such an approach makes clear the halting, groping, and painful nature of the historical process as American expansionists, unaware of what alternative strategy held the key to possible success in the world marketplace, advocated first one solution and then another in their effort to capture foreign markets. In the Civil War and Reconstruction years, commercial expansionist pressures emanated from farmers and merchants in the West who confronted growing agricultural surpluses and a deepening commitment to fluctuating international markets. Believing that the struggle for world power was primarily commercial, they emphasized to policymakers that changes in the marketplace structure, particularly a more efficient and regulated transportation network for their competitive exports, was crucial for attaining dominance overseas. Although the debates over internal transportation within the international context continued until the end of the century, the role of the American merchant marine and the use of tariff mechanisms for expanding foreign markets dominated the expansionist thinking of the 1880s and early 1890s. Seaboard interests generated a highly nationalistic debate over the necessity of a revived merchant marine to open new foreign markets and to serve as an essential adjunct to a growing naval fleet. Whatever the motives of special interests, the tariff, particularly the strategy of reciprocity, was conceived as a weapon of diplomacy and directly influenced the economic and political relations of the United States with foreign countries. Finally, the free silver campaign of the populists subsumed all other issues by the 1890s around which the outline of the American commercial empire was being drawn. The adherence of metropolitan businessmen and politicians XO the gold standard, the farmers argued, made the whole American economy dependent upon Great Britain and hindered trade prospects with silver-backed currency countries in Asia and Latin America. Although this and other campaigns failed, or were only marginally successful, they do illuminate the thought processes that ultimately created an expansionist consensus that would be transformed into policy and be implemented into practice at the close of the 19th century. The objective of commercial empire remained constant, only the tactics were altered to cope with the changing reality. In the battle for control of the world marketplace, such policy makers as William H. Seward, James G. Blaine, Henry Cabot Lodge, and Presidents Grant and Harrison, to name but a few, joined agrarian spokesmen in defining the contest as primarily one with England. The influence and power of England were everywhere apparent. It possessed a formal and informal global empire. It was the world's banker. It was the workshop of the world. Its merchant fleet dominated the ocean trade lanes. And to protect these far-flung interests, Her Majesty's Navy ruled the waves. As the United States began to challenge Britain's commercial supremacy in the Western Hemisphere and elsewhere, the economic expansionists became acutely aware of the limitations upon American diplomacy unsupported by strategic and military power. In the worldwide struggle for commercial supremacy, American diplomacy increasingly relied on a strong navy. The debates over the new Navy launched with the construction bills of 1883 and 1890 are thus important keys to the understanding of the development of America's overseas empire at the end of the century. In the decade before Captain Alfred Thayer Mahan's influential writings became widespread, naval enthusiasts adopted the overseas market expansion logic of the agrarians and made explicit the wide concern that commercial war might lead to military conflict. In a Senate debate of 1884 over additional construction of steel cruisers for the Navy, John F. Miller of California asserted that Latin America was our India, providing new markets to keep every business of the country at full capacity. But he warned opponents of the naval appropriation that if we reach out to secure this great prize of commerce we shall excite the jealousy of other peoples, and we shall be led, perhaps, into complications, which we shall extricate ourselves from if we are prepared to meet our enemies. The implementation of the big Navy program of armored cruisers and first-class battleships awaited Secretary of the Navy Benjamin F. Tracy. Tracy believed that the sea will be the future seat of empire. 140. And we shall rule it as certainly as the sun doth rise. He predicted that the Caribbean and the Pacific would be future naval battlegrounds because American interests had grown so rapidly and were too important to be left longer unprotected. Although not much interested in overseas colonies. Per S.E., Tracy, with the support of President Harrison, argued that the success of future commercial expansion and naval growth depended upon the acquisition of strategically located coaling and naval stations in the Danish West Indies, Haiti, Peru, Hawaii, and Samoa. The traditional sphere of American political influence had been extended thousands of miles beyond the continental borders. The explosive package of a market expansion outlook, commercial and diplomatic conflicts with British power in the Caribbean and Pacific, and a growing navy was ignited by the spark of the Depression of the 1890s. The militant upsurge of agrarian protests symbolized by the populist movement, labor troubles in the urban centers, and the direct economic pressures on manufacturing and financial giants persuaded all reluctant metropolitan leaders to accept the market expansion approach the agrarians had been pushing for a generation. By the crucial election of 1896 the two major political parties offered alternative strategies of capturing overseas markets in order to ensure domestic prosperity and resolve social conflicts. On the one hand, William Jennings Bryan and the Democratic Party, freed from the control of Grover Cleveland and the gold bugs, joined with the populists in placing their faith on the free coinage of silver that would break the British financial grip on international trade, provide leverage to open the vast silver-backed currency markets of Latin America and Asia, and free agriculturalists from the colonial tie to the northeastern metropolis. William McKinley and the Republicans, on the other hand, countered with a double-pronged campaign. To defuse the popular silver sentiment among so many farmers, the Republicans promised vigorous efforts to secure an international agreement on bimetallism, which would allow for a currency backed by both gold and silver. International bimetallism would permit the United States to remonetize silver without the risk of being excluded from the gold standard market. At the same time, Republicans pledged to renew and reinvigorate the expansionist tactic of reciprocal trade treaties popularized by James G. Blaine in 1890. By threatening to raise tariffs on normally duty-free imports such as sugar, reciprocity provided the requisite economic and political force to open new markets for American surpluses. McKinley and the GOP, aided during the fall of 1896 by an unexpected upturn in farm prices that appeared to undercut the simplistic explanation of the link between the price of silver and the prices of farm products offered by the Silverites, handily defeated Bryan and the Democrats. In most traditional interpretations of later 19th century foreign policy, it is the events of the McKinley administration, especially the Cuban issue, and the outbreak of the Spanish-American War, that account for the United States' burst of imperialism at the turn of the century. Those dramatic episodes, along with the results of the war, when contrasted to the supposed quiescence of the preceding decades, are presented as the prime factors that led to world power being thrust upon the United States. However, by redefining and re-examining foreign policy in terms of the influence of so-called and often neglected domestic issues, the political struggles over internal transportation, the merchant marine, tariff, and currency. The overt imperialism at the end of the century appears more like the tip of the proverbial iceberg. By studying those issues, it becomes clear that the force behind the outward thrust lay in the economic nationalism that developed in the post-Civil War era around various arguments for the expansion of overseas markets. Railway and waterways. The drive for a more aggressive policy of overseas commercial expansion during the Civil War and Reconstruction years originated largely in the agricultural states of the Old West. The financial and industrial titans of the Northeast, turning to investments and markets within the national limits, found no immediate need for new foreign trade ventures. And Southerners, devastated by the war, were initially engaged in recovering their pre-war level of production and trade. But the West emerged from the Civil War buoyed with confidence and prosperity. Though the war had destroyed the market for foodstuffs in the South, Westerners were more than compensated by the increased demand of Union troops, Eastern urban dwellers, and especially English buyers. Spokesmen for farmer and merchant groups during the war noted that the West had become the granary of the world and that King Cotton had been dethroned by King Wheat as the major staple export in the balance of trade. The Civil War experience of large export demand forcefully indicated to Westerners that the vital determinant of prosperity was expanded markets for the rising production of the farms. The enthusiasm for commercial expansion in the West during the 1860s and 1870s, however, did not imply a large navy, strategic colonies, political entanglement with European powers, or other imperial measures. Farmers and merchants were supremely confident in their ability to produce foodstuffs in greater quantities and more cheaply than farmers in any other country of the world. They believed that the struggle for world power was primarily commercial rather than military or political, and they were convinced that changes in the marketplace structure at home were the principal means for attaining commercial dominance overseas. The vast flow of foodstuffs from the West during the Civil War, coupled with the blockade of the Mississippi River and the closing of the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad, aroused concern about the transportation system. Almost everyone recognized that improved transportation was necessary in order to lower costs and thereby to increase earnings for farmers and merchants in the West. But the demands for internal improvements, and later for railroad regulation, did not arise simply to enhance the standing of these groups within the existing marketplace. Numerous agrarian spokesmen pointed out that cheap and equitable transportation was necessary for enlarging the American marketplace to all parts of the world and thereby guaranteeing prosperity at home. Not all who employed such arguments were engaged directly in the export business. The common political and ideological ground of the cheap transportation agitation, however, was its appeal to commercial expansion and economic nationalism. As one Chicago delegate to the National Ship Canal Convention of 1863 claimed, only by reducing transportation costs on internal waterways could the West carry out its destiny of feeding Europe and bring all nations to pay tribute and bow before the scepter of our commerce. During the Civil War decade, William Henry Seward, a leading spokesman for the Republican Party who enjoyed a wide popularity in the West and who served as Secretary of State in 2 administrations, perhaps best symbolizes the concern to manipulate the internal transportation system to establish overseas commercial power. There was no project Seward cherished so persistently as that of a transcontinental railroad. He insisted that such a road was the technological instrument for American control of the markets of the Orient. In his view, the commerce of Asia had been the foundation of all commerce since the earliest ages and had furnished the basis for England's greatness. A transcontinental railroad would grasp the Asiatic trade for the United States and bring it to the peak of world power. In addition, Seward predicted that the railroad would develop the Northwest into a region whence the production for the support of human society in other crowded states must forever go forth. In Seward's view, however, more than railroads were needed to strengthen the home base and prepare for overseas expansion. Roads, canals, and deep harbors were essential to develop the internal resources of the country and to achieve independence from foreign influences. Taken together, all these developments in transportation and communication would obliterate state boundaries and produce a more centralized society at home. At the same time, American interests abroad would be extended. Railroads and telegraphs across the rivers and boundaries of Canada, Seward predicted, would inevitably draw that nation to the United States. Steamers on the lakes of Nicaragua, the railroad across the Isthmus of Panama, and the negotiations for an Isthmian canal all indicated to Seward that the motives to enlargement were gaining new vigor. 2. The construction of a transcontinental railroad and a national program of internal improvements, which Seward forthrightly advocated, had widespread appeal among farmers and merchants of the West. They understood the necessity of selling agricultural surpluses in the markets of the world and argued that cheaper transportation was one means to that end. By extending the area of commercial agriculture, however, cheaper transportation created ever larger surpluses and a growing commitment was made to the production of staple crops for distant markets. As Westerners became increasingly subject to the fluctuations of the generally declining international commodity prices, that only heightened their concern with the transportation problems. The impact of these changes was forcefully made upon the consciousness of many Westerners by the short, but sharp, economic recession of 1865–1866, followed by the extended and massive depression beginning in 1869. Noting the drop in prices for wheat and corn, the principal speaker before 500 delegates to a Mississippi River Improvement Convention in 1865 in Dubuque, Iowa, illustrated the intimate relationship between transportation and the export of surpluses. American farmers, he boasted, could control the price of grain in Liverpool. The only obstacle that prevents the Western produce from underselling and by successful competition driving foreign producers from their own market, is the want of cheap transportation. 2 years later, at a similar convention called in St. Louis to pressure Congress to appropriate funds for the Mississippi River, the delegates agreed that the problem in the West was not the ability to produce, it is the question of facility and cheapness of transportation which must be solved before we can monopolize the markets of the world. 3. That political entanglement was an unavoidable, if unwanted, byproduct of the drive for commercial expansion was reflected in the post-war agitation of the farmers and merchants of the Great Lakes region to obtain the privilege of using the St. Lawrence waterway. President Grant explained the problem to Congress in 1870. The whole nation is interested in securing cheap transportation from the agricultural states of the West to the Atlantic seaboard. He then castigated Great Britain for urging the Canadians to adhere to narrow and inconsistent claims on the American use of the St. Lawrence River and canals. The Commercial and Financial Chronicle, a leading business magazine, agreed with Grant's Canadian policy and made explicit the overall objective of cheaper transportation as a means of extending foreign markets. One great obstacle in the way of our more rapid commercial development, stated the editors, is the enormous cost of transportation from the West to the seaboard. The fullest competition between the railroads and the canals of both countries is the best possible means by which to obtain control of European markets as an outlet for our surplus products. The St. Lawrence question played only a small part in the talks leading to the Washington Treaty of 1871, and no provisions were made to improve the canals in the treaty. But the effort heightened the concern of the Grant administration with the transportation issue and the need for overseas markets. 4. The worsening agricultural depression after 1869 produced many other manifestations of the agitation for cheap transportation in the West. A flock of resolutions descended upon Congress from state legislatures and commercial organizations, as well as farmers' groups, for various projects. In Illinois, Missouri, and Ohio, activity for cheap transportation focused on the improvement of the Mississippi River. In Minnesota, Iowa, and Wisconsin, demands for cheaper routes to the seaboard centered on the Fox-Wisconsin River Project. The governors of those states traveled to Washington in 1870 to plead for the government purchase of the canal connecting the Fox and Wisconsin rivers. They also toured the East to generate wider interest there in the waterway. One of the gambits used by the West to gain Eastern support for this project was the promise to assist in securing appropriations for the Niagara Ship Canal on the American side of the Niagara River. The Iowa legislature memorialized Congress for the Niagara Canal early in 1872, insisting that the entire Mississippi Valley demanded facilities for reaching Eastern and European markets. Rates of transportation can be so reduced, the legislators argued, that the cereals and other agricultural products of the western states can at once command the provision markets of Western Europe. The legislature of Kansas made a similar demand for new and competing lines to the markets of the world, while Nebraskans argued that railroads, though necessary, could never cheapen the cost of transportation for heavy commodities like wheat for entry into the world marketplace. By the 1870s, moreover, many Southerners joined in the campaign for the improvement of the Mississippi River and other projects. This effort was headed by William M. Burwell of the New Orleans Chamber of Commerce and editor of Debo's Review. Burwell stressed the unity of interest between the South and West on the question of markets and transportation. He solicited the aid of flour millers, the Illinois Central Railroad, and numerous commercial groups in demanding the removal of the mud blockade at the mouth of the Mississippi in order to make New Orleans the entrepot for Southern and Western foreign trade. Correctly predicting that European countries would soon protect themselves against the flood of American agricultural exports, Burwell always linked the improvement of the Mississippi to the necessity for reciprocity treaties and steamship communications to open up alternate markets in Latin America. 5. The agitation across the nation for cheap transportation to the seaboard reflected the growing strength of the patrons of husbandry after 1869. The Grangers had serious grievances against merchants, millers, packers, grain elevator operators, and other middlemen in their own region. But these differences have tended to obscure the complementary objective of these groups for cheap transportation and expanded overseas markets for agricultural surpluses. Although not always in agreement upon a solution, they believed that the control of the railroad system of the West by and for the benefit of a small group of metropolitan capitalists frustrated their efforts to improve their position within the nation and to compete successfully in the foreign market. Committed to Adam Smith's principles of a free and open marketplace, Grangers argued that the state and national governments had to structure that marketplace in order for every businessman, including farmers, to have the opportunity to function successfully. As monopolies, railroad corporations threatened to destroy the whole system by limiting access to the marketplace and constricting the free flow of commerce. Government regulation of the railroads and internal improvement projects, Grangers believed, would open new market opportunities at home and abroad and end the colonial domination of the interior by the eastern metropolis. 6. That the state regulation drive of the Grangers rested upon this concern for the protection and expansion of the free marketplace is evidenced in the so-called Iowa Granger Law. The worthy master of the Iowa Grange struck a responsive chord when he suggested at the annual session of 1873 that any railroad legislation must consider that the ratio of present production in our state, which must find a market abroad, to what it will be in the future, is but small. The Granger, president of the Iowa State Agricultural Society, was even more emphatic on the same point. Speaking to the Iowa House Committee on Railways, he said that the Grangers wanted a bill that was fair to the people as well as the railroads. At the same time, the law would have to tend to such extension of reaching the markets of the world as seems to be demanded in the present and must become a necessity at no distant day. 7. Most Grangers recognized that the transportation problem extended well beyond the boundaries of any one state. A spokesman for the Illinois State Farmers Association summarized the problem succinctly. Illinois commissioners will want cheap freights to the seaboard, but they are powerless. Indiana, Ohio, and New York at least, are in the way. National legislation or regulation is needed. The Granger, governor of Iowa, argued in 1873 that even if the power of Iowa to regulate railroad rates was acknowledged, still it will not carry the power to regulate transportation in length and breadth to protect the people. Railroads are now not only national but international. Thus many Grangers joined in a vigorous campaign for national regulation of railroads. The movement climaxed in the House passage of the McCrary Bill of 1874, which in contrast to later federal railroad bills reflected the agitation for cheap transportation from the interior to the seaboard. The bill provided for a 9-man board of commissioners that would establish maximum rates on all state railroads. The McCrary Bill, however, failed to overcome the opposition of Senate conservatives, and Grangers were left to find other solutions to the transportation problem. 8. To achieve a form of indirect railroad regulation, as well as cheap transportation, Grangers joined in an organized campaign to secure federal funds for internal improvements. This campaign was predicated upon the need for alternative routes to foreign markets. The leader of the California Grange insisted that government aid was indispensable if farmers were to go into the foreign market and compete with all the world with their surpluses. The Oregon Grange demanded improvements on the Willamette and Columbia rivers because of the vital importance of transporting surpluses overseas. In Iowa, Illinois, Wisconsin, and other states in the Mississippi Valley, a call went out for a major strategy meeting of Granger leaders at Keokuk, Iowa, in 1873 to discuss the transportation outlets of the region to the European markets. Joseph Osborne of the Wisconsin State Grange was elected at Keokuk to lead the farmers' drive for cheap transportation to markets. He concentrated on coordinating the state Granges to force their congressmen to make a public commitment to a scheme for a continuous navigable water route from the Great Lakes to the Gulf of Mexico via the Fox, Wisconsin, and Mississippi rivers. Although encouraged at the outset by the determination of the farmers for cheap transportation, Osborne became disillusioned by the inability of the various state organizations to agree on the Gulf to Lakes river system. His final disappointment came at the National Grange meeting in February 1874. The Declaration of Purpose adopted by the convention called for the improvement of all facilities for cheap transportation in every practical way, but the only specific project mentioned was the improvement of the Mississippi River. 9. The general agitation of the Grangers and commercial groups in the West had a profound impact on Congress and the Grant administration. The first official response to the issues of cheap transportation and expanded foreign markets came in the annual report of 1872 of Secretary of the Treasury George S. Boutwell. His analysis of these issues in terms of American market expansion is striking. The contest for final peaceful supremacy in the affairs of the world, Boutwell stated, was tied to the ability to maintain specie payments and the condition of foreign trade. Every measure which increases or improves the channels of transportation between the seaboard and the cotton and grain growing regions of the country, or lessens the cost of freight, adds something to our capacity to compete successfully in the markets of the world. The same year President Grant called the attention of Congress to the various enterprises for the more certain and cheaper transportation of the constantly increasing western and southern products to the Atlantic seaboard, and then recommended a special committee to gather information on the subject. That push led to the creation of the Senate Select Committee on Transportation Routes to the Seaboard in April 1873, headed by Senator William Windom of Minnesota. The Windom Committee, so named for its energetic chairman, toured the country and gathered testimony from merchants, farmers, manufacturers, and railroad men. As it worked, a financial panic and business depression staggered the nation. The Windom Report, submitted to Congress in the spring of 1874, indicates forcefully that the agitation for cheap transportation and increased foreign markets was initially intensified and heightened by that crisis. 10. Reflecting over a decade of convention resolutions, political speeches, and congressional debate, the Windom Report dealt with the problem of cheap transportation in its international context. Grain production in the West had, since at least 1860, exceeded the local demand. As a result, the British market had been used to absorb the surplus. But the rising competition of the Russians, the result in good measure of internal improvements that reduced transportation charges from the Russian interior to the seaboard, made the continuation of the trade a very uncertain business. 1. Possible solution to the problem was to find a southern market for the surplus grain by improving transportation between the West and South. Not only would the West thereby be liberated from the fluctuations of the British market, but southern planters could devote their lands to increased production of cotton. Cotton exports would be increased and the recent gains by other cotton-supplying nations would be offset. Though that alternative appeared to be the most attractive, the Windham Report quietly laid it aside. Instead, the program for internal improvements was presented as a means to compete with the Russians and Indians in the British grain and cotton markets, while a program of market expansion in other areas of the world was simultaneously undertaken. If we would assure our imperiled position in the markets of the world, concluded the Windham Committee, reinstate our credit abroad, restore confidence and prosperity at home, and provide for a return to specie payment, let us develop our unequaled resources and stimulate our industries by a judicious system of internal improvements. 11. The Windham Report climaxed a decade of agitation for transportation reform and codified the major themes in the debate over the issue. First, it represented the deep commitment by Westerners, especially the farmers, to the view that their own and the nation's prosperity depended upon overseas markets. The head of the Iowa Grange and chairman of the National Granges Committee on Transportation, Colonel A.B. Smedley, read the Windham Report carefully and told his followers that its facts and ideas should be brought home to the thought and understanding of any farmer. He quoted it extensively and made its arguments his own. At the National Grange meeting in 1875, for example, Smedley made explicit the market orientation of his work. To make a free and open highway for our exports is the work, aim, and object of our order. Congress, he believed, should provide cheap and rapid means of transportation between all sections of the country and to the markets of the world. 12. The Windham Report showed, too, that a significant segment of the metropolitan community accepted the overseas market approach of the Westerners. The National Board of Trade commended the Windham Committee for its thoroughness and recommended congressional appropriations to start on the suggested improvements immediately. The nation applauded the report for emphasizing the competition between water routes and railroads as the best means of cheapening transportation to the seaboard. Even Senator Roscoe Conkling of New York accepted the analysis of the Windham Committee, although he questioned the power of Congress to undertake all the necessary projects. 13. Finally, the Windham Report showed how such nations as Russia, India, and Britain were defined as major threats to American prosperity. No suggestions were made for the adoption of imperial policies to deal with these threats. The struggle was largely seen as commercial and not political or military. By manipulating the internal transportation system, it was believed, Americans could achieve supremacy in world markets over all foreign competitors and guarantee their own well-being. The continued depression of the 1870s shifted the center of cheap transportation agitation from the west to the south. Fierce competition and rate wars between the major east-west trunk line railroads led through rates to decline more rapidly than commodity prices. In the drive for commercial expansion, Westerners turned their primary attention to the currency and tariff issues. Southern congressmen, however, abandoned their pre-war constitutional scruples and sought a larger share of internal improvements appropriations. The importance of the issue was illustrated in the congressional struggle over the plan for opening the mouth of the Mississippi River, the promise of Republican support for Southern improvements in the settlement of the disputed Hayes-Tilden election of 1876, and the organization of a strong congressional internal improvements coalition that greatly increased the South's share of the total appropriations throughout the 1880s. In all these efforts, spokesmen for the South emphasized that improved waterways in their region provided cheaper transportation for agricultural exports to world markets, sustained the nation's economic growth, and loosened the grip of Eastern merchants, bankers, and railroad men upon the interior. 14. Despite the substantial expenditures on various projects to improve navigation of internal waterways, competition of the railroads for bulk commodity traffic led to a general decline in river traffic in the South and elsewhere throughout the 1880s. The importance of internal improvements continued to be argued, but the stress was more on water routes as regulators of rail rates. The debate over cheap transportation to the seaboard, in fact, became submerged in the widening stream of agitation over national railroad regulation. The anarchical expansion of the railroads that began as the business depression of the 1870s drew to a close generated demands from farmers, merchants and railroad men themselves for law and order. Shippers and carriers had different and conflicting reasons for seeking regulation and different proposals for achieving their objectives. But there was one common concern. No party wanted a law that would impair the ability of the United States to export its surpluses, particularly the agricultural goods, that competed with other nations in the world market. Ironically, spokesmen for the railroad industry used the gamut of arguments for cheap transportation to the seaboard that agrarians and merchants had been pushing for 2 decades in order to defeat or modify various regulatory proposals that they found objectionable. They argued in the early 1880s that the Reagan Bill for railroad regulation, the main measure before Congress, would interfere with the export grain trade, the very key to the nation's prosperity. It would prevent the railroads from cutting down rates to keep the foreign market. Chauncey Depew, president of the New York Central, told a congressional hearing that the competition of wheat on the steppes of Russia in the Liverpool market, not railroad monopolies, controlled Chicago to New York rates on his railroad. Any attempt to fix or to regulate rates by the Reagan Bill would only hurt the country internationally. Henry Varnum Poor, editor of Pooph's Manual of Railroads, drew the same conclusion in 1881 from the fact that self-regulated railroads, more than any other instrument, had placed the United States in its present position before the world, by enabling the wheat grower in distant Dakota to compete successfully with the wheat grower of Western Europe in his accustomed markets. 15 agrarian supporters of Reagan's measure answered the arguments of the railroad men directly. Regulation was needed to ensure that the export trade not only would continue but also would return a large share of the profits of that trade to the producers. The Indiana Grange put the matter succinctly in 1880, national regulation will give to the farmer the benefit of a rise in European markets. Milton George, editor of the Western Rural. Prices must be in great measure lost. As exports from the United States declined and reports of increased competition from India and Russia after 1882 reached the American press, agitation for national regulation increased and prompted the passage of the Reagan Bill in the House early in 1885. But in the Senate Shelby M. Cullom pushed through a bill more acceptable to railroad interests and forced a deadlock between the two houses of Congress. The problem of cheap transportation for agricultural exports became a major focus of the public and congressional debate over the House and Senate's Compromise Regulatory Bill of 1886. Senator John Sherman of Ohio struck a responsive chord when he noted that everywhere there is fear that this bill, intended to relieve the people of the United States, may destroy our export trade. His concern centered on Section 4, the long and short haul clause, which said that a railroad could not charge more for intermediate or short hauls over a longer route in the same direction than the price of shipping goods over the entire route. Sherman explained that railroads might raise through rates from the west to maintain the more expensive short-haul rates, thereby obstructing the flow of exports. He insisted that there be provision in the application of Section 4 that would favor our export trade, provide competition between our wheat and the wheat of Russia and India. Senator George F. Hoar, who favored regulation in principle, opposed the final bill because it would strike at American exports by crippling the ability of American producers to underbid the naked Oriental. Although agreed on the need for market expansion, Western congressmen were suspicious of the export arguments, believing that they proceeded from those who prefer no legislation at all. 16. The vagueness of the Regulatory Act approved by Congress in 1887 left the Interstate Commerce Commission considerable discretionary power. In one of its first major decisions, the Louisville and Nashville case of June 1887, the question of cheap transportation to the seaboard for agricultural exports played an important part. The decision allowed the railroads to suspend the long and short haul clause in extenuating circumstances. Although decried by many agrarians as a complete capitulation by the Commission to the railroad interests, the highly respected business journal Bradstreet's attempted to explain the Commission's thinking. The decision was necessary to ensure the uninterrupted flow of exports from the interior to the seaboard and showed that the Commission was thoroughly alive to the international element in the railroad problem. the law will be administered with constant reference to that factor. Through the decade of the 1890s, the international element of the railroad problem not only entered into the decisions of the ICC but became a central presumption of railroad men, merchants, and farmers alike. In a sense, the ICC merely formalized what the East-West trunk line presidents and Western shippers had come to believe as early as the Depression of the 1870s. Railroads were simply links in a through route between points in the United States and world commodity markets. As the center of agricultural production moved westward, the railroads with terminals on the Gulf and Pacific coasts sought to increase their agricultural export trade by diverting a portion from the east-west trunk lines and developing new markets in Latin America and the Orient. Such railroad leaders as Stuyvesant Fish of the Illinois Central and James J. Hill of the Great Northern cooperated with merchant and farmer organizations to increase exports to these areas and together advocated such governmental measures as merchant marine subsidies, reciprocal trade treaties, the construction of an Isthmian canal, and special import-export rates from the ICC. 17 The debates over cheap transportation and railroad regulation in the decades after the Civil War found railroad men, merchants, and farmers agreeing on the necessity of overseas market expansion. To be sure, they differed over what methods would accomplish that objective. But all parties recognized the importance of the internal transportation system as part of a worldwide competitive effort. If America was to extend its economic and political interests abroad, then it must lead in transportation developments. Merchant marine. The emergence of a world market governed by world prices depended upon the efficient and cheap shipment of heavy commodities not only over land but, more importantly, upon the oceans. Americans who took pride in the extent and quality of the internal transport system as an instrument for competing in world markets watched with dismay as the British combined technical innovations in shipbuilding and mass production of steel to emerge as the dominant ocean carrier of the world in the closing decades of the 19th century. British-built steamships using steel hulls, steel boilers, twin screws, and compound engines rapidly displaced the famed wooden sailing vessels of the United States. Every decade after the Civil War saw a drop in the ratio of tonnage capacity of American as against foreign ships in the foreign trade. Ship tonnage clearing American ports in American bottoms, for example, dropped from over 50% of the total before the Civil War to only 17% of a much enlarged total by 1900. 18 The debates over the proper governmental remedy for reviving the merchant marine invariably involved consideration of American commercial, political, and naval power and played an important part in the definition of Great Britain as the principal threat to American prosperity and freedom. During the Civil War, Congress approved small mail subsidies to American steamships in the Brazilian and Oriental trades. Sponsors of the measures referred to the monopoly of the British in Latin American and Asian markets, the importance of reaching those markets directly and in the shortest possible time if Americans were to compete with the British, and the value of following the British example of subsidizing the merchant marine as a pioneer of commerce. These minor subsidy bills symbolized the intention of many American policy makers to challenge the British by organizing the commerce of the Caribbean and the Pacific around the United States as the hub. 19 In response to the rapid decline of American shipping, and the prodding of President Grant, Congress considered the first major bill for reviving the merchant marine in 1879. The Republican Party spokesman for the shipbuilders, Representative John Lynch of Maine, described an American-built merchant marine as a necessary part of naval defense and essential to the maintenance of a first-class power. The alternative was the surrender of ocean commerce to the British and other foreign nations. Spokesmen for the shipowners in the Democratic Party provided the free ship reply. They accepted the necessity of expanded markets for American surplus production but insisted that Republicans were in error in assuming that commercial supremacy depended upon American-built vessels. The principal groups in the export trade, the farmers and merchants, looked only to reach their markets at the lowest cost, and that could be done in foreign ships. The repeal of the registry laws, to allow cheap and plentiful foreign-built ships to sail under the American flag, was the quickest and fairest route to the revival of an American-owned merchant marine. Although deeply and critically divided on the sections of the Lynch Bill, which gave lopsided support to wooden rather than iron ships, Republicans united to denounce the free ship policy as a product of alien British forces. Free ships, they cried, meant British ships sailing under the American flag. American shipbuilding would be destroyed and American commerce would become dependent on the British. Moreover, the nation's ability to construct naval vessels to protect an expanding commerce would be seriously imperiled. Such sharp partisan division, largely reflecting the conflict between builders and owners, coupled with serious doubts about the technical weaknesses of the bill, led to the easy defeat of the proposal. 20. The tremendous export boom of American agricultural products to Europe from 1878 to 1881, by underscoring the decline of the American merchant marine and the dependence of Americans on British shipping to world markets, revived the issue. To sustain economic recovery from the severe depression of the 1870s, many business, agricultural, financial, and political leaders believed that the United States had to acquire and maintain free and effective access to the world marketplace. Britain was particularly dangerous to that expansionist effort because of its control of so much of international commerce, a result, in part, of its strong merchant marine. An increasing number of Americans accepted the view that new policies were necessary to extend and secure an American-dominated world marketplace. Some emphasized an improved diplomatic and consular service, others concentrated on reciprocity treaties as a way of opening new markets. Still others agitated for an Isthmian canal, and a growing number saw the necessity of an American merchant marine, coupled with a reconstructed navy, that would be capable of challenging the British on the oceans of the world. 21. The initiative to obtain an American merchant fleet continued to come from an increasingly united coalition of metropolitan, commercial, and maritime interests. They generalized the issue in terms of the success of the economy as a whole. They told Congress that the business depression was caused by agricultural and industrial overproduction and then argued that prosperity could not be sustained without government aid in securing a wider market by means of direct steamship communications with Mexico, Japan, and China. A highly respected Eastern business journal observed as the 1870s drew to a close that American foodstuff exports had become the most remarkable fact of modern commerce, and raised a most serious question of building an American merchant marine or whether we are to continue to give away the freights to foreign shippers. Bankers magazine made explicit the lessons learned by metropolitan manufacturers and merchants from the market experience of the agriculturalists during the 1860s and 1870s. Our agricultural products long ago increased far beyond the home demand, and an export market for the surplus was found. But the time has come when we must look abroad for permanent markets for a portion of our manufactured products. Lying south of us is a great continent whose trade should in a peculiar sense be our own. To trade with those countries the proper transportation facilities must be established. Judicious subsidies for maintaining steamship lines with South America. 22. Although generally opposed to all subsidy measures to the merchant marine, many spokesmen in the South and West gave renewed attention to the issue. The centers of agitation for more steamship connections to Latin American markets in the South were the commercial groups of the Gulf port cities, especially New Orleans. Once it became clear after 1877 that the Eads jetties would clear the mud blockade at the mouth of the Mississippi, the New Orleans Chamber of Commerce launched a campaign up and down the lower valley in support of a mail subsidy for a steamship connection to Brazil. In an appeal to the West, the Chamber's president argued that exports of grain and provisions to Europe were so burdened with transportation costs to the seaboard and across the ocean that little profit was left to the producers. The value of Western trade to South America, he claimed, would be greatly enhanced if carried on a direct course through New Orleans. The absence of that through trade he ascribed to the want of reciprocity treaties and inadequate steamship connections. Appeals to the West for merchant marine legislation did not go unheeded. The Northwestern Miller manifested a serious and sustained interest in the question in 1877 and 1878. A convention for the promotion of American commerce held in Chicago in 1878 unanimously adopted a resolution declaring mail subsidies for steamship lines to South America indispensable. William K. Ackerman, an officer of the Illinois Central Railroad that served much of the Mississippi Valley, probably best summarized the ambivalent view of agrarians. Although most people in the West desired an American merchant marine, he explained to Illinois Senator Shelby Cullom, the word subsidy was so unpopular that congressmen rejected all applications for them without much thought. He believed, however, that the government could well afford to encourage a line of steamers between South America and New Orleans and give them a start which could result in the greatest possible benefit to the whole western and southwestern country. 23. Pressure on Congress to take action on the merchant marine also came from President Hayes and his cabinet members. Noting that agricultural exports had been the key to turning the balance of trade in favor of the United States in 1876, and thereby reducing the outward drain of gold, Hayes urged that every element of aid to the introduction of the products of our soil and manufactures into new markets should be made available. Secretary of State William Evarts seconded Hayes' urgency on the shipping question. We are being forced outward by the irresistible pressure of our internal development. Our products are recognized in every market as superior, in most cases, to those of Europe. But, Evarts concluded, until Congress inaugurated a system of steam communication equal to that of England and France, the United States would not be able to compete profitably in Latin American markets. The leadership of the congressional fight for aid to the merchant marine was taken in the late 1870s by one of the strongest advocates of an imperial foreign policy, James G. Blaine. On no subject during his senatorial career did Blaine speak with greater vehemence than the question of vindicating American commerce against the designs of Great Britain to seize the scepter of the ocean. Blaine protested the permanent dependence upon England for her ships and argued that an American merchant marine would help market Southern textiles and Western foodstuffs to South America and Asia. It would also do much to solve the monetary problem by ending the gold drain to England in the form of freight payments. The United States, he insisted, could take its rightful place in the race for world commerce only with its own merchant marine, and a naval establishment to protect it. As in the past, political sniping immediately developed in Congress over the specific nature, function, and most efficient method of rebuilding the American merchant marine. The widely publicized lobbying activities of Chester, Pennsylvania, shipbuilder John Roach aroused fears among Republicans and Democrats alike of scandal and corruption. And free ship advocates contended that they desired no better argument than Mr. Blaine has supplied for changing the navigation laws rather than voting for subsidies. The resulting congressional stalemate ensured the continued decline of American shipping during the 1880s. 24. Both President Arthur and Secretary of State Frederick Frelinghuysen were strong advocates of opening new markets, especially in Latin America, for American products and sought congressional subsidies for an American merchant marine as a means to that objective. Reports to the State Department contributed to the growing anxiety over the faltering merchant marine. Take a leaf out of the Book of English Experience, urged a typical consular report from Manchester, England, in 1882. In the fight for commercial prominence in the markets of the world, direct lines of American ships to foreign ports were of the first importance. The President's commissioners to Central and South America in 1884 complained repeatedly about the scarcity of shipping, high freights, and irregular service as obstacles to the penetration of new and vital markets. Despite its concern, the Arthur administration did not give high priority to the merchant marine question. First, it conceived the main difficulty in developing trade with Latin America to be the lack of a sound banking system that would ensure American merchants reasonable and steady exchange rates. Secondly, the difficulties of drafting merchant marine legislation that would not divide the Republican Party appeared insurmountable. Western Republicans openly attacked a comprehensive subsidy proposal offered in 1883 by Representative Nelson Dingley of Maine. They agreed that public funds for the merchant marine were indispensable if people in the West were to reap the profits of carrying our products to every quarter of the globe, but insisted that the Dingley measure merely created another metropolitan monopoly and was against the interest of all classes producing articles for export. 25 The 4 years of President Grover Cleveland's first administration further frustrated supporters of an American merchant marine. Despite the decline of free ship sentiment within the maritime industry, Cleveland held to the traditional Democratic view that only a repeal of the registry laws would turn into American hands the millions now paid to foreigners for transporting American passengers and products across the sea. To Cleveland, free ships rather than subsidies was the more efficient and more patriotic policy. He instructed his Postmaster General to cancel $400,000 in already appropriated funds to steamship companies carrying the United States mails. The Republican Party press responded with a predictable nationalistic charge that Cleveland preferred foreign shipping companies over American firms. He also risked the loss of the shipping industry and foreign commerce that had been developed at great expense and hard work. Many Eastern Democrats also complained of Cleveland's actions. A policy of limited mail subsidies would help open new markets and be a wise party measure, argued one friend of the postmaster. Nothing whatever has been done to open markets for our products outside of our country. 26 The election of Benjamin Harrison, and the return of James G. Blaine as Secretary of State, marked the high point in the public and congressional agitation on the merchant marine question until World War I. The first hint that the new administration intended to push for the restoration of the American merchant marine as an integral part of its larger effort to extend American commerce to the world and to widen the nation's security perimeter appeared during the Pan American Conference of 1889–1890. Blaine's chief aide at the conference, William E. Curtis, was most outspoken on the merchant marine question. In his widely circulated book Trade and Transportation, Curtis discussed the obstacles in the way of increased trade with Latin America. He cited the lack of adequate banking facilities, the silver coinage system of Latin American countries, the different system of weights and measures, and the need for a customs union or, at the very least, reciprocity treaties. But the chief and fundamental reason for our lack of trade in the American hemisphere, he concluded, was the absence of facilities for rapid and regular communication and transportation, which is due to the failure of the government of the United States to afford the same encouragement and assistance to American steamship lines that are enjoyed by their European rivals. Using elaborate statistics, Curtis attempted to prove that where we have lines of steamers our merchants have no difficulty in competing with those of England, Germany, and France. Trade follows freight facilities. And almost as if to answer former Secretary of State Frelinghuysen, Curtis contended that with steamship communication to South American countries there would be no doubt or delay about the arrangement of banking facilities. Another major source of support for the revival of the merchant marine during the Harrison administration was the growing group of naval enthusiasts, including the American Shipping and Industrial League and other metropolitan interests. Captain Alfred Thayer Mahan, an intimate of the Secretary of the Navy Benjamin Tracy, provided the most formal statement of their view that a merchant marine and a first-class navy were inseparable elements of American commercial expansion. In his remarkable book The Influence of Sea Power Upon History, Mahan argued that an expanding foreign commerce as an outlet for agricultural and industrial surpluses was essential to American power and prosperity. To compete successfully in the worldwide struggle for markets, the nation needed a large merchant marine of its own vessels. The merchant marine, in turn, required secure ports overseas and protection throughout its voyages. That entailed a powerful navy and a few overseas colonies to serve, not primarily as markets or sources of raw materials, but as strategic naval bases for the expansion of commerce. To Mahan, a prosperous merchant marine was the backbone of naval power and itself a source of national wealth. By fostering maritime industries and training seamen, merchant shipping was the base from which alone a military fleet naturally and healthfully springs and on which it securely rests. And by earning freights that would otherwise go to foreign carriers, the merchant marine provided additional income for the nation. 27. The renewed drive for market expansion by the Harrison administration was, in part, an attempt by metropolitan leaders of the Republican Party to pacify the embittered farmers in the western states and stem the tide towards the fledgling populist party. Spokesmen in the West strongly advocated various measures for increased foreign trade, and many abandoned their qualms about government aid to the merchant marine. The farmers and livestock producers of the West have been brought to feel the need of a foreign market for the surplus of meats and breadstuffs produced here, argued the Springfield Republican in 1889. Our farmers and stockmen are ready to honor the man who will solve this question of transportation, so that cheap, safe, and rapid steamship communication may be had with the nations of Central and South America. The American dairymen contended that an American merchant marine would furnish us with a militia of the seas, besides finding markets for American products. Flour millers aggressively pushed for reciprocal trade treaties with Latin American countries and warned if these were to be effective, our country needs a navy and measures to encourage shipbuilding. The Breeders' Gazette wanted agricultural surpluses carried in vessels flying the Stars and Stripes. And the National Grange called for a merchant marine policy that will give this nation the commercial supremacy that belongs to it. 28 President Harrison and his cabinet made the first move to tap the new support for the merchant marine in October 1889 by asking Congress to legislate an increased mail subsidy program. Nothing was more justly humiliating to the national pride than the inferiority of our merchant marine, the President asserted. Secretary of the Navy Tracy added his voice for a fleet of specially adapted steamers of American construction, carrying the American flag and capable of temporary incorporation in the American Navy. And Secretary of the Treasury William Windom of Minnesota expressed the economic nationalism of the West in his report of 1889 by objecting to the $150 million annual tribute to aliens for carrying American goods. Our farmers and mechanics are practically excluded from the markets of the world. We must cease to be dependent on any other nation for access to foreign markets. 29 The House Committee on the Merchant Marine and Fisheries conducted extensive hearings into two subsidy proposals. The chairman of the committee, John Farquhar of New York, prepared the majority report in favor of the bills. It revealed the strong tie between the merchant marine issue and an imperial foreign policy. Merchant fleets, he submitted, were but navies needing guns. By traffic they seize the sea in time of peace. By cruising, blockade, and battle they hold it and conquer it in time of war. Only with adequate shipping would the United States control its own trade and greatly increase exports. In conclusion, Farquhar warned against the designs of British maritime interests, and their free ship allies in the United States who would subjugate the nation's foreign trade to the English enemy. 30 The acknowledged leader of the opposition to the new subsidy legislation in the Congress was Senator George Vest, a Democrat from Missouri. He revealed the political division on the merchant marine question and the suspicions held by many agrarian representatives concerning subsidies to private interests in the East. The narrow sectional interest of these two bills could be tested, Vest claimed, if he were to offer a bill to pay a bounty on wheat, corn, or cattle. The whole Atlantic seaboard would rise against it as unconstitutional and monstrous in the extreme. He also challenged the sincerity of the Republican claim that the merchant marine would expand the foreign market. As long as protectionism was the settled doctrine of the Republicans, foreign trade would stagnate. Summing up the arguments of 2 decades, Vest restated his agreement with Republicans to bring back the supremacy of the United States upon the oceans and to open the ports of South America to our products. But it was a question of means end which we all desire. Southern Democrats, almost as a bloc, joined Vest in opposition to the merchant marine subsidies. Senator John Morgan of Alabama found no provision in the bills for the lowering of freight rates upon cotton exports. Senator John Reagan of Texas charged that the bill was class legislation that would make millionaires out of a few men at the expense of those engaged in agriculture. And Senator James George of Mississippi pointed to the growing Farmers Alliance organization in his state that would no longer submit to being taxed for such dubious projects as the merchant marine. 31 Despite such strong opposition, particularly from Southern Democrats, Congress passed a Merchant Marine Act of 1891, the only significant such legislation until World War I. In a remarkable cross-country tour during the spring of 1891, President Harrison described the new law as part of his policy of overseas market expansion. He repeatedly evoked images of a merchant marine flying the flag of our country and carrying its contents into every seas and every port. But most close observers of the new legislation were not so sanguine about its impact. Democrats in the House had defeated the major subsidy bill and greatly emasculated the final compromise measure. The maritime industry and their Republican spokesman contended that the act was inadequate and would fail to halt the decline of the merchant marine. Such predictions proved justified. Only one of the 53 authorized bids for ocean mail contracts under the act were awarded to steamship companies in the remaining months of the Harrison administration. And President Cleveland stood by his free ship views and ended all further contracts under the law. American shipping continued its downward slide throughout the 1890s. 32. Although Republicans perfunctorily pushed for merchant marine legislation during the decade of the 1890s, only the critical shortage of shipping that followed in the wake of the Spanish-American War temporarily dispelled the apathy surrounding the issue. One of President McKinley's advisers suggested in 1899 that the opportunity for restoring the merchant marine had not been greater since the Civil War and, if used, would give America supremacy on the seas. Pacific Coast interests particularly suffered from the limited tonnage as they sought to take advantage of the new markets opened in the Orient. But when a series of merchant marine bills reached Congress in 1899, 1900, and 1901, the same ideological, partisan, and sectional differences that had developed since the Civil War on the question reappeared, and all efforts to pass compromise legislation failed. 33. Throughout the last half of the 19th century, the opposition by a significant segment of the agrarian community to government aid to the merchant marine is the key to the congressional stalemate on the issue. This contrasts sharply with the broad agrarian support for the rise of the new Navy, whose metropolitan proponents so often drew the corollary argument that a revived merchant marine was also needed for commercial expansion. Launched with the construction bills of 1883 and 1890, the new Navy of steel-plated cruisers and heavily armored battleships counted among its strongest advocates much of the opposition to merchant marine legislation. Senator John Morgan of Alabama, who consistently voted against merchant marine subsidies, waged a ceaseless struggle on behalf of an enlarged Navy. Although holding great reservations about the quality of American naval technology, Senator George Vest gave his general support for a building program. The staunch spokesman for Westerners, who was opposed to merchant marine subsidies, argued simply that commercial supremacy and naval power are inseparable. The course of events in the 1890s indicated the correctness of the position of these opponents of merchant marine legislation. Neither commercial expansion nor military sea power depended upon an American-built or owned merchant marine. As long as the Navy could ensure access to and from American ports for neutral foreign shipping in time of war, and could protect the American carrying fleet, the export of goods in American bottoms was not vital to successful competition in world markets. Moreover, as Captain Mahan and others quickly realized, an American merchant marine was not a prerequisite to a powerful navy. 34. By the opening of the war with Spain, the United States possessed a fleet of battleships, cruisers, and torpedo boats capable of seizing command of the seas throughout a wide zone of the Atlantic, Caribbean, and Pacific seas. The reality of an overseas commercial empire and a large navy undercut the two principal arguments of the advocates of a revived, American-built merchant marine. But to dismiss the debates over this issue as irrelevant to the foreign policy of the post-Civil War decades would be a serious historical error. Always conscious of the British model of a mercantilist empire, many Americans simply assumed that an American merchant marine was vital to their own expansionist designs. That this would prove untrue did not mean a general setback for expansionist ideology. On the contrary, the debates over merchant marine policy illustrate the way in which metropolitan leaders pragmatically refined their thinking to a changing domestic and global reality and shifted their efforts for extending the American marketplace to the world from the merchant marine to other economic and strategic issues. The tariff and reciprocity. The tariff, generally understood as simply a revenue-collecting device to meet the needs of the federal government, and usually explained in terms of pork barrel politics, was from its inception and earliest implementation as national policy an instrument of economic nationalism. Initially, tariff advocates emphasized the idea that protection would create an independent economic system by saving America's young industries from destruction at the hands of the more advanced European nations. In their view, the tariff was essential to the continued industrial expansion of the United States and, as one staunch defender of protection proclaimed, it would provide a peaceful, pleasant road towards that thorough independence which will enable us to respect ourselves while commanding the respect of other nations of the world. 35 protectionists argued, and in most cases undoubtedly believed, that their program to free the nation of foreign influences by instituting a plan of industrial self-sufficiency would enhance America's wealth and power and assure its position among the leading nations of the globe. More importantly, by the last third of the 19th century, the tariff, long thought to have significance only to the domestic scene, became a foreign policy tool for overseas economic expansion. The Republican victory in 1860 and the ensuing Civil War gave economic nationalists such as Henry C. Carey free rein to install protection as national policy. Carey, a Philadelphia economist, spokesman for Pennsylvania coal and iron interests, and one of the authors of the 1860 GOP tariff plank, led the way in this campaign to convert the United States, then faced with the established supremacy of Great Britain, into the world's foremost industrial and commercial power. But almost immediately after the war ended, and amid the difficulties of recovery and reconstruction, organized opposition to the tariff arose. Opponents of the high tariff charged that protection was no longer necessary to sustain industrial and economic development and caustically observed that American industries experienced an unusually prolonged infancy. Tariff reformers believed that existing duties of over 40% circumscribed the national welfare by promoting special interests and encouraging the growth of monopolies. Their cry was for a tariff for revenue only to curb the excesses of those businessmen and industrialists who fed and fattened at public expense. The reform onslaught placed Carey and his followers on the defensive. In the congressional and public debate that followed, the protectionists cleverly capitalized on the prevailing hostility and resentment for Great Britain, long defined as the national nemesis, by labeling John Bull as the chief obstacle to American economic independence. The tariff, Carey proclaimed, was the way to outdo England without fighting her. 36 Anyone who had the audacity to urge tariff reform was quickly designated a subversive free trader and an agent of the enemy. This specious logic, with its appeal to the predominant anti-British nationalism of the American people, remained part of the intellectual baggage of the protectionists throughout the late 19th century, as tariff revisionists repeatedly encountered this challenge to their loyalty in the debates and campaigns of the 1880s and 1890s. The protectionist argument revolved around a negative notion that if the designs of British free traders and their American counterparts for tariff reduction went unchallenged, then the American market would be flooded with cheap manufactured goods that would check American industrial development and cause widespread unemployment, economic depression, and social misery. These, in turn, would virtually dry up the home market for farmers, who would then find themselves defenseless in an uncertain and capricious international market dominated and controlled by Great Britain. The positive side of the protectionist ledger, however, held that high tariffs were the farmer's most viable safeguard. Protection guaranteed the home market and held out the promise of an industrialized future for the states of the Midwest and West. The resulting diversified economies would bring a secure and stable urban market even closer to the agricultural producers. Such a prospect admittedly lay far in the future. In the interim, as some American leaders recognized as early as the late 1860s, foreign markets for agricultural surpluses were a necessity. For example, William Elder, a close associate of Henry C. Carey and an official in the Treasury Department, spelled out this analysis in several pamphlets a few years after the Civil War. To free the farmer of the tyranny of a European market dominated by England, Elder urged the United States to seek new markets for farm surpluses in South America and Asia. Protection must be retained, Elder declared, but equally important, America's security and future prosperity required an extension of the Monroe Doctrine to the commerce of the continent. 37 President Ulysses S. Grant in his 1869 message to Congress also saw the necessity of looking to other markets for the sale of our surpluses, and he believed our neighbors south of us, and China and Japan should receive our special attention. 38 Neither Elder nor President Grant abandoned protection or their preference for the home market, but both realized that expanded foreign markets were essential to bridge the gap between their visions of the future and the reality of a market glutted with agricultural surpluses. Tariff reformers such as David A. Wells, a one-time Carey student who became Special Commissioner of the Revenue and later advisor to President Grover Cleveland, also pushed the export solution. A major portion of such attacks against protection was directed against the tariff wall as a restriction to the free flow of commerce. Wells in particular saw that the home market was insufficient to the farmers' needs, and he championed lowering the tariff to increase commerce and to open additional foreign markets for agricultural exports. Throughout the late 19th century, Wells remained an advocate of tariff reform. However, in the late 1870s he became one of the first to shift the emphasis of his economic expansionism to the need for expanded markets for manufactured goods as a means of alleviating the social consequences of industrial depressions. 39. The severity of the depression of the 1870s made the urgency of the export solution even more apparent to a number of the country's leaders. The American farmer was plagued by the twin calamities of falling prices and ever-mounting surpluses. By the time the economy hit bottom in 1877-1878, farm prices had dropped approximately 30% below the level of 1870 to 1873, while production of wheat jumped from 281.2 million bushels in 1873 to 420.1 in 1878, and that of cotton rose from 4.17 million bales in 1873 to 5.07 million bales in 1878. 40 It was little wonder that the farmers grew restive with the tariff and the failure of the home market to materialize. As they sought other solutions to their plight, including cheap transportation and currency relief, the politicians of both major parties planned to manipulate the tariff to facilitate overseas economic expansion. The question of the tariff in the 1880s became the question of how best to use it to find foreign markets for the surplus of America's farms and factories. A concern for the increased exports of manufactured goods was prompted by the Depression of the 1870s, which had revealed the need to find outlets for America's burgeoning industrial production, as well as for agricultural surpluses. Republicans and Democrats alike came to view the tariff as one way to increase the export trade and hopefully to prevent recurrent depressions, to ensure economic prosperity, and to provide social stability. The tariff became a weapon in the arsenal of economic expansion. The Republican tactic was to retain protection and use reciprocity treaties to enlarge foreign markets. The Democratic strategy favored tariff reduction to stimulate commerce with an emphasis on free raw materials to allow for continued American industrial growth. In the race for foreign markets, both groups acknowledged that Great Britain was the nation's chief rival. Among most of the tariff reformers, this realization did not evoke any hostility or anti-British sentiment. They viewed the struggle as strictly commercial competition in which the United States eventually would triumph. Protectionists, on the other hand, especially the actual manufacturers and producers, were less confident, more insecure, and consequently more openly resentful and jealous of Britain's position in the world. The protective tariff represented to them the guarantee of America's success in the economic and commercial battle. Each group manifested the economic nationalism of the period, but many protectionists displayed a narrower outlook and preferred to alleviate competition as much as possible to assure American success. The tariff debate and its connection with foreign policy came to involve the issue of means rather than the question of ends. Both protectionists and tariff reformers desired overseas commercial expansion and a United States that was economically, financially, and politically free of Great Britain and Europe. The propaganda of each group tended to obscure the basic and fundamental agreement on the necessity of expanded foreign markets. Congressional struggles over the tariff, the proposals of Secretary of State Blaine during the tragically short-lived Garfield administration, the programs and actions of Arthur and Frelinghuysen, Cleveland, and Bayard, and the Harrison administration, which saw the passage of the McKinley Tariff with its provisions for reciprocal trade treaties, conclusively demonstrate the bipartisan consensus that existed on the question of overseas economic expansion. The tactic of reciprocity traditionally had been viewed by 19th-century Americans as a free trade device to lower existing duties and thereby promote and increase the flow of trade. Theoretically, it entailed a bilateral agreement, for instance between the United States and Mexico, in which one nation would selectively reduce or alter its duties on specified products in return for the same selective lowering by the other country. These reductions of a designated list of items were negotiated on a quid pro quo basis. If implemented with a most favored nation provision that extended the same benefits to other nations having treaties with either party, then the international flow of commerce was lubricated by the general lowering of tariff duties. But the manner in which protectionist Republicans adapted the reciprocity principle in the last decades of the 19th century rendered the most favored nation clause inoperative. They weakened the free trade features of reciprocity treaties by declaring the most favored nation clause conditional. In practice, this meant that the privileges and reductions granted and secured, for example in an American agreement with Mexico, would not be extended to another country such as Great Britain on the basis of a previous treaty with a most favored nation clause. If Mexico did extend the reductions, the United States threatened to suspend the treaty. In this way, American economic expansionists hoped to undercut Britain's existing commercial supremacy among the Latin American nations. The United States' position in Central and South American markets would be improved without running the risk that Great Britain, the nation's primary commercial competitor, would profit from the bilateral agreements. At this point, one might legitimately ask what leverage, political advantage, or economic power the United States possessed to persuade or to coerce a Latin American nation into acceptance of this interpretation of reciprocity. The Americans who advocated this tactic to foster economic expansion would have replied readily and unhesitatingly. To begin with, the existing trade pattern between the United States and its southern 172 neighbors was extremely unfavorable and inequitable. American imports from Central and South America were far greater than American exports to those nations. For example, as one concerned economist pointed out, in 1880 the United States imported $176 million from Latin American nations but exported only $58 million in return. 41 economic expansionists who urged the negotiation of reciprocity treaties intended to use the Latin American nations' dependence on the American market as a lever to open markets for American exports to the Central and South American countries. The Latin states were expected to pay, so to speak, for the privilege of having the huge United States market open to their exports of sugar, coffee, and other tropical products. In return for access to the American market, the South American countries were supposed to grant concessions for America's surplus agricultural products, semi-processed goods, and manufactured items. With this economic wedge, American leaders hoped to gain a foothold in those markets, displace Great Britain, and ultimately assert commercial hegemony in the Western Hemisphere. In some instances, the reciprocity tactic was used to secure advantages beyond those of a purely commercial nature. This clearly was the case in the Hawaiian Treaty of 1875, which sacrificed immediate economic and commercial gains for political and strategic advantages that American leaders correctly believed would, over the long haul, make Hawaii a commercial dependency. The same logic was applied by the Arthur administration in its unsuccessful attempt to secure a treaty with Spain concerning trade with Cuba. A reciprocity treaty with Cuba, Arthur's Secretary of State Frederick Frelinghuysen explained, would bring the island into the American commercial orbit and would confer upon us all the benefits which would result from annexation were that possible. 42. However, the special interests such as the domestic sugar producers that were expected to absorb the immediate losses of reciprocity treaties were not so enthusiastic. Other objections to reciprocal agreements were that they usually entailed a loss of federal revenue and did little to aid the American consumer. Using such arguments, Congressman William R. Morrison led the stiff opposition that arose to a renewal of the Hawaiian Treaty. It finally passed through Congress and was accepted by the Cleveland administration primarily because the agreement was sweetened by an amendment ceding the use of Pearl Harbor as a naval base. By and large, the fight for reciprocity treaties was an arduous and prolonged educational campaign waged by supporters to convince skeptical politicians and wary protectionists of its usefulness in the battle for markets. James G. Blaine, perhaps more than any other exponent of America's imperial ambitions, patiently labored to install reciprocity as national policy. Of course, the principle of reciprocity was not the only measure the Republican from Maine pursued in his persistent campaign in support of overseas economic expansion. He was an economic nationalist of the first measure who also favored federal support for steamship service to South American countries, a revived merchant marine, a Pan-American railroad, an Isthmian canal, a first-class navy, and a general extension of American influence in the Western Hemisphere and the Pacific. During his brief tenure as Secretary of State in the Garfield administration, and then again in the Harrison years, Blaine doggedly worked to convince skeptical members of his own party, such as William McKinley of Ohio, and to inform the public of the viability of the reciprocity tactic. The policy of reciprocity, Blaine assured his colleagues in 1881, would provide an additional market for American cereals, American beef and pork, and American farm machinery without endangering the principle of protection at home. 43. It offered the means to overcome Britain's transportation and credit facilities within the hemisphere, and would also benefit the farmers of the South and West, open the way for the American manufacturer, and generally serve to establish American commercial hegemony in the Western Hemisphere. The actions and policies of Chester A. Arthur and his Secretary of State Frelinghuysen are often interpreted by historians as bringing a drastic overhaul of the Blaine formula for marketplace expansion. Most frequently, the commentators point to Frelinghuysen's withdrawal of the invitations Blaine had issued for a Pan-American conference in 1882. But the changes were more apparent than real. Arthur and Frelinghuysen, who were not opposed to the goals of a Pan-American conference per se, modified the tactics and changed the timing of American economic expansion without altering the basic character of the policy and without reducing the challenge to British dominance in the markets of Central and South America. The Arthur administration's foreign policy was perhaps less flamboyant than Blaine's had been, but it was no less determined or concerned about the ultimate goal. It sponsored a comprehensive program of measures under the auspices of the federal government that included the negotiation of reciprocity treaties, support for unilateral control of an Isthmian canal, the desire for direct and speedy postal service, direct lines of communication including subsidies for steamship lines, and a hemispheric banking system. 44. The most important phase of the Arthur administration's broad strategy to extend the American commercial empire involved its program of reciprocity treaties. As envisioned by Secretary Frelinghuysen, such treaties were a weapon in the struggle to expand foreign markets. His plan was to negotiate a series of reciprocity agreements with the Latin American states in order to cheapen these products for our own people and at the same time gain the control of those markets for the products of our fields and factories. 45. The Arthur administration ultimately reached agreement on treaties with Mexico, Puerto Rico, Cuba, Santo Domingo, El Salvador, and Colombia. An attempt to secure the approval of the English government for a reciprocity agreement for the British West Indies also was inaugurated, but that effort collapsed as the Gladstone ministry balked when the United States insisted that the most favored nation clause in existing treaties was conditional. The other treaties did not win congressional approval, were withdrawn by President Cleveland after March 1885, or fell victims to the lassitude and partisanship arising from the change in administrations. America's outward thrust was continued during the Cleveland administration, but with a distinctly different emphasis. Cleveland's foreign policy denigrated overt government involvement and direct subsidies, such as those favored by GOP leaders, and these grants were denounced as public gifts to special interests that contributed to the already alarming industrial concentrations of wealth and power. The treaties with Latin American countries were withdrawn and the reciprocity principle was scuttled in the belief that it maintained protection with all its evils intact and thus delayed tariff reform. Cleveland contended that an across-the-board reduction of tariff duties would provide the needed impetus for increased trade with Central and South America. Yet, when the strategic and political gains to America's economic expansion were plainly advantageous, as was the case with the 1887 Hawaiian Treaty with the lease for Pearl Harbor, even Cleveland temporarily abandoned his reservations about reciprocity and accepted the treaty. A decade of agitation over reciprocity climaxed in 1890 with the passage of the McKinley Tariff Act. It included a reciprocity article, but with a peculiar retaliatory provision that differed sharply from previous reciprocity agreements, particularly those negotiated during the Arthur administration. Sugar, coffee, hides, and several other tropical products had been placed on the free list in 1890, a move that effectively undercut any economic leverage the United States might employ to extract favorable reciprocity treaties from the Latin American nations. This was rectified by the inclusion of the retaliatory article that stipulated that duties on free sugar would be restored if the United States were not granted reciprocal advantages. Admittedly somewhat clumsy, this provision reflected the convergence of a number of political and economic pressures inherent in the campaign to extend overseas markets for America's surplus. This partial victory for the principle of reciprocity was the immediate handiwork of Secretary of State James G. Blaine and President Benjamin Harrison. They were aided during the congressional struggle over the provision by farmers, flour milling and meat packing groups, and a sizable number of manufacturers and industrialists, all of whom had jumped on the reciprocity bandwagon, and by the opportunities provided as a result of the Pan-American Conference that met in Washington in 1889 to 1890. Although the results of the conference were disappointing, it did recommend the use of individual reciprocity treaties as a substitute for a rejected proposal for a customs union. With that opening, Blaine moved quickly to realize his dream of capturing the trade of the hemisphere from the British. And the appeals it made to Congress for approval of reciprocity, the Harrison administration revealed a complementary domestic political goal. The rumblings from the prairies were threatening the Republican Party's supremacy in the key Northwest states. The opening of foreign markets via reciprocity, reasoned Harrison and Blaine, would calm the agrarian tempest and overcome the powerful and seductive appeal of the populists and free silver. More important, reciprocity would open new outlets and thereby dampen the social unrest caused by the recurrent depressions of the late 19th century. Blaine candidly explained this logic. What we want, then, are the markets of these neighbors of ours that lie to the south of us. With these markets secured, new life would be given to our manufactories, the product of the Western farmer would be in demand, the reasons for and inducements to strikers with all their attendant evils would cease. 46. Existing social order and, not incidentally, furthered the direct political ends of the Republicans. In neither instance did the Republicans immediately reap the expected rewards of the reciprocity provision of the McKinley Tariff Act. The GOP was severely defeated in the congressional elections of 1890 and Harrison was ousted by Cleveland in 1892. The reciprocity agreements negotiated with all Latin countries except Haiti, Colombia, and Venezuela were too short-lived to establish American hegemony in the hemisphere or to overcome the recurrent economic and social difficulties of depression. Nonetheless, some exports such as grain, flour, and meat products, along with railroad iron, machinery, and building materials, greatly increased and American trade with Brazil and the West Indies generally benefited. Most important, for both the Republican Party and the cause of American economic expansion, however, was the future role of the principle of reciprocity. In 1896 William McKinley and the Republicans skillfully linked the promise of reciprocity with international bimetallism to beat back the challenge of William Jennings Bryan and the forces of free silver. Silver and bimetallism. The free silver campaign of the last 2 decades of the 19th century carries more than a touch of quackery and irrationality to a generation unfamiliar with the passionate, almost religious, beliefs that envelope the demand for remonetization. Although the debate over the currency question was marked by an emotional commitment that occasionally bordered on the fanatical, the arguments of the farmers and Silverites did present a defensible analysis of how remonetization would have operated to alleviate their economic distress. To the faithful, free and unlimited coinage of silver promised to liberate the American farmer from the grip of the English market, to open alternative markets for his exports in Central and South America, and to end the nation's humiliating and degrading reliance on foreign capital. The Silver Crusade was a multifaceted issue that tied together all of America's grievances against Great Britain while simultaneously providing, in the eyes of millions of Americans, a panacea for the nation's economic and social ills. Silverites in their fervor for remonetization of the white metal at the ratio of 16:1 went so far as to cast their crusade in the idiom of a second Declaration of Independence, frequently demanding a return to the spirit of '76. The question, one Silverite senator declared, was whether we propose to surrender our own independence and manhood and follow the dictates of England, or whether the American people, striking out in the spirit of 1776, dare to take our own course for ourselves. 47 Clearly, the drive for free silver is another example of a so-called domestic issue that had crucial foreign policy implications. Advocates of free silver essentially desired a return to the bimetallic gold and silver standard that existed under the Coinage Act of 1837 and that provided for coinage of gold and silver in unlimited amounts. In addition to favoring a bimetallic standard, they adhered to a quantity theory of money based on the belief that the amount of money in circulation controlled the general level of prices as well as the level of economic activity and growth. In this view, the general deflationary spiral and the low price levels that plagued the nation in the last quarter of the 19th century were directly attributable to the short supply of money in circulation and, equally important, were the consequence of the demonetization of silver in 1873. The free coinage argument attracted Western and Southern farmers because, first of all, they perceived that silver remonetization would inflate the nation's currency, place more money in circulation, keep interest rates low, and generally work to relieve their financial burden. Despite long-standing arguments to the contrary, recent studies by economists indicate that their arguments were not irrational. 48 Secondly, spokesmen for the West and South constantly advanced the silver analysis because it helped explain the colonial status of their regions in relation to the British metropolis and its appendage in the American Northeast. When money was in short supply, they argued, it tended to concentrate in the financial centers and little remained to nourish the economic development of the outlying regions. The Silverites charged that the acceptance of the gold standard by metropolitan business leaders and politicians had riveted the United States, still a debtor nation, to the British financial system. The general deflationary trend, caused in part by the rise in the price of gold, definitely gave the upper hand to Great Britain, the world's creditor. The steady decline in agricultural prices in the years following demonetization seemed to verify the contentions of Silverites. For example, in 1881 a bushel of wheat sold at $1.19, by 1894 the price had plummeted to an average of 49.1 cents per bushel. Corn, which had sold at 63 cents per bushel in 1881, declined to 28 cents per bushel by 1891. Again, according to agrarian leaders, Britain, as the chief importer of foodstuffs, was the primary benefactor of the decline in the price of silver. Among farmers it was widely accepted that unlimited silver coinage would check the collapse in prices and improve their competitive position in world markets in several ways. On the one hand, free coinage would enhance the world price of their exports of wheat, cotton, corn, and meat products by increasing the world's money supply. It also would break the price monopoly of the Liverpool and London commodity markets. On the other hand, silver remonetization would end the farmers' dependence on British markets by providing alternate markets in the Western Hemisphere and the Far East. To return the United States to a bimetallic system would permit the silver standard nations of Latin America and Asia to purchase American agricultural products and manufactured goods without losing in the exchange, as they would if they traded through a gold standard country such as England. In this way silver would be the key to capturing new outlets because it would help to undercut the existing British banking, credit, and transportation advantages in those areas. Throughout the last quarter of the century, supporters of the gold standard adamantly and persistently rejected the free silver analysis. The gold bugs feared that silver remonetization on a free and unlimited basis would demolish the stability of the fiscal structure and lead to silver monometallism, which, in turn, would seriously retard the continued economic development of the nation. In addition, economic expansionists such as James G. Blaine argued that it was necessary to retain the gold standard and remain within the gold system in order to overtake Great Britain in the world marketplace. The success of England and its commercial and financial supremacy testified to the effectiveness and value of gold monometallism. Such was the logic that had prompted John Sherman and other gold men to press for the demonetization of silver and thereby commit, in the eyes of Silverites, the crime of 73. The gold bugs, like the Silverites, insisted their monetary system offered the more viable fulcrum for continued internal economic development and projected overseas expansion. The rapid emergence during the 1880s of the competition of Indian wheat and cotton exports, especially in the English market, alarmed and aroused the American farmer and soon raised national concern over the money standard. American producers accepted with increasing frequency the charge that the English government was actively encouraging the development of Indian wheat and cotton exports to destroy American agriculture. Even more alarming to the agrarians was the tacit support given the British efforts by the actions of the United States government. The farmers of the West and South saw President Grover Cleveland's hostility to silver in 1886 to 1887 as sustaining rather than checking the ever-mounting threat of Indian wheat and cotton production, and they held him responsible for their deteriorating position in European grain markets. Specifically, they charged that Cleveland's call for the suspension of the coinage of silver dollars as directed by the Bland-Allison Act would enhance the advantage of Indian exports, prolong the economic suffering of the American farmer, and delay the return of prosperity. The farmers' charges against Cleveland's monetary policy rested on a series of closely linked arguments. The world price of silver relative to gold was falling, and the anti-silver policy of the American government contributed to the cheapness of silver. Cheap silver on the world market allowed English merchants to purchase more silver in exchange for their gold. Because Indian rupees were a silver-backed currency, the merchants' cheap silver bullion, coined into rupees, bought increasing quantities of wheat and cotton in India. American farmers concluded that the low price of silver bullion was subsidizing Indian exports and displacing American exports in the markets of Europe and England. Congressman Richard Bland of Missouri thought it clear that the nation's gold policy is driving the products of our silver mines to India, there to be used as money to employ Hindus to raise wheat, corn, and cotton in direct competition with the farmers of America. 49 The preference for gold of the nation's metropolitan business and political leaders not only supplied a bounty to the agricultural exports of India, but it also handed to England the cudgel, or the bludgeon rather, with which to gradually drive us from the world's markets. 50 To avoid such a catastrophe, Silverites urged the remonetization of silver as a way quickly to undermine Britain's special position vis-a-vis India. Actually, in the last 2 decades of the 19th century, a number of metropolitan leaders sanctioned the pursuit of an international bimetallic pact. Taking an intermediate position between that of the gold bugs and the free Silverites, they favored restoration of bimetallism and the expanded use of silver through an international agreement. This group, which included Henry Cabot Lodge, believed that the United States was incapable of unilaterally re-establishing silver. Agreement among the major powers was essential. And, from the administration of Rutherford B. Hayes to that of President McKinley, the United States sought an international solution to the monetary problem. American presidents on several occasions dispatched confidential agents abroad to sound out the Europeans on the possibility of an international bimetallic agreement, and the United States formally participated in World Monetary Conferences in 1867, 1878, 1881, and 1892. All of the meetings ended in failure. No accord was reached on the question of bimetallism. The free silver advocates tended by the 180 late 1880s to question not only the sincerity of such efforts, but also their viability, especially when England appeared determined not to budge from its opposition to an international bimetallic pact. Despite the suspicions of the free silver advocates, not all bimetallists who promoted the idea of an international agreement did so simply as a tactic to defuse the remonetization campaign. Some American leaders genuinely viewed that policy as the best way to stabilize world currency and to lubricate world commerce. Metropolitan leaders such as George F. Hoare, Thomas Reed, Brooks Adams, William C. Whitney, and E. Benjamin Andrews formed the Boston Bimetallic Club in 1893 to advance the case for bimetallism as a means to expand overseas markets. However, these New Englanders, along with other bimetallists, rejected the notion that the United States could carry silver by itself. This, they feared, would result in silver monometallism and ultimate financial chaos. The disagreement over the question of how most effectively to implement silver in behalf of overseas economic expansion split American bimetallists in the 1890s. The more militant Silverites, who eventually united around the banner of William Jennings Bryan in 1896, demanded immediate unilateral action through the remonetization of silver at the ratio of 16:1. Extremely hostile to Great Britain, these nationalistic Silverites dismissed the argument that their policy would debase the currency. Staunch economic nationalists that they were, the Free Silver forces believed that the United States' superior economic power would force the rest of the world to follow the American lead. Putting their differences aside, both international and national bimetallists agreed that Great Britain blocked the way to an international agreement. In the 1890s, the cry for remonetization at 16:1 dominated the political scene. The congressional supporters of silver framed their logic in terms of the crime of 73 and what they labeled a financial conspiracy between the bloated plutocrats of Wall and Lombard Streets designed to keep the producing classes in a state of financial bondage. Agrarian newspapers frequently complained that since 1873 England has made war on the wheat industry by depressing the value of silver, and has found obedient servants among the bankers and speculators of Wall Street. 51. In addition, the India wheat-silver argument was reiterated incessantly by farm journal editors. But it was the formation of the People's Party at Omaha, Nebraska, in 1892 with a plank for remonetization at 16:1 as an integral part of the platform that mobilized farmer and labor unrest and rallied thousands to the free silver banner. Finally, the Panic of 1893 and the ensuing economic and financial crisis reinforced the convictions of the faithful and steadily increased the ranks of the Silver Army. Amidst the clamor for free silver, American bimetallists who retained the hope of an international agreement sought to arrange another monetary conference in 1894. Henry Cabot Lodge spearheaded this abortive movement by attempting to use the tactics of economic nationalism to bring Great Britain to support international bimetallism. He introduced an openly hostile amendment to the tariff bill that called for a doubling of the existing duty on goods from Great Britain and the Empire, and for adding 35% ad valorem to items on the free list, until Great Britain assented to an international bimetallic agreement. Lodge justified this act of commercial warfare by reminding his colleagues that England was the one obstacle across the path of bimetallism, and asserting that such drastic action was the only sure way to bring Great Britain to an agreement. Thomas Reed of Maine also browbeat England when he warned that, if the British continued to resist bimetallism, the United States and other nations friendly to silver would form a tariff union, with reciprocity being the reward for free coinage of silver. 52. The Lodge proposal was tabled by the Senate, and other talk of economic coercion failed to push England into supporting international bimetallism. Although the populists and other backers of free silver suspected that all this talk of international bimetallism was a subterfuge by which the Republican Party hopes to deceive the people. In 1896, they reserved the bulk of their wrath for President Grover Cleveland, who in their minds was the epitome of a metropolitan leader operating in collusion with Great Britain to retain the gold standard. During his second administration, Cleveland continued his relentless war on silver by forcing through the repeal of the Sherman Silver Purchase Act of 1890. The successive bond issues promoted by Cleveland and Secretary of the Treasury John Carlisle in behalf of the gold reserve during the years of 1893 to 1896 infuriated the backers of silver, and the people of the West and South in general. The secretly negotiated bond issue of February 1895, handled by the Morgan Belmont Rothschild Syndicate, especially aroused silver men and sufficiently proved to them the extent to which the administration was beholden to the Wall Street interests and their British Jewish partners. The whole sordid transaction exposed, at least to the satisfaction of Silverites, the extent to which the nation's financial system was manipulated. In the interest of the East and England, while the colonial areas, the West and South, suffered unrelieved. Frequently cast as a tool of the British by his political enemies, and repeatedly denounced by the press for his true British policies, Cleveland turned the tables on his tormentors during the Venezuelan crisis of 1895 to 1896, when he defiantly challenged John Bull and boldly asserted the Monroe Doctrine and American supremacy in the Western Hemisphere. Cleveland's 1895 salvo touched off an Anglo-American crisis, and overnight he became a hero, with most of the nation applauding his new course of action. There were mixed emotions among members of the business and financial community, and the breakdown substantially reflected the metropolis colonial dichotomy. Financiers in Boston, New York, and to a lesser degree in Chicago were appalled at Cleveland's hostile and belligerent tone. Businessmen and industrialists in the Midwest, South, and West, especially those interested in overseas market expansion, were more inclined to back the president. Some of his bitterest critics, however, were not swayed. One Southern populist editor snapped that the president's jingo message is all rot, and he only seeks by a show of Americanism to recover some of the ground lost by his party by his culpable course, but it will fail. The People's Party paper agreed and declared that the war scare is to be utilized for the purpose of riveting the gold-bug shackles. 53 Certainly the critics were not far off the mark, for Cleveland was partially motivated by political considerations and hopes of retaining control of the Democratic Party. The Republicans were momentarily disoriented by his strongly anti-British and nationalistic posture, and the disenchanted among his own ranks were temporarily cheered. But his victory was ephemeral. Gold-bug Cleveland could not convert the initial fervor and enthusiasm for his vigorous defense of American hegemony in the Western Hemisphere to permanent political advantage, essentially because the silver issue lay at the heart of the seething anti-British nationalism exposed by the Venezuelan crisis. The enmity for the national rival had been gathering momentum steadily under the aegis of the Free Silver Campaign. And as Silverites correctly understood, the widespread bitterness against Great Britain was not generated exclusively by apprehensions for American interests in Latin America. The dispute in Venezuela was only the occasion, and the real cause of the feeling in the United States was the deep-seated belief that England, by her financial maneuvering beginning with the demonetization of silver in 1873, has gained an advantage which surely will lead to trouble. 54. Henry Cabot Lodge, writing American Samoa, a friend of bimetallism, tried to explain to British friends who were mystified by the American outburst that at the bottom of it in recent times is England's attitude on the money question and the way in which she has snubbed all our efforts to do anything for silver. 55. What most English leaders failed to grasp was that Americans utilized Cleveland's blustery challenge as an occasion to vent their pent-up resentment for Great Britain. Their reaction was symptomatic of the deep-seated and long-standing grievances they believed America had against England. The Venezuelan incident had a cathartic effect, but it did not overshadow the monetary issue in the campaign of 1896. The Democrats, who discarded Cleveland and the gold standard, nominated William Jennings Bryan to lead them in their free silver crusade. Bryan argued with single-minded dedication that silver remonetization at 16-1 would open the domestic marketplace by overcoming the colonial handicap inflicted on the West and South as well as promote overseas market expansion. He declared that it was the issue of 1776 over again, for silver remonetization promised to free the colonials at home from the exploitation of the metropolitan East while simultaneously providing the United States with the opportunity to displace Great Britain as king of the world marketplace. The Democrats, anxious to wriggle free of the pro-British charge that Republican protectionists had been leveling for over 20 years, happily declared that gold monometallism is a British policy, and its adoption has brought other nations into financial servitude to London. It is not only un-American but anti-American. 56 The merger between the colonial forces of the West and South under the Free Silver banner became complete when the Populists also decided to support Bryan. The People's Party convention in 1896 did reveal a division over the question of backing Bryan. Some Populists had deep reservations about standing solely on free silver at the expense of their broad program of domestic reforms. They were not convinced that silver could accomplish all that Bryan imagined it could. William McKinley early saw this weakness and successfully capitalized on the narrowness of the Democratic approach. McKinley and the Republicans shrewdly erected a composite of economic nationalist proposals along with a safe commitment to silver through international bimetallism. Protection and reciprocity are twin measures of American policy that go hand in hand was the theme of the GOP platform. The McKinley strategy was to promise a balanced package based on a protective tariff that builds up domestic industry and trade and secures our own market for ourselves, and the Blaine formula of reciprocity treaties, which builds up foreign trade and finds an outlet for our surplus. 57 The Republicans confidently assured the electorate that their integrated approach to overseas market expansion would provide sufficient economic rewards for the entire nation to mitigate the colonial metropolitan tension and forego the necessity of internal market reforms. The Republican formula proved successful. McKinley, aided by an upturn in agricultural prices just before the election, convincingly defeated Bryan. The economic nationalist combination of protection and reciprocity, coupled with the promise of international bimetallism, blunted the simplistic appeal of free silver among the farm businessmen in the crucial pivot states of the upper Midwest. Equally significant, it retained the loyalty of Eastern industrial workers and united metropolitan business and industrial leaders behind the GOP ticket. The epic battle of the standards, as it is commonly labeled, with the implication that it was a campaign waged solely on the issue of a domestic currency system, was actually the culmination of more than 20 years of debate over the most viable way to promote overseas economic expansion. The Silverites may have lost the battle for remonetization by relying too heavily on one facet of economic nationalism, but, in a broader sense, they were successful. The market expansionist outlook that they and the agricultural majority had developed and expounded was accepted by metropolitan leaders and became the dominant force behind America's dramatic imperial thrust at the end of the century. Conclusion. Within 3 years after the election of William McKinley, the United States gained control of an overseas empire that represented the fulfillment of nearly 4 decades of conscious and sustained preparation for American hegemony in the Caribbean and the Pacific. The economic expansionist mentality that underpinned the late 19th century burst of imperialism had been forged initially by the agricultural majority in an effort to overcome their deteriorating economic position. Honed to a fine edge in the public debates that arose over the best way to cope with the recurrent domestic upheavals that threatened completely to unravel the social fabric. The expansionist ideology eventually was adopted by the industrial and financial community in the mid-1890s. It was the severe economic crisis that followed the Panic of 1893, in particular, that converted many metropolitan spokesmen to the export solution. They came to accept the overproduction analysis of the fluctuating economy that agrarians had argued for a generation. American leaders acted upon the belief that overseas economic expansion would vent the nation's surplus agricultural, and more importantly, manufactured production. That, in turn, would ensure domestic take peace and prosperity, social stability, and the preservation of the existing political system. Actually, expanding foreign markets as a way of coping with the disruptions caused by frequent economic depression and business stagnation coincided with the long-standing and widespread view that the United States was destined for commercial preeminence. As early as 1853, William H. Seward had observed that the nation that draws most materials and provisions from the earth, and fabricates the most, and sells the most of productions and fabrics to foreign nations, must be, and will be, the great power of the earth. 58 In the years between the Civil War and the end of the century, a host of intellectuals, military leaders, missionaries, representatives of economic interest groups, and politicians, taking their cue from Seward, predicted American commercial and economic supremacy in the world marketplace. Perhaps their general outlook was best expressed by a typical metropolitan economic expansionist who declared that we have the Anglo-Saxon thirst for wide markets growing upon us. We have long been the granary of the world, we now aspire to be its workshop, then we want to be its clearing house. 59 Faced with growing stocks and stagnant demand, many metropolitan businessmen studied the similar experience of the agrarians and developed their own diagnosis and offered solutions to the problem. For example, the observations of Andrew Carnegie that were incorporated in his so-called law of surplus impressed a number of industrialists and manufacturers. In 1889, the wealthy steel magnate challenged the classical view that if supply exceeded demand, goods would not be produced, and the economy thereby returned to equilibrium. From his own experience, Carnegie believed that for large manufacturing industries it was cheaper to run at a loss for a ton or yard than to check production during slack demand. Order to keep running in hard times and in order to hold the market in good times, American manufacturers needed overseas outlets. 60 Throughout the 1890s, such analyses were commonplace. Speaking for their respective special interests, trade journals such as Banker's Magazine, Iron Age, Commercial and Financial Chronicle, and Bradstreet's trumpeted the view that American industry produced too much and had to find foreign markets if the country were to escape economic collapse. 61 In addition, metropolitan businessmen feared the social consequences of depression and argued that the ultimate solution lay in increasing exports so that plants could dispose of surpluses, resume full production, and return the working man to thoughts of wages instead of revolution. For both the agrarians and the business and financial community, the exports that alleviated domestic discord became the exports that demanded an imperial foreign policy. Upon entering the White House, President McKinley immediately attempted to honor the economic expansionist platform pledges that helped secure his election. Anxious to restore and to sustain domestic prosperity, the president in his inaugural address outlined his strategy for economic recovery through international bimetallism, a system of reciprocity treaties, and an enlarged merchant marine. The end in view, McKinley declared, ought always to be the opening up of new markets for the products of our country. Let us, he implored his countrymen, move out to new fields steadily and increase the sale for our products in foreign markets. It should be our settled purpose to open trade wherever we can. 62 Although the pledges were quickly redeemed, neither the search for an international bimetallic agreement nor the reciprocity feature of the Dingley tariff produced the dramatic results McKinley sought. In the spring of 1897, a special commission headed by Senator Edward Wolcott embarked for Europe to seek an agreement among the powers on the question of bimetallism. The new American effort aroused a good deal of enthusiasm among English bimetallists, but the Wolcott mission was unable to budge the British government and failed to secure an international accord. Even before McKinley was inaugurated, the push for reciprocity had begun. In the fall of 1896, Senators Nelson Dingley of Maine and Albert J. Hopkins of Illinois opened hearings on the question of a reciprocity clause in the new tariff bill. The testimony of business leaders and representatives of commercial groups became a litany on the virtues of foreign trade and demonstrated the consensus on market expansion that emerged by the late 1890s. In addition, the congressional debate surrounding the reciprocity issue in 1897 supplied further evidence of the widespread acceptance among the business community of the export solution. Finally approved in July 1897, the Dingley Tariff Act included a reciprocity article that allowed Congress to review critically all such treaties. This stipulation weakened the reciprocity provision because it opened the way for any aggrieved special interest lobby to delay the ratification of a treaty. More important, perhaps, in explaining the failure of the reciprocity tactic was the increasing concern over events in Cuba and the growing interest in the China market. The Cuban revolt against Spanish rule that erupted in February 1895 immediately enlisted the support and sympathy of a large segment of the American public. Cuba traditionally had been viewed as part of an American system. Its ties to Spain and the Old World normally were dismissed by American leaders as artificial and temporary. Both Thomas Jefferson and John Quincy Adams matter-of-factly assumed that the island ultimately would become part of the United States. In the late 1840s and 1850s, efforts to acquire the Pearl of the Antilles were thwarted by the sectional controversy, the slavery question, and the refusal of Spain to part with the last jewel in its once splendid imperial crown. After the Civil War, when the Cubans unsuccessfully sought their freedom in the 10 Years' War, feelings in the United States ran high for the insurgents and against the despotism and barbarity of the Spanish. But the trials of Reconstruction, concern for the economic development of the West, and the Depression of the 1870s, among other things, prevented direct American intervention. The Cubans remained restive under Spanish rule until the 1895 outburst. During those years most American officials concurred with the patient observation of Secretary of State Thomas F. Bayard that it is an accepted fact in any American mind that whenever the island leaves the possession of Spain it will fall into the hands of the United States. We quietly abide the event. 63 The appalling conditions that sparked the revolt demonstrated the extent to which the island had become a commercial dependency of the United States. The Wilson-Gorman tariff of 1894 raised duties on raw sugar to a level 40% above the existing standard, and restricted the access of Cuban sugar exports, the backbone of the island economy, to the American market, spreading depression and misery among the island population. For a number of years Spain had understood that Cuba was inextricably tied to the American economic orbit and was painfully aware of its inability to alter the situation. On the one hand, if the Spanish government ignored Cuban pleas for enhanced entry into the United States market via a reciprocity treaty, discontent and tension in the colony would rise. On the other hand, if the home government concluded a reciprocity agreement, it merely hastened the process by which Cuba became an American commercial satellite. The Spaniards were frustrated by their powerlessness. Their untenable position resembled the dilemma they later confronted in trying to placate the United States by pacifying Cuba without employing methods that enraged the moral and humanitarian sensibilities of the American people. From the outset of the uprising, President Grover Cleveland was besieged with congressional resolutions urging his administration to grant belligerency status to the Cuban rebels. That demand quickly gave way to the call for the recognition of Cuban independence. In the early months of 1896 the Republican-dominated Congress approved, with the support of a number of Democrats, a concurrent resolution recognizing Cuban belligerency and suggesting that Cleveland propose American mediation to the Spanish government in order to secure independence for the island. Although Cleveland steadfastly refused to take such actions, he was not indifferent to the plight of Cuba. In his annual message of December 1896 the president expressed considerable pessimism about the ability of Spain to pacify the island. The Spanish government had made little or no progress over the past year, and Cleveland warned that it cannot be reasonably assumed that the hitherto expectant attitude of the United States will be indefinitely maintained. The United States had more than a wholly sentimental or philanthropic interest in the Cuban conflagration. Cleveland estimated that American capital invested in plantations and in railroad, mining, and other business enterprises amounted to between $30 and $50 million. In addition, the revolution severely disrupted the substantial commerce between the United States and Cuba. If the Spanish failed to pacify the island promptly, the President feared our obligations to the sovereignty of Spain will be superseded by higher obligations, which we can hardly hesitate to recognize and discharge. 64 farmers and their political spokesmen unflaggingly deluged Congress with petitions, resolutions, and memorials favoring American intervention in behalf of the Cuban revolutionaries. A resolution from the Nebraska State Senate in January 1897 recommended independence and extended support to the people of Cuba now struggling to free themselves from 400 years of Spanish misrule, oppression, and cruelty. Agricultural journals also strongly backed the cause of the rebels because the Cubans were fighting for the same rights for which our revolutionary forefathers fought. 65 Most agrarians were outraged that the United States would stand idly by and allow the savagery and brutality of the Spanish countermeasures to continue. In the 1896 campaign, the populist platform had called for recognition of Cuban independence, while the Republicans believed the government of the United States should actively use its influence and good offices to restore peace and give independence to the island. 66 Only the Democrats failed to recommend independence, although they did extend their sympathy to the people of Cuba in their heroic struggle. When McKinley assumed office, he hoped to avoid a conflict with Spain over the Cuban issue. The president, reflecting the dominant national mood concerning American invincibility, planned to gain his objectives without war. He believed, as did many Americans, that a firm and resolute diplomatic stand would force Spain to settle the issue, to restore stability, and to open the way for American enterprise. Many metropolitan leaders shared this view and initially deplored the thought of war, which they felt would disrupt economic recovery and unnecessarily delay the United States' peaceful conquest of the world's markets. But pressure for American involvement continued unabated. In May 1897, militant agriculturalists in the Senate led by economic expansionists William V. Allen of Nebraska and John T. Morgan of Alabama, pushed through a resolution urging President McKinley to recognize the Cuban rebels as belligerents. McKinley, like Cleveland before him, resisted that pressure. He did, however, carry the Cleveland logic one step further and proceeded to tighten the screws on the Spanish government. Not only did Spain's policies, especially the cruel and inhumane tactics of General Valeriano Weyler, repulse Americans, but in failing to restore peace to Cuba, Madrid was blamed for the continuing disruption of American trade with the island. According to the McKinley administration, the chronic condition of trouble causes disturbance in the social and political condition of our own peoples. It injuriously affects the normal functions of business and tends to delay the condition of prosperity to which this country is entitled. Secretary of State John Sherman was even more blunt: peace in Cuba is necessary to the welfare of the people of the United States. 67 In a rather remarkable inversion of the expansionist analysis, McKinley and Sherman assigned responsibility for domestic welfare to a foreign power. They conveniently externalized economic opportunity as well as economic hardship. Throughout the fall of 1897, the United States government continued to press Spain to change its approach and settle the Cuban fiasco. In late October, a new liberal ministry was installed that recalled Weyler, instituted several reforms on the island, and promised eventual home rule. Although these measures eased the tension somewhat, American government leaders remained unconvinced of either Spain's ability or its sincerity to pursue pacification of the island. Above all, President McKinley realized that if the Spanish refused to acquiesce to American demands and, in his terms, pacify Cuba in a reasonable time, the United States would have to intervene. This was made clear in December when he warned that if it shall hereafter appear to be a duty imposed by our obligation to ourselves, to civilization, and humanity to intervene with force, it shall be without fault on our part and only because the necessity for such action will be so clear, as to command the support and approval of the civilized world. 68 And, equally significant, the increasing concern over events in the Far East among members of the metropolitan sector made a solution to the Cuba crisis imperative. The immediate difficulty was the seizure by Germany in November 1897 of Kiautschou, a key port of entry for trade in Manchuria. American policymakers feared that Germany's action would lead Japan and the other European powers to divide China among themselves. Given the nature and scope of American ambitions and policies in Asia, the seriousness of this threat from the other powers is apparent and helps to explain the increased pressure from metropolitans to intervene in Cuba in order to give China primary attention. By late 1897, the integration of American concern over economic penetration of the Far East with the crisis in Cuba was a crucial manifestation of the effort to create a worldwide overseas commercial empire. The American interest in the Far East was hardly a new phenomenon. Merchants and businessmen had been intrigued by the economic possibilities of the Asian market long before the dramatic events of the late 19th century. Boston whalers and traders were active there for decades after the American Revolution. The acquisition of Oregon and California was guided by more than continental ambitions. The three major harbors on the Pacific coast were windows to the Orient, and, tied by transcontinental railroads to the east, they would become the site of large cities propelling American commercial and naval power ever west. Ward to Asia. During the 1850s, William H. Seward termed the Pacific the chief theater of events in the world's great hereafter, and as Secretary of State he purchased Alaska in 1867 as a land bridge to the markets of the Orient. 69 In the post-Civil War era, most of the groundwork for the American empire in Asia was laid in the 1870s and 1880s in the struggles over Samoa and Hawaii. The Samoan Islands commanded several important sea lanes between San Francisco and Australia and possessed one of the world's best natural harbors at Pago Pago. A minor naval officer sailed into Pago Pago in 1872 and negotiated with the local chief a treaty that granted the United States exclusive rights to a naval base in the harbor in exchange for American friendship and protection. Although the Senate rejected the treaty, 6 years later Secretary of State William M. Evarts successfully concluded an agreement that granted the United States such a base. But American rights in the islands were not exclusive, as both Germany and England acquired special privileges at other harbors. A three-nation imperial rivalry ensued. Throughout the 1880s American defenses were strengthened, open warfare was narrowly averted, and conferences were held until a tripartite agreement was reached that preserved the fiction of Samoan autonomy and neutrality, as well as the reality of American rights at Pago Pago. Hawaii was also a coveted prize in the American push into Asia. As early as the 1850s, American traders, missionaries, and seamen had gained control of Hawaii's foreign commerce and converted the island's economy to sugar production. By the Reciprocity Treaty of 1875, Hawaiian sugar producers were given a free market in the United States that tied them to the American economic orbit. In addition, when the treaty was officially renewed in 1887, the Navy acquired an exclusive right to Pearl Harbor. Although many key policymakers advocated outright annexation of these islands, congressional and public opponents carried the day. They argued that Hawaii's value as a strategic military outpost leading to the Orient and protecting the Isthmian Canal route could be enjoyed without the political and economic burdens of American rule. That was also the view of President Cleveland in 1893 when he was confronted with an annexation treaty prepared by his predecessor. Cleveland further believed that annexation would condone a government that had assumed power with the unlawful aid of American forces. But in rejecting annexation, Cleveland reaffirmed American claims to Pearl Harbor and its commercial connection with the islands. And the State Department extracted important political concessions from Queen Liliuokalani for ostensibly restoring her to the throne. Only the swift-moving events of the next 5 years in Asia would redefine the importance of Hawaii and lead to the general view that it should be annexed. As Senator Henry Cabot Lodge boasted in 1895, "We are not to be curbed now. For the sake of our commercial supremacy in the Pacific we should control the Hawaiian Islands and maintain our influence in Samoa." 70 The crisis of the 1890s renewed the interest of the nation in the fabled China market. Although American trade with Asia had hovered around only 5% of the total in each decade since the Civil War, the optimism about America's future in Asia was, if anything, greater during the 1890s than in any other period. The Pacific Ocean is destined to bear on its bosom a larger commerce than the Atlantic, asserted Charles Denby, minister to China, in expressing a widely held sentiment. 71 The conclusion of the Sino-Japanese War in 1895 further whetted the commercial appetites of American businessmen. They at first believed that China's defeat, with the opening of new ports and rivers to foreigners, was the start of the long-awaited awakening of 400 million consumers. Thus the enthusiasm over the opportunities in China for American trade and investment coincided with a determination born of the depression of the 1890s to capitalize on those opportunities. However, just as American businessmen prepared to trade and invest in the Far East, European ambitions in China threatened to close the door by extracting special concessions and leaseholds from the central Chinese government. In this way spheres of influence would be created in which the dominant foreign power enjoyed exclusive or preferential economic rights as against other foreign powers. The threat became apparent when Japanese claims against China following their overwhelming victory provoked Russia, France, and Germany to take drastic steps to protect their growing interests. This coalition of powers first forced Japan to return territory claimed in Manchuria and then proceeded to open a general scramble for concessions. As latecomers without any foothold in China, but confident of their ultimate superior economic power in the whole of China, Americans began to evolve a response to the crisis that would win the markets they wanted without the burdens of war or colonial rule. To meet the new aggressiveness of the European powers, Washington policymakers realized that they would have to take strong countermeasures. President Cleveland observed that the Sino-Japanese War deserves our gravest consideration by reason of its disturbance of our growing commercial interests. 72 And the State Department began in 1896 to seek friends in Japan and Great Britain who shared the American objective of preventing the Russians, French, and Germans from gaining further economic and territorial control in China. The more advantageous position and greater military strength of Britain and Japan in China made their support crucial to the maintenance of the traditional open-door strategy of non-discriminatory commercial treatment. Despite the diplomatic realignments after the Sino-Japanese War, American businessmen in China and at home viewed the government's response to their problems in China as inadequate. Two groups of special interests played dominant roles in campaigning for a more vigorous defense of the open-door principle of a fair field and no favor. First was the American China Development Company, founded in 1895 for the purpose of securing railroad concessions in China. Among the company's shareholders were officers of the largest and most influential industrial and financial firms of the country: Edward H. Harriman of the Union Pacific Railroad, James Stillman of National City Bank, Charles Coster of J.P. Morgan & Co., and many others. Although assisted by the American minister, the company's representatives believed that lack of support by the State Department in 1896 in their negotiations with the Chinese caused the Peking-Hankow Railroad concession to be awarded to a Belgian syndicate. The American China Development Company continued its efforts to secure concessions and at the same time helped to organize the Committee on American Interests in China, the principal group lobbying for a change in the State Department's negative policy. Also important in the American Asiatic Association were the cotton textile men. Cotton goods were America's chief export to China. Half of all cotton goods exported in 1899 went to China. No other country in the world bought anything close to that amount. Many southern cotton millers were wholly dependent upon the foreign market and probably exerted more direct influence on American foreign policy after the Spanish-American War than any other single group. Many other business groups were directly or indirectly involved in the campaign for export markets in Asia. The National Association of Manufacturers, at first dominated by Midwestern industrial firms, wanted a full share of the great trade which is coming out of the new industrial era in the Orient. 73 others who viewed themselves as part of the agricultural community repeated the same theme. The National Grange petitioned the State Department to push our corn products in China. Farmers in Kansas and Nebraska saw the control of the Hawaiian Islands as essential to our maintaining control of the commerce of the Pacific. Without commerce, especially of meats, grains, cotton, and manufactures, we cannot attain the highest degree of prosperity. 74 flour millers, meat packers, and implement manufacturers added their weight to preventing the disintegration of the Chinese market. But the agrarians understood that metropolitan businessmen were adapting their outlook to their own needs and that the thrust across the Pacific was primarily their work. The first action by the American Asiatic Association in January 1898 indicated its metropolitan outlook as well as its influence upon the McKinley administration. Clarence Carey, attorney for the American China Development Company, and John Ford of the Journal of Commerce, the leading spokesman for the group, met with representatives of Standard Oil, Bethlehem Iron, Deering Milliken, and others to plan efforts to alert the public and the government to the alarming situation in China following the Kyochao incident. They petitioned the New York State Chamber of Commerce to take immediate action to notify the State Department of the threat to the privileges enjoyed under existing treaty rights by Americans in China, and the need for the preservation and protection of their important commercial interest in that empire. 75 Although greatly preoccupied with Cuba policy, McKinley was reported to be sympathetic and receptive to the Chamber's concern over China. For that matter, the threat to the open door in Asia had already led the McKinley administration to propose a Hawaiian annexation treaty. Recent events in China have put a new face on the annexation issue, the New York Tribune explained, for American control of Hawaii was the commercial key to the whole Pacific. 76 Earlier opponents of annexation such as Senator George F. Hoar were assured by the president that taking Hawaii was not the beginning of an overseas territorial empire but merely a necessary strategic step for increasing American commerce to the Orient. Such arguments, and the threat of Japanese intervention, largely undercut the Hawaiian anti-annexationist position. With the essential framework in place, the formal annexation awaited developments in the Philippines in the summer of 1898. Thus events in Asia supplied the immediate background of McKinley's decision for war with Spain. In the early months of 1898, industrialists and financial leaders came to accept the view that intervention was necessary to end the Cuban torment and allow the United States to proceed with its commercial expansion in the Far East. The fear that a conflict with Spain would disrupt economic recovery was increasingly overcome by the argument that war might be just the stimulant needed to promote a business revival and, not incidentally, unite a divided nation under the auspices of the metropolis. President McKinley, a subtle and cautious leader, recognized this shift in the thinking of a considerable segment of the business community. Yet he hoped that the pacification of Cuba and the restoration of normal trade relations could be obtained by measures short of war. As the events of February and March unfolded, it became clear that the president's own policies imposed unacceptable demands upon the Spanish and in turn increasingly restricted the peaceful alternatives open to him. On the one hand, when Spain moved successfully to suppress the Cuban rebels, the president, prodded by a bellicose yellow press and outraged agriculturalists, demanded abandonment of such brutal and devastating methods. On the other hand, neither the rebels nor the Spanish were willing to give more than lip service to American attempts to mediate Cuban autonomy within a Spanish empire. The publication of the Delaunay letter and the sinking of the battleship Maine merely accelerated the drift toward war with Spain by pointing up the dilemmas inherent in McKinley's diplomacy. Published in William Randolph Hearst's New York Journal, the private and purloined letter written by Spanish Minister Enrique Delaunay ridiculed McKinley and caused a sensation among the American people. But for the administration, the contents of the letter revealed beyond a doubt the insincerity of the Spanish government on the question of Cuban autonomy and the futility of pursuing such a solution to the Cuban crisis. Before the furor over the Delaunay letter subsided, the sinking of the Maine in Havana Harbor on March 15, 1898, brought the nation to near hysteria. The cause of the explosion that sank the Maine was uncertain. The public was prepared to believe the worst and many held Spain responsible. The commission that investigated the tragedy concluded that it had been an external explosion but gave no clue as to whether the ship had been sunk by Cubans or Spanish sympathizers. At this point McKinley, ever cautious, presented Spain with a set of precise demands that constituted a virtual ultimatum. An immediate armistice was to extend to October 1, there was to be an immediate end to the reconcentration policy, and the Spanish government must accept American mediation of the conflict. The implied demand, which was confirmed in a telegram shortly after the original statement, was for an independent Cuba. Although Spain took a 196 conciliatory stance toward most of the demands, it refused to grant Cuban independence. Confronted with Spanish intransigence, McKinley made his decision for war sometime in the last week of March. The United States officially declared war with Spain on April 25, 1898, in the name of a free Cuba, and thereby set in motion a train of events leading to an overseas empire in the Pacific as well as the Caribbean. Although McKinley did not opt for war with Spain in Cuba until March 1898, he had 4 months earlier accepted the Navy Department's two-pronged campaign to free Cuba and strike at Spain's Philippine colony in the Pacific. As with Hawaii, that decision was tied to American ambitions in the Far East and the fear that European nations were finessing the United States out of the China market. The key to the Philippine policy was the view expressed by Mark Hanna, one of McKinley's closest advisors, that with a strong foothold in the Philippine Islands, we can and will take a large slice of the commerce of Asia. That is what we want. We are bound to share in the commerce of the Far East, and it is better to strike for it while the iron is hot. 77 When Theodore Roosevelt as Assistant Secretary of the Navy took the liberty to order Commodore Dewey to prepare to strike Manila on February 25, McKinley did not countermand the order. Even before official word of Dewey's victory at Manila Bay, McKinley had ordered occupation troops to the island. In so doing, he opened up a vigorous debate over the kind of empire the United States should establish. Some leading politicians and intellectuals opposed the annexation of the Philippines. Much as in the debate over Hawaii, they feared that the United States would become a colonial power. That would weaken democracy at home, increase taxes to pay for an enlarged military, and dilute the traditional Anglo-Saxon character of American society. Carl Schurz, Edward Atkinson, William Jennings Bryan and other anti-imperialists, as they were called, advocated an empire based on economic power without colonies. For the most part, McKinley and his advisors actually agreed with their critics. When the president first formulated his peace terms, he seemed to accept Admiral Mahan's advice that the Philippines should remain with Spain except for the city, bay, and harbor of Manila. 78 But in the face of the nationalistic uprising of the Filipinos, and fear of German intervention, McKinley became convinced that Manila would be insecure and indefensible unless the United States annexed all the islands. Annexationists agreed with their opponents that commercial expansion into Asia was vital to the economic and political well-being of the nation, but they effectively argued that penetration of this market would be impossible without the security provided by control of the Philippines and Hawaii. Secretary of State John Foster summed up the narrow tactical nature of the imperialist versus anti-imperialist debate. Whatever difference of opinion exists among American citizens respecting the policy of territorial expansion, all seems to be agreed upon the desirability of commercial expansion. In fact, it has become a necessity to find new and enlarged markets for our agricultural and manufactured products. 79 The enthusiasm over a successful war against Spain extended the commercial interest in China. Access to that market under conditions that would secure equality of opportunity for Americans became the central concern of policy makers after 1898. Linking the question of the Philippines with the China market, President McKinley instructed his peace commissioners in September 1898 that the United States was not an indifferent spectator to developments in China. Then he added, "We seek no advantages in the Orient which are not common to all. Asking only the open door for ourselves, we are ready to accord the open door for others." 80 Although all the essential elements of the open door policy had been developed by 1899, it was during that year that pressures at home and abroad convinced the new Secretary of State, John Hay, to take action. Hay received in January a memorial from a large number of cotton manufacturers who warned that, unless a vigorous policy is pursued, the markets of North China and Manchuria would be lost. Other business groups and newspaper editors also clamored for more effective action. Despite the secretary's serious attention to these petitions, He could not prevent Russia's apparent trade discrimination in Manchuria. Nor could he block Italy's move in April for a sphere of influence, a demand that had the support of the British and that threatened a new round of partitioning in China. Long familiar with the principle of equality of trade opportunity, He began to devise the formulas leading to the first open door notes of September 1899. The idea of the open door policy rested on two assumptions about America's strengths and weaknesses in the world arena. First, the export revival of 1897 and the return of economic prosperity convinced American political and economic leaders that the United States enjoyed, in the words of Brooks Adams, a degree of economic supremacy that, other things being equal, would give the United States dominance in the world marketplace. In discussing China policy, Bankers Magazine believed that nation will secure the widest and best markets which can offer the cheapest and best goods. The editors had no trouble in identifying the United States as such a nation provided China was open to trade with all the world. 81. The second shared assumption was that, unlike the situation in Latin America, the United States was politically and strategically at a disadvantage in the Far East. Although the Spanish-American War had propelled American power into the region, the United States was still without the substantial commercial and military resources of the other great nations. Given these assumptions, American policy makers evolved a policy suited to their own objectives. It was not borrowed wholesale from, or imposed on them, by the English. They rejected the possibility of joining the scramble for partitions in China, for such a policy would limit their market to a slice of the whole. They also rejected the alternative of making a military alliance with other open-door supporters, presumably Great Britain and Japan. That might lead the United States into an unwanted war in China and create the conditions for the breakup of the Chinese Empire. Instead, He sought in the open-door notes of September 1899 to gain the agreement of all of the great powers to exempt China from imperial competition and thereby to uphold the open door and Chinese sovereignty. The hope that the other powers would join in this stratagem was neither naive nor a political gesture for domestic consumption. Rather, it was based on the realistic assessment of the existing balance of power in Asia and the European fear that further partitioning of China would trigger a world war. The United States, by threatening to use the leverage of its newly won and admittedly modest status in the Far East to upset the delicate equilibrium between the powers, hoped to gain commercial empire in all of China without military entanglements or war. In short, the new touchstone of American foreign policy contained in the first open-door note asked the major powers to agree to preserve equality of treatment for American entrepreneurs within all of China, including the spheres of influence. By March 1900, He asserted that he had received final and definitive assent to his notes from all six powers. But he had not reckoned with the Chinese. 3 months later, a wave of anti-foreign rebellion swept across the Manchu Empire. The Boxers besieged Peking and cut off the foreign legations from outside contact. Sending troops from the Philippines for an allied expeditionary force to free the harried legations and to crush the Boxer movement, American policy makers feared that the European powers would exploit the crisis and further partition. Principle of equality of commercial treatment in all of China, He suggested that the powers agree to maintain the safety and peace in China as well as Chinese territorial and administrative entity. As with the first note, the major powers expressed general agreement to these goals. Later events revealed that these powers harbored other designs on China. But for the moment none was eager to parade its opposition to America's proclamation of equal commercial opportunity and public commitment to the territorial integrity of China. The open-door notes have been dismissed as irrelevant, unsuccessful, and an example of empty diplomatic rhetoric in support of a principle that even the United States would upon occasion find it expedient to violate. Specifically, the open-door policy is faulted because the anticipated trade bonanza with China never developed. Nor did the Russians and the Japanese adhere to the principle of equality of commercial treatment in China. However, most observers acknowledge that one immediate effect of the policy was to allow for a rapprochement with Great Britain based on a mutuality of interest in the Far East. The way was cleared for the settlement of several disputes, most notably the question of treaty rights for an Isthmian canal, that had irritated Anglo-American relations for many years. Great Britain, isolated on the continent and fearful of the growing might of Germany, acquiesced in American demands in hopes of cementing the bonds of Anglo-American friendship. Britain recognized American hegemony in the Caribbean and granted in the Orient a protective economic and political mantle for the open-door policy. But on several other counts the criticisms miss the mark and fail to take account of the more subtle and sophisticated objectives of the formulators of the open-door notes. John Hay understood that the policy was not an immediate panacea for ensuring American commercial supremacy in China, and he did not believe that the commitments of the European powers to the open door could be enforced militarily by the United States. The policy was designed to avoid military entanglements and win markets through peaceful competition. The open door notes, Hay believed, would create a framework of international relations that would limit the freedom of action of the European powers in China and commit American prestige and economic power to the principle of self-determination and an open marketplace. Thus, the open door policy became a guide to American action in the world that was applied where feasible and expedient. Traditional colonialism was abandoned. American leaders announced that the United States hoped to deploy its overwhelming economic power to transform the economies and politics of poorer, weaker countries according to industrial, and specifically American, standards. In short, the open-door notes were a most interesting hybrid of anti-colonialism and economic imperialism. 82 The expansionist, imperial foreign policy symbolized in the open-door notes was largely formulated by the industrial financial community, which enjoyed direct access to the McKinley administration. Its members were primarily concerned with obtaining foreign markets for their surplus manufactured goods and acquiring cheap raw materials. But it is important to realize that the majority of the population in the agricultural community strongly approved of the policy of a fair field and no favor. The editors of the Western Rural, after claiming responsibility in the name of liberty and progress for the war against Spain, turned their attention to Asia. The opening and civilizing of China meant that American farmers may expect a constantly increasing foreign demand for food. Wallace's Farmer dealt with the significance of the new policy more explicitly in 1899. The policy of the open door with the Philippines will enable us to use our moral advantage in securing the same open door with all parts of the Chinese Empire. We need the Oriental trade. 83 The reason for such support is apparent. The open door policy, while formulated in terms of the objectives of the industrial financial community, represented the essence of the outlook and program that agrarians had been pushing for a generation. From the 1860s onward, farmers sought railroad legislation, improved water transportation, reciprocity treaties, a revived merchant marine, an American-controlled Isthmian canal, and the remonetization of silver to improve their position in the world marketplace. They created a consensus in favor of overseas economic expansion. And although generally opposed to those in the metropolis who wanted a traditional colonial empire, they favored or rejected territorial expansion on the basis of whether it enhanced or hindered America's position in the world's markets. Thus the Philippines became a temporary and regrettable necessity. If the United States was to have a base to penetrate the China market, the agrarian majority, which had come to define overseas commercial expansion as crucial to their economic, and hence political, freedom, paved the way for the metropolitan elite to create an open-door empire in the 20th century. Despite William Jennings Bryan's warning that colonial acquisitions would nullify every principle set forth in the Declaration of Independence, the Democratic Party failed to elect a president in November 1900, and, more important, the anti-imperialist movement failed to change American foreign policy. In part, Bryan's defeat can be attributed to the party system itself. Great issues like slavery or imperialism either force radical changes in party structure, or lose their cutting edge, through compromises. In this case, President McKinley and the Republicans simply turned the imperialism issue into a vote for or against continuing policies that they said had brought the country back from the depths of depression into prosperity. As a result of sound domestic policies, especially the maintenance of the gold standard, McKinley told a group of supporters on March 3, 1900, and new foreign policies, such as the open door in the Far East through which to market our products, American exports in the previous 2 years had exceeded our purchases by over $1 billion. One businessman agreed. Appearing as the first witness before the National Industrial Commission, F.B. Thurber, president of the United States Export Association, elaborated on an increasingly familiar theme: with a consuming power of 75 million we have a producing power of 150 million. Our problem is to keep our labor and capital continuously and remuneratively employed by preserving our home market and reaching out for a place to dump our surplus among the other 1,365,000,000, each of whom has some wants. Unlike European nations, the relative importance of large colonies was far less to the United States. While trade follows the flag to some extent, Thurber observed, it follows the price list to a much greater extent, and we must do all that we can to extend our markets so that our factories can run continuously. Thurber and succeeding witnesses stressed the need to match the Europeans in another area: the tools of economic imperialism, coaling stations, ship subsidies, bargaining tariffs, foreign bank branches, and a professionalized foreign service. As a result of the recent Spanish-American War, the United States had acquired outright Puerto Rico and the Philippine Islands. Cuba had been made into a protectorate. The test for American policy makers, Thurber and his peers argued, was how well these acquisitions were used to preserve and extend America's political economic system in a world defined by the aspirations of rival industrial powers. The anti-imperialists had been equally strident in demanding that these territories be liberated from Spain, a backward, repressive country that could no longer use them efficiently or aid their development in the world economy. Imperialists, on the other hand, admitted that their opponents were right on one point: no matter how profitable Cuba or the Philippines might become someday, they brought unwelcome and even dangerous political responsibilities. But the opportunity to acquire these posts had presented itself at a critical time. A Progressive Foreign Policy 1900 to 1921 205. When looked at from a manifest destiny point of view, limited colonial expansion seemed as necessary to the nation's development as were the Indian removals in the century just past. The independence of the Cubans is essential, American Federation of Labor President Samuel F. Gompers declared in 1896. It was essential to their economic organization, and because liberty, truth, and freedom was the basis of the makeup of the world. 3. But Gompers had wanted McKinley to grant Cuba and the Philippines immediate independence. The president maintained in private conversations with his advisers, however, that our tenure in the Philippines offered the best chance to make sure of the open-door policy in China. The commercial opportunity associated with this opening, he added, depends less on large territorial possessions than upon an adequate commercial basis and upon broad and equal privileges. For with a naval outpost in the islands, and a large garrison of troops, America could exercise greater influence on other powers with ambitions for the Asian market. In the campaign of 1900, Bryan suggested that this purpose could be served without wrecking the Constitution by declaring a Monroe Doctrine for the Philippine area. McKinley and his advisers had considered this idea, or one very like it, the retention of naval bases and nothing else. They had concluded that such a policy would lead to more, not fewer, political and military complications. Suppose another power attempted to take over the islands. Would the United States respond to the challenge, or would it abandon everything, including its responsibilities to the islands? When Bryan became Secretary of State in 1913, he faced similar problems and reached similar conclusions in justifying the occupation of Haiti. The American empire was not created in a fit of absent-mindedness, nor in a spasm of mass hysteria brought on by maladjustments in the national psyche. Through the open door. Even during the 1900 election campaign, the Philippines had become important to America's China policy. Since the Japanese victory over the Celestial Kingdom in 1895, the possibility that China might be partitioned among the European powers had been a constant source of concern to Americans. The Europeans had forced Japan to restore Chinese possessions, but they themselves, or at least some of them, then speeded up their own plans for reducing China to a collection of protectorates. In 1896, Imperial Russia took the first step by demanding major political and economic concession in Manchuria. 2 years later, Germany lopped off the Shantung Peninsula as compensation for the murder of a few missionaries. Hoping to win the support of countries opposed to partition, the United States took notice of these untoward doings in a formal note sent by Secretary of State John Hay to the powers on September 6, 1899. This original open-door note did not directly challenge the so-called spheres of influence, but called upon the European capitals to recognize the principle of equal economic opportunity throughout China. Hay asked that each send a formal reply to his message, expecting that Great Britain and Japan would respond favorably and thereby supply the basis for international pressure against the recalcitrants, without committing the United States politically to any nation or alliance. When Hay wrote a second note, on July 3, 1900, developments inside China had run ahead of the Secretary's calculations. Too many things had happened too fast to permit him to continue his aloof, almost Platonic policy stance. If it intended to influence the outcome, the United States would have to plunge into the very center of the China problem. In the interim following the first open-door note, an anti-foreign uprising called the Boxer Rebellion had spread through China, finally engulfing Peking and Tientsin, where the foreign diplomatic quarters came under siege. To rescue these establishments, and to punish the Boxers for such an outrage, the European powers had assembled a joint military expedition in China. Worried that these forces would cover a secret agreement to divide up the country, McKinley sent troops from the Philippines, even though they could hardly be spared from the surprisingly difficult task of pacification. The American force was sent more in support of Hay's second open-door note than to quell the Boxers. It went with careful instructions from the War Department not to join any joint command or to engage in any operations that might compromise Washington's independent position vis-a-vis either the powers or the Chinese government. The Secretary's new note said that the powers ought to dedicate themselves to the principles of Chinese territorial and administrative integrity, and to equal and impartial trade with all parts of the Chinese Empire. Discouraged by the seeming lack of response to his efforts in late 1900, Hay wavered in his loyalty to the open-door principle, entertaining unworthy thoughts of throwing it all over in favor of a catch-as-catch-can race for spheres of influence. He even picked out Samsa Bay as the most likely spot for an American naval base on the Chinese coast. On this occasion, Hay and McKinley were persuaded to wait out the situation by the American minister in China, at least until the shape of things to come could be better discerned. This minor episode illustrates a key point about the open-door policy. It was not something peculiar to McKinley and Hay, nor to a particular time period. The policy spanned both ideological and chronological spectra and provided a general strategical framework. Although designed to secure maximum economic benefits to the United States, it carried a heavy load of ideological baggage as well. It required and received a powerful momentum supplied from sources deep in American experience. If at all possible, the United States wanted to stay clear of European tangles in fashioning its China policy. That left really only one alternative: to try to strengthen China internally so that it could resist foreign pressures. In the wake of the Boxer Rebellion, American diplomats urged the Chinese to modernize their procedures and to reform their diplomatic practices in dealing with the outside world. Their effort failed. So did a 1903 scheme for putting China on the international gold standard under American tutelage. This proposal included the creation of a board of foreign experts to oversee Chinese finances. It was to have been headed by an American advisor, with English and Japanese assistants. Variations of this original scheme were put forward a number of times over the next 4 decades. Almost all of them failed for the same reason: unexpected opposition from Chinese nationalists, first capitalists and then communists. McKinley's successor, Theodore Roosevelt, tried to prop open the door to China with Japan. He and Secretary Hay both thought of the Japanese as the only real bulwark against continuing Russian manipulations aimed at converting Manchuria into feeder lines for the recently completed Trans-Siberian Railroad. Making foreign policy through a third party was frustrating business, too. And occasionally, Hay's temper would get the best of him. If we gave them a wink, he once suggested to Roosevelt, the Japanese would fly at the throat of Russia in a moment. Roosevelt demurred when it came to going that far, but the Japanese had good reason to count on Washington's benevolent neutrality when they launched their February 1904 surprise attack on the Russian fleet anchored at Port Arthur. The Japanese won this and succeeding encounters quite easily. However, they eventually found themselves stuck on the Asian continent without any way to get out of the conflict and still to keep most of what they had won. This gave Roosevelt an unexpected opportunity to move on stage by offering his services as an honest broker to end the war. The Russians were extremely reluctant to accept American intervention, which they correctly regarded as antagonistic to their policies, but their choices were severely circumscribed when military defeat was followed by the threat of domestic revolution. They agreed at last to come to Portsmouth, New Hampshire, to sit down with their enemies and write a peace treaty. America wanted a final peace agreement that would create a roughly equal balance in Manchuria, a situation conducive to the expansion of American economic interests and the general open-door policy. Roosevelt had agreed to serve as go-between only after he had been assured by the Japanese that, in exchange for a dominant position in Korea and the cession of Port Arthur, they would support China's right to regain control of Manchuria. Even if he retained private doubts about Japan's good intentions, Roosevelt was probably right in believing that this was the only tactic he could employ to advance the open-door policy. An interesting parallel arose 40 years later, when Roosevelt's cousin, Franklin D. Roosevelt, found himself confronted with a Manchurian dilemma at the Yalta Conference. Theodore Roosevelt surrendered Korea in hopes of gaining Manchuria. Franklin D. Roosevelt gave away Manchuria to preserve the rest of China. Neither policy worked, of course, but not for the reasons the Roosevelt's critics asserted. In each case, the outcome really depended on what happened afterward inside China. The open-door policy was premised on a contradiction. So far as it applied to that country, it defined China as an object of diplomacy, yet presumed that the Chinese should find their national destiny within its understandings. No treaty could long guarantee the kind of Far East balance the United States had attempted to strike between Russia and Japan. Consequently, Roosevelt and his aides dealt bilaterally with the Japanese, informally conceding Korea in exchange for recognition of American interests in the Philippines. Theodore Roosevelt's emissary, William Howard Taft, may have been acting purely on his own initiative in designing the 1905 Taft-Katsura Memorandum to this purpose, but the understanding was the first of a series of temporary arrangements that the United States would negotiate with Tokyo over the next 2 decades in an effort to find a permanent basis for an open-door policy that both nations could accept and defend. The president's prestige throughout the world is beyond anything that he can imagine, the American diplomat Henry White wrote from his observation point in Rome after the Portsmouth Conference. Roosevelt found himself being sought out to repeat the peacemaker role he had created in the Russo-Japanese situation by no less a personage than Kaiser Wilhelm of Germany, who wanted him to mediate his dispute with the French over Morocco. Roosevelt was not at all eager to attempt the feat, especially since it might appear that he was entering the matter at the Kaiser's insistence. He knew full well the pitfalls surrounding the Moroccan question. Besides, American trade in Morocco and the rest of North Africa was of little consequence. Yet the logic of the situation dictated that the United States show its support for the open-door principle, not to defend specific interests, but to encourage the expansion of the idea to other areas of the world. Another consideration was Roosevelt's realization that if the United States were to participate in world affairs, it could not always pick and choose among issues. Finally, and related to all other facets of the question, Roosevelt thought American policy should contribute to the maintenance of the European power balance. Germany got very little out of the ensuing Algeciras Conference, which recognized most of France's claims in Morocco. Roosevelt had never intended to support the Kaiser's demands, but Ambassador Henry White, 210, who had represented the president, exulted that the Algeciras Conference had established once and for all America's big power status among the nations. And even domestic critics of so-called foreign entanglements, he added, must now admit that it is possible for us to take an important part in a European assemblage, and to fully assert our rights to equal ity of rights commercial and economic, and yet in no wise to take sides in any of the political questions. 6. The conference had issued an open-door statement regarding access to Morocco, of little consequence at the time, but it did provide a precedent for American demands for equal opportunities to post-World War I oil concessions in the Middle East, and then again near the end of World War II, when a State Department economic mission specifically cited the declarations of the Algeciras Conference against French determination to close the door in North Africa and the Levant on what it called an expanding system of trade and industry. To the French, however, the issue was American penetration of a former preserve for their own capitalists. China remained the primary object of international diplomacy, however, in the years following the Russo-Japanese War, with American businessmen now complaining that Japan was honoring the open-door principle no more than Russia had before that war. The first disappointment had been Tokyo's refusal to allow American railroaders to purchase a share of the South Manchurian Railroad, potentially Japan's most important acquisition from the Russians. American bankers who had helped to finance Japan's war effort had confidently expected a favorable response to Harriman's bid to buy into the line, especially because it was in bad shape physically and financially. Japanese leaders already had a full-blown manifest destiny vision of their own. They saw the railroad as the future basis for a joint stock company to develop Manchuria according to their needs. In 1907, Tokyo and St. Petersburg found that they could settle things between them and divided Manchuria into spheres of influence. Hay had introduced public diplomacy in 1899, with his request that the powers send formal replies to his open-door note, that he intended to place these before the world, and thereby mobilize like-minded liberal or progressive forces and nations. Woodrow Wilson tried to achieve this same end at the 1919 Versailles Conference. It is helpful to keep in mind that public diplomacy like the open-door policy was not unique with one president or one issue. In July 1906, a low-level American diplomat then stationed in Tokyo, F.M. Huntington Wilson, suggested ways in which public pressure could be brought on the Japanese. The two great forces that can be brought to bear on Japan are the fear of offending Great Britain and the fear of offending the United States, for the Japanese statesmen realize that they must have the money and the support of these two nations. Japan is sensitive to American opinion when she believes it to be in earnest. A strong weapon in our hands is the use of the press, and I would suggest that it would do much good, in circumstances like the present, discreetly to give to the press material for getting well noised about the wishes of the United States and the cases which exist for dissatisfaction with Japan. 7. American policymakers were still chasing this illusion on the eve of Pearl Harbor in December 1941. From 1900 to 1907, to review a complicated period in a sentence, the open-door policy had not been a notable success in China, but it had been firmly implanted in the minds of American diplomats at all levels as the best, indeed the only, strategy for competing with powerful rivals. What the anti-imperialists often misunderstood was that McKinley and his successors acknowledged limitations on American territorial expansion and had devised a foreign policy to meet the requirements of political economy with as little damage as possible to the nation's traditions, its raison d'etre as an empire of liberty. In fact, American policymakers were quite sincere in assuming that the expansion of that empire meant an expansion of human freedom. What the imperialists misunderstood, on the other hand, was that the anti-imperialists were quite right in pointing out that other empires, past and present, had justified themselves on the same grounds. Act 2 of the Chinese drama. The initiative for beginning anew in Manchuria sprang full-grown from the fertile imagination of a young American consul in Mukden named Willard Straight. Straight held no formal commission for negotiating a loan agreement with local officials, but he knew of E. H. Harriman's disappointment that the deal for the South Manchurian Railroad had collapsed, and he had the right kind of connections to contact Harriman once the details of his arrangement were worked out. In September 1908, Consul Straight suddenly appeared in the State Department with a signed document calling for a large investment of American capital in Manchuria in a wallet hanging from a leather thong tied around his neck. The rest of the story was equally romantic. The proposed contract called for the establishment of an American financial institution in Manchuria, similar to the already functioning Russian and Japanese development corporations. Of special interest to Harriman, who was still seeking to complete a worldwide transportation network, was a second clause concerning the construction of a railroad parallel to the tracks of the South Manchurian line. Nothing came of either idea, as the Japanese found out about the secret loan negotiations and rushed instructions to their ambassador in Washington to press for a new understanding concerning Manchuria. As it happened, Roosevelt and Secretary of State Elihu Root were anxious just at that moment to settle affairs with Japan because of West Coast agitation about immigration. Moreover, Roosevelt seemed to be losing interest in Manchuria. But Secretary Root was bothered about the Straight contract for yet another reason. He was increasingly worried about the implications of state capitalism, or officially backed economic ventures. If national governments were now to be expected to support their capitalists to such an extent as suggested in this plan and then stand by to intervene when called upon, economic rivalry would soon turn into political rivalry and the breakdown of international order. State capitalism also had unwholesome implications for domestic institutions. Root's conservatism made him suspicious, too, of China's possible motives in enticing American interests into this far eastern Minnesota. He feared being drawn into a black forest with no way out. Whatever his reasons or priorities, Root signed an informal statement together with the Japanese ambassador that, while it seemed to some only a reaffirmation of previous understandings, appeared to Straight and his disappointed supporters in the State Department as an abandonment of American claims to an equal chance in Manchuria. The language of the November 30, 1908, Root-Takahira Agreement left out the word territorial before the customary phrase integrity of China. Whether that one-word omission actually conceded the province was an open question, but it temporarily closed off negotiations with the Chinese on the proposed loan. If Roosevelt and Root had lost some of their zeal for Oriental adventures, William Howard Taft's interest was just reaching its zenith. Equally important, his Secretary of State, Philander C. Knox, took a more progressive view of a nation's responsibility to its citizens in the modern industrial world. Knox believed that recent economic developments made the original version of the open-door policy obsolete. Call it paternalism, if you will, he explained in 1911, but it is rational to hold that a fatherland owes it to its children the duty of assuring them opportunity for self-advancement. These duties included official encouragement in the formation of so-called chosen instruments of national enterprise, if that was what was necessary to hold the field open for others to follow. 8. Knox sent excerpts from Taft's 1909 inaugural speech to the American legation in Peking, signaling the arrival of a new mood in the White House, in the international controversies that are likely to arise in the Orient growing out of the question of the open door and other issues. The United States can maintain her interests intact and can secure respect for her just demands. But these objectives could not be accomplished by mere verbal protest and diplomatic note. Therefore, continued Taft, the expenses of the Army and the Navy and of coast defenses should always be considered as something which the government must pay for, and they should not be cut off through mere considerations of economy. A former Governor-General of the Philippines, Taft may have had in mind situations like the Boxer Rebellion, when American troops had been used in a diplomatic situation, or he may have believed that he was only carrying on Roosevelt's naval policies, including the sending of the Great White Fleet on a world tour in 1907 to impress the Japanese with America's determination to protect and to expand its Pacific interests. Within a few weeks of Taft's inauguration, the State Department launched its China offensive by insisting that Peking honor an all but forgotten promise to invite American capitalists to bid on a contract for the Huaquang Railways, a system of lines to connect Hankou with other major cities. The State Department insisted that China had broken its promise by awarding the contract to an international consortium of British, French, and German interests. Knox and his aides were particularly anxious to share in this contract, because, until a few years before, it had actually belonged to the America-China Development Company. That concern's rights had expired when, despite Roosevelt's last-minute intervention, it had decided to turn a quick profit by reselling the contract back to the angry Chinese at an exorbitant profit. Taft wanted to replay that scene with a better ending. As things stood in 1909, however, the curtain was going up on a whole new act in the Chinese drama. Although the America-China Development Company had proved to be a speculative flyer typical of the Gilded Age, the age of a true world economy was dawning and railroads were its pioneers. They were the key to all future investment and, therefore, to the development of a large China trade. An exclusive European monopoly of Chinese railroads would make future diplomatic circulars on the open door policy as obsolete as the fossilized dinosaurs then being reconstructed in the Smithsonian Institution. As a next step, the State Department invited the four most powerful banks on Wall Street to form a national consortium to enter into financial negotiations with the European combines. What followed confused even the participants and has required book-length treatment to unravel. 9. In brief, after considerable effort, the United States managed to get a full quarter share of the Huaquang contract and to gain a full partnership in all the doings of the International Banking Consortium. Willard Strait was then sent back to China to complete the final arrangements, and, on a semi-official basis, to reopen the old Manchurian business. Harriman's untimely death left the young businessman diplomat out on a very weak limb, but the American group of bankers eventually agreed to take on the Manchurian project as well. At this point Knox blundered badly, introducing a premature plan to neutralize all Manchurian railways by means of international loans to China to supply whatever funds were needed to buy out all foreign interests. Unimpressed with the argument that the Knox plan would promote efficiency and economy, Tokyo and St. Petersburg warned the Chinese not to get caught up in the spirit of American progressivism when it affected their railroads. Together, Russia and Japan could, and did, block other plans of the international consortium, forcing it to create a fifth and sixth places for their bankers. No loans were actually made by the enlarged firm. It became embarrassing for the United States to be found in such company, especially when Chinese revolutionaries cited the degrading terms demanded by international bankers as proof of the monarchy's inability to prevent foreign exploitation. Meanwhile, in the United States reform groups were at odds with the Taft administration on several questions. The China policy was sometimes cited by critics as proof of undue Wall Street influence, but the bankers themselves were already wondering how much longer Knox expected them to fulfill their patriotic obligations, which, so far, had not resulted in the actual construction of a single mile of railroad. When Woodrow Wilson won the 1912 election, the bankers asked the new administration to assure them that if they continued in the China Consortium, their interests would be fully protected by the government. Wilson's reply was foreordained. Without answering directly, the president announced to newspaper reporters that the United States was getting out. "Thank God," wrote Henry George, Jr., to Secretary of State Bryan. "Thank God, we now have an administration at Washington that does not regard mankind as saddled and bridled for the privileged few to ride." Wilson's handling of the matter did not endear him to the bankers, who were already upset about his campaign remarks on domestic issues. In their anger, many had not bothered to read the rest of his statement on China. He had not attacked those who sought to enlarge the China trade through loans and investments. Far from it. He planned to ask Congress, he said, 4. Special legislation to give American merchants, manufacturers, and engineers needed banking facilities required to compete with commercial rivals. This is its duty. This is the main material interest of its citizens in the development of China. 10. But even those businessmen who had read the whole statement remained skeptical about the president's understanding of how things were then being done in the Orient. Most adopted a wait-and-see attitude. Wilson's well-known feelings concerning the banking community raised legitimate questions about his understanding of the close connection between successful foreign banking operations and the development of a large export trade. Though many businessmen never liked Wilson, they would have to admit after the passage of the Federal Reserve Act, with its special provisions for foreign branch operations, that he did indeed appreciate the relationship. Rapid evolution of the Platt Amendment. Banker involvement in American foreign policy was greatest in the Caribbean and Central America. Each succeeding administration in the years from 1900 to 1921 eventually found itself relying upon the bankers to carry the burden, although the government never made policy simply in response to their wishes. Theodore Roosevelt was concerned that someday a European power would seize upon a bad debt as an excuse to demand, China fashion, a naval base in one of the Caribbean countries, or even on the coast of some South American country. To prevent such a possibility in the former area, the United States adopted policies that, when Europeans practiced them, were called administrative imperialism. These started with the Platt Amendment to the Cuban Constitution. Imposed by the United States on the new Cuban government, the amendment supposedly made it impossible for any other country to obtain military or economic footholds on the island. Cuba was prohibited from granting any nation but the United States military or naval bases or from contracting public debts that could not be discharged by ordinary revenues. Finally, the Cuban government was required to consent to a on the scene in Panama. Theodore Roosevelt takes a look at progress on the canal. Further constitutional provision that the United States may exercise the right to intervene for the preservation of Cuban independence, the maintenance of a government adequate for the protection of life, property, and individual liberty, and for other unspecified reasons connected with America's obligations under the Treaty of Paris ending the war with Spain. The people ask me what we mean by a stable government in Cuba, wrote General Leonard Wood from Havana in early 1900. I tell them that when money can be borrowed at a reasonable rate of interest and when capital is willing to invest in the island, a condition of stability will have been reached. 11. That, in sum, was the rationale for the Platt Amendment. It was developed in response to a need to work out a satisfactory solution to the Cuban problem, since outright annexation had been ruled out, but it soon became the model for resolving other problems in the Monroe Dock Trine area. None of the later arrangements were spelled out so fully, but like the Platt Amendment they led to military interventions on a regular basis, and in some cases, to semi-permanent military occupations. When viewed from the perspective of the Platt Amendment, TR's intervention in support of the November 1903 Panamanian Revolution against Colombia appears to have been prompted by more than a temporary setback dealt to the United States when the Colombian Senate refused to ratify the Hay-Herran Treaty covering rights to build a canal across the Isthmus of Panama in return for $10 million. Long before that crisis, Roosevelt had warned Germany not to seek a permanent foothold in Venezuela. At one point, he even ordered the fleet to make ready to sail from Puerto Rico to display the flag near the area. He recalled much later that he had become convinced that Germany intended to seize some Venezuelan harbor and turn it into a strongly fortified place of arms, on the model of Kyoko, with a view to exercising some measure of control over the future Isthmian Canal, and over South American affairs generally. Roosevelt wanted that control and influence for the United States. His intervention in the Panamanian affair assured the United States complete dominance over the canal route, but he also seized upon the opportunity presented when the Colombian Senate defied American wishes to secure an American Kyoko, as it were, a strongly fortified place of arms on the South American continent. TR could then issue his general pronouncement, commonly referred to as the Roosevelt Corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, with the confidence that he could stand behind every word with military force. In his annual messages of both 1904 and 1905, Roosevelt asserted the right to intervene between any American republic and the rest of the world whenever it became necessary to prevent even a temporary seizure of a customs house by a nation seeking to satisfy a foreign debt. To make the corollary work, Roosevelt found it necessary to apply something like a Platt Amendment solution to the situation in Santo Domingo. Since 1899 that half of the island of Hispaniola, which it shared with Haiti, had been in a state of permanent revolution. Small-scale troop landings from European and American naval vessels had become an almost commonplace event. Beginning in 1903, the State and Navy departments showed considerable interest in completing negotiations for a naval base at Samana Bay and for financial control of at least that half of the island. The problem became finding a way to keep a government in power long enough to sign the agreements. "I have about the same desire to annex it," Roosevelt confided to a close friend, "as a gorged boa constrictor might have to swallow a porcupine wrong end to." But every report TR received insisted that the only way to put an end 218 to the revolutions and perpetual disorder was to take away the legalized plunder of the customs houses by each succeeding regime. An American planter suggested how this might be done. After the people had elected their next president, the United States should step in and say, "All right, you have elected a president. We will not permit any lawless revolutions against this government." This policy would ensure lasting peace and would not require the landing of a Marine or soldier on that island. 12. This proposal, as it turned out, was strikingly similar to those later advanced by Woodrow Wilson as his own solution to the dilemma of the 1913 Mexican situation as well as to his lesser problems in the Caribbean. Finally, in December 1904, a protocol was signed by Carlos Morales requesting the United States to take over and to administer Santo Domingo customs houses. The agreement was signed under the watchful guns of American Navy ships, primarily to make sure that Morales was protected from his own people. The circumstances surrounding these events provoked serious opposition in Congress and delayed its formal approval. In fact, Root's first assignment when he succeeded John Hay was to get the legislative branch to act favorably on the protocol. He accomplished this feat by removing those items in the treaty that had stirred up the most comment and then enlisting the business community in its support. "Our treatment of Santo Domingo," Root told the National Committee for the Extension of Foreign Commerce, "is but a part of a great policy which shall in the years to come determine the relations of this vast country, with its wealth and enterprise, to the millions of men and women and the countless millions of trade and treasure of the great world to the south." The great policy the Secretary spoke about was underlined in an extended tour Root undertook in 1906 to all the major South American cities. The message he left with them was that the United States had no intention or desire to take additional territory. "Our surplus energy is beginning to look beyond our own borders," he affirmed upon his return, "but it was looking to find opportunity for the profitable use of our surplus capital, foreign markets for our manufacturers, foreign mines to be developed, foreign bridges and railroads and public works to be built, foreign rivers to be turned into electric power and light. As in their several ways England and France and Germany have stood, so we in our own way are beginning to stand and must continue to stand toward the industrial enterprise of the world. Now was the time," he went on, "perhaps our only chance, to take advantage of another development. Latin America had risen out of the stage of militarism and had moved on into the stage of industrialism. If the United States failed to take full advantage of this development, its rivals surely would, and soon." He ended by listing particulars for capturing the Latin American market, giving special emphasis to the need for new steamship lines, subsidized, if need be, by the federal government. Root was anxious to help Latin American evolution along by moving disputes between Central American countries off the battlefield into an international tribunal. "Those people are as anxious to fight as your Highland clans used to be," the secretary wrote to Andrew Carnegie, "but we have been working in harmony with Mexico to keep the peace, and representatives of the disturbing element are now on their way to Washington pursuant to suggestions that the whole matter shall be submitted to arbitration. 13 Carnegie came through with money to build the courthouse, but neither Taft nor Wilson was spared difficult decisions on military intervention. Indeed, the Cuban protectorate had already collapsed. Unaware of how serious the situation had become in Havana by June 1906, Secretary Root recommended to Harvard President Charles Eliot that the university grant Cuban President Tomás Estrada Palma an honorary degree. The Cubans were an affectionate, sensitive people, easily impressed by marks of consideration and courtesy, and they are too frequently treated with rudeness by Americans, he said. Anything, which tends to increase their respect for their own government, and make them proud of the man they have chosen for their leader, is good for them. 14 Estrada Palma soon required a more forcible demonstration of Root's affection. Instead of a sound democracy, protected from outside storms by the Platt Amendment, the Cuban political structure had turned out to be, as Taft would put it, nothing more than a house of cards. The only real goal of a Cuban politician had become to stay in office, since the Platt Amendment determined the more important matter of what to do with power. As the principal interpreter of that document, the American minister in Havana quickly became the second most important man in Cuba, sometimes even more important than the president. 15 As Ambassador Earl T. Smith thus indicated in 1959, that situation persisted down to the time when Fidel Castro came to power, though the Platt Amendment itself was formally abrogated in 1933. Ironically, American planners had unknowingly built into the Cuban situation a revolutionary impetus. Those out of power could not gain much by attacking their opponents for failing to develop the island politically and economically, for it was well known that the Cuban president was sometimes only the second most important man in Havana. Serious political discussion, therefore, had to begin with the nature of Cuba's relationship to the United States. Estrada Palma tried to explain the relationship to Roosevelt's special emissaries in September 1906. A member of the conservative elite, the Cuban president had arrived at the conclusion that the only way to avoid perpetual disorder and revolution was annexation. Secretary of War Taft had no power to grant his request and tried to persuade Estrada Palma to stick out the situation, using what he thought was the best argument. There is no difference in the political or economic principles of the two parties. The only difference is personal. 16 Taft had put his finger on the Cuban-American predicament, but he seemed unaware of the implications of the situation he had so accurately described. It was already too late for more words. American troops were landed to pick up the pieces and start the Cuban government again. They left in 1909, but a cycle of interventions had begun. Each time it came around, the revolution was pushed farther to the left, in 1917, 1933, and then, 1961, when it culminated in the Bay of Pigs. "I am anxious to get away from here," Taft exclaimed to Elihu Root, "out of this atmosphere which is one of disappointment, intrigue, and discouragement." He found things little more to his liking in the White House. Taft had inherited a full carpetbag of troubles in Central America. Exasperated by the steady deterioration of law and order in that area, he once demanded of his Secretary of State that he supply him with the means to compel peace there, even if it meant someone had to knock their heads together. 17 The State Department gave him an unequivocal answer: eliminate Nicaraguan President José Santos Zelaya and the Central American problem would shrink at once to manageable proportions. As usual, however, such advice proved more complicated in execution than in theory, and Taft found himself deeply embroiled in the conflicting schemes of several aspirants to Zelaya's rule, none of whom could guarantee the peace. Then one of these, Adolfo Diaz, finally asked openly for the same kind of assistance which had resulted so well in Cuba. 18 Diaz had figured out the Americans, and what they offered was better than risking a short reign and quick profits. He ordered his foreign minister, Salvador Castrillo, to sign a convention providing for a $15 million loan in exchange for United States management of Nicaraguan customs houses. Neither Taft nor Diaz expected trouble from the United States Senate, but it turned down the convention 3 times, despite special pleading from the White House. When the smoldering revolution flared up again in 1912, Taft smothered the flames with troops sent from the Panama Canal Zone. The State Department had advised him that the situation was analogous to the Boxer trouble in China. 19 The comparison was a striking, if unintended, confirmation of Roosevelt's foresight in seizing a fortified place of arms in Central America, as well as of his understanding of how his successors would define future situations and remedies. We think that if the United States did its duty promptly, thoroughly, and impressively, said the State Department, it would strengthen our hand and lighten our task, not only in Nicaragua itself in the future, but throughout Central America and the Caribbean, and would even have some moral effect in Mexico. 20 This memorandum leaves the reader with an eerie sense of things to come, but it also stands out as strong evidence that American policy makers knew what they were about and did not resemble the caricatures drawn by realist critics of dollar diplomacy and moral imperialism. Taft had good reason to resent the Senate's double standard in foreign policy. On the one hand, it refused to ratify the Knox-Castrillo Convention, yet it insisted that American property rights be protected against the depredations of revolutionaries and bandits. Moreover, it was filled with bellicose oratory at the least sign of foreign intervention in the Monroe Doctrine preserve. If the president tried to satisfy one group in the Senate, he faced a rising chorus of progressive insurgents who denounced him from the other side. This cacophony obscured the few clear-cut successes Taft could claim for dollar diplomacy, though these presaged the nation's economic foreign policy in years to come. The most impressive gain was made in Argentina, a traditional stronghold of British capitalists. Knox mobilized a very strong group of bankers, headed by J.P. Morgan and Company, to offer Buenos Aires a large loan to seal an American bid for battleship contracts. It is the first time in our history, declared shipbuilder Charles Schwab when the $22 million contract was consummated, that the United States has received a contract of this magnitude and description. It is, to my mind, the best step ever made towards the further development of America's commercial relations with foreign countries. 21 This consortium had been organized before the China offensive in 1909, it demonstrated that the idea of close banker-exporter cooperation originated not simply in response to a desire to play the game in Manchuria, whether for prestige's sake or for some other psychological satisfaction, but also from general policy and in answer to national need. The London Times indicated the awareness of what lay behind the American challenge, the recent complete American defeat of all competitors for Argentine awards for battleships seems to the approaching American commercial absorption of the southern continent, which will be assisted by the opening of the Panama Canal. In my opinion, our American cousins can only be amicably combated by the resolute combination of enormous British financial interests, damn tariffs, President Taft's ambitious attempt to recoup domestic political losses and produce an even bigger success for dollar diplomacy north of the border ended in the administration's biggest fiasco. For 12 years, Republican presidents had tried to resolve the tariff question. The simple beliefs of pre-industrial America no longer sufficed in a complex world economy. The tariff had been a party issue since the Civil War, but by the turn of the century it involved general foreign policy questions, even war and peace. In his last public speech, given on the day he was assassinated, President McKinley had called for a new look at the nation's tariff policies and the myths behind them that checked the full development and implementation of a scientific tariff policy suited to the needs of a leading industrial nation. He had closed with a special plea on behalf of renewed efforts to negotiate advantageous reciprocity treaties, if only to prevent United States exclusion from the European market. Roosevelt's friend and advisor, Brooks Adams, had put the problem similarly in a 1901 Atlantic Monthly article entitled, Reciprocity or the Alternative. Adams's thesis was that the United States could not expect to pursue an ever more vigorous export policy of both raw materials and manufactured products, put forth an open-door claim to the whole Asian market for surplus capital and goods, close off Latin America, and simultaneously continue building tariff walls, unless it armed itself with a military alternative to face an inevitable European onslaught against its interests everywhere. The only other choice was to afford the Europeans a large share of the United States market. Adams listed no preference, he asked only that the situation be faced squarely. TR favored the military alternative for two reasons. First, he was sure that whatever he personally thought about the myths of the tariff question, any real changes would divide the Republican Party, assuring the Democrats the next electoral victory. The latter party's low-tariff views, after all, were no more sophisticated than those of GOP protectionists. Second, there was every likelihood that before the 20th century had gone on very long the United States would need both alternatives. Thus TR built the Great White Fleet and avoided talking about the tariff. Taft was not so lucky. Besieged with demands for tariff reform, he was unfortunate in his choice of words in describing the 1909 Payne-Aldrich tariff as the best in the nation's history. A notorious patchwork that satisfied no one, it did include a maximum-minimum double rate patterned after European models, a provision for reciprocity treaties, and a scientific tariff board. The bill gave the administration power to retaliate against foreign discrimination, but its minimum rate was so high that its tariff proved useless as an effective bargaining tool. Taft hoped to calm the protest by negotiating a truly significant reciprocity treaty with Canada. If it succeeded, others would follow, and soon people would take a new attitude toward the Payne-Aldrich tariff and perhaps toward other administration policies as well. Earlier attempts to reach such an agreement with Canada had all failed, thus the field was one in which a real mark could be made. When the proposed treaty was ready to be signed, Taft confided to a friend that its ultimate effect would be about the same as American annexation. The House of Representatives issued a public report on the pact that was indiscreet to say the least, and insensitive to likely Canadian reactions. If we could sweep away all tariffs between the two countries, it would have the effect upon our trade of another Louisiana Purchase. Democratic Representative Champ Clark's remarks topped everything. I am for it, because I hope to see the day when the American flag will float over every square foot of the British North American possessions clear to the North Pole. Canadian nationalists and American agricultural interests both opposed the treaty. The president went on a short speaking tour in an attempt to save the treaty, but there was absolutely nothing he could do about it any more than he could alter the steady stream of other misfortunes that plagued his 4 years in the White House. While the Republicans fretted and struggled among themselves over a proper tariff policy, the Democrats simply reasserted their traditional low-tariff views in campaign after campaign. With the GOP split in 1912 between Taft conservatives and Roosevelt progressives, Woodrow Wilson hammered on this old theme. Wilson's Southern roots dictated such a stance, but he was a confirmed nationalist in stressing the reason for lowering tariffs: increased exports. In 1907 he wrote, "Since trade ignores national boundaries and the manufacturer insists on having the world as a market, the flag of his nation must follow him, and the 224 doors of the nations which are closed against him must be battered down." Our industries, he said, in covering the tariff issue in his August 7, 1912, speech accepting the Democratic nomination, have expanded to such a point that they will burst their jackets if they cannot find free outlets in the markets of the world. Our domes tick markets no longer suffice. We need foreign markets. That is another force that is going to break the tariff down. The tariff was once a bulwark, now it is a dam, and you can spell the word either way you want to. 22. Wilson kept his campaign promise on tariff reduction in the 1913 Underwood Act, the first significant lowering of the tax on imports since the Civil War. It was part of the program he called the New Freedom. But after World War I began, Wilson, too, discovered that the tariff was a far more complicated matter than pushing import duties up and down on a printed scale. He also discovered that the China question was far more complicated than he had supposed in repudiating the international consortium, his first significant act in defining new freedom foreign policies. Whither the new freedom? When the new Secretary of State, William Jennings Bryan, was queried about the effects that the administration's repudiation of the China consortium would have on the nation's foreign trade prospects, he answered the reporter with a rip-snorting, old-time Democratic rouser, "The preceding administration attempted to till the field of foreign investment with a penknife. President Wilson intends to cultivate it with a spade." American interests had been dammed up, said Bryan, because we have, so to speak, been busy watching the spigot and neglecting the bunghole, and we have been doing it because of the short-sighted policy that allowed the man at the spigot to dictate the policy. Banker-oriented dollar diplomacy had used unfair and offensive methods, thereby preventing American industries from obtaining the large and lucrative business that should have been theirs had the government followed a liberal and just policy. 23 Bryan's affirmations made sense to Southern cotton exporters, and other agrarian interests, but most businessmen were Republicans and neither the Secretary's nor President Wilson's foreign trade views converted them. Wilson's new ambassador to China, Professor Paul S. Reinsch, met a cool reception from the American business community in Shanghai. Like their American counterparts, these men believed that the administration had let them down by cutting loose from the consortium. When the ambassador assured them that the president was eager to expand American economic interests in China, polite incredulity was the best I could expect. He knew that they expected him, with his university background, to be the missionaries' representative, not theirs. No one appreciate cared more highly than I. The important work done by American missionaries, teachers, and medical men, in bringing to China a conception of Western learning and life, Reinsch explained. But if China should have to rely entirely on other nations for active support in the modern development of her industry and resources, then our position in the eyes of the Chinese nation never come up to the opportunities which nature had given us through our geographic position and our industrial strength. 24 Reinsch faithfully executed the administration's early thinking about China, its desire to reassert the original open-door policy without entering into any more special arrangements with Japan or any other nation. As a test case, the ambassador picked out a proposal American Red Cross officials had made for building a conservancy project in the Huai River Valley to prevent a recurrence of the disastrous floods of 1911 and to make available vast new areas for cultivation. But he needed American bankers to put up the money. Willard Straight commented sarcastically, "Nobody around this neck of the woods is going to sink any money into Chinese dikes, even though the work be carried on under foreign supervision." 25 Undiscouraged, Reinsch vigorously pressed forward with lesser projects, such as the Standard Oil Company's longtime desire to obtain an exploration concession in the Shanxi province and Bethlehem Steel's $3 million harbor improvement proposal. These activities soon improved his credentials with the bankers, but they raised Japanese suspicions that Wilson had repudiated the consortium as a first step in undercutting their position in China. In early 1914 the Chinese government gave the American Red Cross a one-year option to come up with necessary funds to begin construction of the Huai Valley project. A Bryan assistant advised President Wilson, "In talking with certain bankers I had further assurance that under proper conditions and with the moral support of the Department of State we could get the assistance we need in this country, without going abroad for it." This, as you can imagine, is a most satisfying statement. It was satisfying to American policymakers because it was essential that the Chinese understand that it is, in truth and in fact, an American enterprise. 26 Even Willard Straight seemed convinced, perhaps it may be the bridge over which we can enter once again upon Chinese business. Reinsch's soaring hopes were crowned by a visit from the Japanese minister, who complained bitterly of his activities and of the growing influence of the United States in China. But the ambassador's enjoyment of his rival's discomfort was cut short by the outbreak of the European War in August. Invoking the Anglo-Japanese alliance, Tokyo demanded Germany surrender its Shantung leasehold. The sudden change on the China scene called forth an alarmed editorial comment from the New Republic. When the fate of 400 million people and an economic empire are at stake, a clear statement would seem to be required. But from whom? Washington seemed tongue-tied until it learned in early 1915 that the Japanese were now making additional secret demands on the Chinese government. Later known as the 21 Demands, they were divided into several groups. The first concerned Japan's takeover of Shantung, the second, previous holdings in Manchuria and Mongolia, the third, an extension of Tokyo's economic control in both areas, the fourth, the prevention of China from granting naval or military bases in coastal areas near the Formosan Straits, and the last, employment of only Japanese advisors in certain capacities. From Tokyo's point of view, of course, the 21 demands were justified as a way of preventing the United States from taking like advantage of the European imbroglio to improve its position in China. Whatever Tokyo feared, the United States was not free to act decisively in the Far East, although Wilson reacted strongly to the 21 demands. The United States had always considered China essential to its future, long before its frontier extended to the west coast of the North American continent. Wilson took this responsibility very seriously indeed. All the more so because the United States could not finance its swollen wartime trade with Europe and still find immediate financial resources for the Huai River Valley Conservancy. Secretary Bryan reacted more cautiously to the Japanese démarche. Observing to the President, "The thing that disturbs me most in this Eastern trouble is the feeling of suspicion on both sides, a feeling that does not give assurance of peace. These two nations must remain neighbors, and unless they deal with each other in the spirit of friendliness there is no way of avoiding great antagonism." Wilson listened to no talk of compromise from Bryan, instructing him to inform both Peking and Tokyo that the United States did not acquiesce in any of the so-called demands. In 1917, as the United States stood on the brink of war, Wilson delayed a final decision. He told the anxious Secretary of State Robert Lansing, because America now represented the last country in white civilization still untouched by the war, the only bulwark against the advancing yellow races. Could he, therefore, risk going to war? It had occurred to Lansing, meanwhile, that since the United States and Japan were for the time being the only unencumbered powers with large interests in the Far East, there might be an opportunity to work out a permanent arrangement. He never fully developed what he had in mind, perhaps on account of Wilson's strong views, but he apparently conceived of a plan whereby Washington would concede South Manchuria and Inner Mongolia if Japan offered redeemable guarantees of compliance with the open-door policy in China proper. A sleeper in the proposed arrangement was Lansing's definition of China proper, in which he included the Shantung Peninsula. He hoped to use a wartime Japanese-American agreement to gain permanent open-door commitments from the European powers, thereby forestalling post-war British or French attempts to claim Shantung. Nor would it end there. He expected to use the agreement to lever those two countries out of their own spheres of influence. This larger scheme was taking shape in his mind as he encouraged American concerns to take up a new, somewhat more limited, version of the old Huai River Plan in an area bordering on the Shantung Peninsula itself. Both Lansing and Ambassador Reinsch were chagrined when the American company sought to work out its own cooperative private arrangement with the Japanese, thus spoiling their maturing plans. Secretary of State Lansing advised Wilson in June 1916 that unless something were done, the United States and Japan would continue to cancel out one another's efforts to go it alone in China. Moreover, in the long run the stalemate would probably work out to Japan's favor. Hence he asked permission to reorganize the old American group in the consortium on an expanded basis. Wilson promptly agreed that preliminary steps should be taken to reconstitute the chosen instrument of American policy. At first, Lansing intended that the new American consortium should act as a supercharged chosen instrument to make one more attempt at going it alone, but he eventually became convinced that the only way to check Japan was to rebuild the international consortium. Once this was done, each nation would have an equal vote as to how Chinese loans and investments were to be divided among themselves. Since the United States would have to put up the stakes for the European members, Japan was to be isolated and prevented from carrying out an independent. 228. Policy. Reich, however, wanted nothing to do with the new consortium no matter what safeguards were built into its foundations. Refusing to abandon the effort to do it all alone, he took matters into his own hands in the spring of 1917 by encouraging the Chinese to follow America's lead by declaring war on Germany. He made a very persuasive argument indeed, convincing the Chinese that a declaration of war would buy them a front row seat at the peace table, assuring them of regaining Shantung in the peace treaty. Reich's audacity startled Secretary Lansing, who needed more time to work things out. The negotiations he undertook with a special Japanese ambassador that fall produced a signed statement, the Lansing-Ishii Agreement of November 4, 1917, but its title was a diplomatic misnomer, since both parties reserved the right to supply their own interpretations of all the key words and phrases. The Wartime Committee of Public Information published the most interesting one of all. The Lansing-Ishii Agreement has speared the dragon that always had menaced the Hay Doctrine, the Prussian principle of spheres of influence. The trick, of course, would be to find a way to convert this strong imagery into something solid. Meanwhile, the Japanese insisted that the Lansing-Ishii Agreement further confirmed their long-claimed special interests in China. American policymakers planned to renew the effort to eliminate all spheres of influence at the peace conference. Until then it was best to pretend, as John Hay had once recommended, that the other powers agreed with you despite everything. If things worked out at the peace conference as Wilson anticipated they would, the momentum of world opinion would sweep the reactionary governments along with everyone else. What the president failed to anticipate was the gathering of a revolutionary momentum that threatened to sweep things in a far different direction. In China, for example, the 1911 overthrow of the Manchu dynasty had produced a weak republican government that soon collapsed and led to a prolonged period of turmoil and confusion. The United States had been the first nation to extend diplomatic recognition to the republic, but Wilson's great hopes for China never materialized. Unwilling to deal with revolutionaries and unable to see what more he could do for the democratic forces of that country, the president reasserted the principle of territorial integrity in the councils of the victorious powers. Wilson knew from his experience with revolutions in other poor and undeveloped lands that the only way to meet the challenge was to construct a decent social order responsive to individual and national needs. He was determined to establish a constitutional basis for the liberal world capitalist order he envisioned. Wilson began the quest which ultimately took him through the fires of World War I to the Versailles Conference when he took up the challenge posed by the Mexican Revolution. Confrontation with revolution, Mexico. The long reign of Mexican dictator Porfirio Diaz came to an end in 1910. During his time foreign investors had enjoyed easy access to Mexican resources, too easy, claimed the followers of the liberal reformer Francisco Madero, who replaced Diaz. Madero never pacified the countryside, nor brought under his control the revolutionary forces dividing Mexico. Americans had invested $2 billion in Mexican enterprises, Taft once explained to his wife, adding that if the country went to pieces he would have to intervene. During Madero's three-year rule, 1910 to 1913, American investors tried to work out a private arrangement with Mexico City, over the objections of the American ambassador Henry Lane Wilson, who openly disparaged Madero and encouraged his enemies by aligning himself with the most reactionary elements of Mexican society and the foreign community. Nevertheless, American bankers received Secretary Knox's blessings for a plan to advance Mexico a $10 million loan, conditioned on Madero's turning over certain financial controls. But the internal situation disintegrated so rapidly that these efforts were abandoned in the fall of 1912. In February 1913 Madero was overthrown by a coalition of reactionary forces led by the old dictator's nephew, Felix Diaz, and one of his own generals, Victoriano Huerta. Their compact was actually signed under Henry Lane Wilson's benevolent gaze in the American embassy. It provided that Huerta was to assume the presidency on a provisional basis, Diaz was to name the cabinet, and then, at a later election, Huerta would support Diaz's candidacy. Thus the old regime would be restored. But the compact triggered a new phase of the revolution that did not come to an end for nearly a decade. Moreover, for most of those 10 years, Mexican-American relations verged on collapse. Relieved that the crisis had come so near the end of his term, William Howard Taft did not grant Huerta diplomatic recognition, since he could leave that question to his successor. Secretary Knox's final instructions directed Ambassador Henry Lane Wilson to keep his fingers on the situation in the interim. It is left to you to deal with this whole matter of keeping Mexican opinion, both official and unofficial, in a salutary equilibrium between a dangerous and exaggerated apprehension and a proper degree of wholesome fear. 27 Woodrow Wilson came into office convinced that Huerta's coup constituted a serious setback for constitutional rule in the hemisphere. Special agents that he sent into Mexico confirmed this impression and added other reasons for not recognizing the usurper. Most important, they reported, Huerta did not then and probably could not ever exercise control over the Mexican countryside. Because Great Britain and other European nations had extended Huerta's regime full diplomatic recognition, how to proceed from these conclusions was another matter. It was suggested by some presidential advisers that this hasty action was linked to British oil policy. Meanwhile, representatives of the large American investors in Mexico contacted Wilson's closest advisor and confidant, Colonel Edward M. House. It was the general belief in Mexico, explained E. N. Brown, head of the Mexican Railways, that if this government could not maintain itself, no other could. 28 Brown went over the Huerta-Diaz compact point by point, urging House to persuade the president not to recall Ambassador Wilson until Huerta kept his word to Felix Diaz. House noted in his diary that President Wilson agreed to wait for the promised elections. The investors saw that, even if it was not yet clear to the new president, deep social questions were involved here, not merely another changing of the customs house guard in a banana republic. Over the next few weeks a growing sense of urgency characterized cabinet discussions of the Mexican situation. Reports had come to Washington that Huerta, having fallen out with Felix Diaz, had set out to gain financial backing in Europe. Wilson took these reports and other rumors back to Colonel House in early May when he went to see him in New York. House repeated his original advice, but suggested that the president do something positive to convince Huerta to hold an election supporting Diaz for the presidency. Wilson selected the former governor of Minnesota, John Lind, to do the convincing. Some years later, in 1920, Lind testified that he had been instructed to bring the factions back together so that there should be an election at which, under his own contract with Diaz, should not be a candidate. A government would have emerged from this election which the United States could recognize and support financially. 29 Huerta responded to these carefully laid plans by calling down on Lind all the pent-up forces of Mexican nationalism, forcing him to retreat to the safety of the American fleet stationed off Veracruz. There he made contacts with the constitutionalist leader Venustiano Carranza, who welcomed any aid in his fight against Huerta. Months passed, but the tighter the United States tried to pull the economic noose, the more Huerta seemed to prosper. Angered by British support for the dictator, Wilson began to look for a reason to intervene. In February 1914, the American naval commander confided to a friend that conditions are gradually drifting into a more complex condition. He had good reason to know. Then, in early April, Wilson seized upon the arrest and brief detention of a small number of American sailors in Tampico to justify interrupting an arms shipment intended for Mexico City. Next came the order to occupy Veracruz and Tampico, which was accomplished only after the Mexican Naval Academy was bombarded and a large number of cadets killed. At that point, the next logical step for either of the capitals would have been a declaration of war. A timely mediation offer from the ABC powers may have prevented that tragedy, for it made possible Huerta's retirement without his having appeared to surrender to the United States. Unhappily, his departure did little to resolve Mexican-American differences. Numerous claimants turned up to take charge of the revolution. Wilson tried to keep tabs on them all, but the task frustrated him and the State Department at every turn. In 1915 Carranza controlled Mexico City, but he refused to give assurances to American representatives of his willingness to observe Anglo-Saxon sanctions against interference with legitimate property rights. Wilson looked around for an alternative, even picking out Pancho Villa for a brief moment. No one showed the capacity to take charge of the revolution, at least as Wilson would have liked, except Carranza. The principal reason for not extending the constitutionalist leader diplomatic recognition, maintains Secretary of State Lansing, was to keep American options open in case some other figure might arise, and to bring pressure on Carranza. Lansing proposed a plan for bringing about such a change late in the summer of 1915 but backed off when Wilson indicated his opposition to the idea. The Secretary of State would propose several other intervention plans over the next 4 years. Each time the president opposed the scheme, but each time he offered no alternative for coming to terms with the revolution. In 1917 Carranza promulgated a new Mexican constitution, containing explicit restrictions on the operations of foreign capitalists. Of these, the most vexing was Article 27, which placed the ownership of subsoil minerals in the hands of the central government. Lansing responded to the document with a further admonition. Article 27, he told a special agent, seemed to indicate a proposed policy toward foreigners which is fraught with possible grave consequences affecting the commercial and political relations of Mexico with other nations. You will point out that the government of the United States cannot, of course, 232. Acquiesce in any direct or indirect confiscations of foreign-owned properties in Mexico. The President approved the State Department's continued refusal to grant Carranza even de facto recognition, but the wheels of diplomacy, still stalled in a position of watchful waiting, refused to turn for the President. Some months after the United States entered the war, Wilson received a group of Mexican newspaper editors. Their country, he began, was a storehouse of treasure, but as long as he was President of the United States, no one would be permitted to exploit those resources solely to the advantage of foreigners. After the war all nations would be held to strict standards of honor and fair dealing, because so soon as you can admit your own capital and the capital of the world to the free use of the resources of Mexico, it will be one of the most wonderfully rich and prosperous countries in the world. 30 Like McKinley and Hay, Woodrow Wilson presumed that most of the contradictions and tensions in Adam Smith's vision of the Great Society could be reconciled by honesty and fair dealing among the great powers. Carranza held that the problem was more complex than that. A conservative landowner himself, Carranza saw that limits had to be put upon capitalism. What seemed prudent to him, appeared revolutionary to Americans. A corollary to Marx's prophecy that at a certain stage of their development the material productive forces of society come into contradiction with the existing productive relationships, seemed to be emerging from Mexican-American relationships. An essentially conservative effort to rectify that contradiction takes on revolutionary implications in an international setting, perhaps forcing radical changes in the policies of both countries at once. Mare Nostrum. Secretary of State Bryan had been eager to try out a new approach to America's relations with Caribbean area countries, in an effort to anticipate and resolve similar contradictions. Convinced that European bankers exploited the poor credit standing of these governments to gain economic control through usurious loans, Bryan suggested to Wilson that the United States government loan the Caribbean countries its credit standing. Put another way, he was proposing that the United States co-sign and guarantee their notes. The savings would be twofold. Economically, the borrowers would no longer have to pay out in interest rates and initial charges a large percentage of their money. Politically, the fewer defaults there were, the less chance there would be of complications and disagreements between governments. Wilson thought the idea too radical, but he allowed his Secretary of State ample room to achieve his goal by alternative means. Blocked from trying out his original plan, Bryan fell back on earlier policies, for example, a renegotiated Nicaraguan treaty containing clauses like those in the Platt Amendment to the Cuban Treaty of 1903. The Senate disapproved the first version of the Bryan Chamorro Pact, but finally agreed to a second. One that guaranteed the United States an option on any Nicaraguan Trans-Isthmian Canal, as well as options on strategically located naval bases. In exchange, the United States loaned Nicaragua $3 million. After the Senate acted, Secretary Bryan complained to Wilson that his original treaty would have given us the right to do that which we might be called upon to do anyhow. We cannot escape the responsibilities of our position. 31 Root and Knox had reached the same conclusion, and used the same words in discussing the issue. It was not just a matter of big stick diplomacy, or dollar diplomacy, or moral imperialism. As Bryan predicted, the treaty was used as justification for a series of interventions and occupations well into the next decade. Wilson once observed to Colonel House that although Secretary of State Bryan was always using the soft pedal in negotiations with Germany, he had to restrain him when he was dealing with Santo Domingo, Haiti, and such small republics. 32 That was hardly fair. Bryan had proposed significant changes that the president had found too novel. In the Nicaraguan negotiations, the secretary had overseen the contract writing between the bankers and the Nicaraguan representatives so as to assure himself that the terms were fair to both parties. Yet from the perspective of 5 decades, there seems very little difference in the terms of this contract, which allowed American investors to control that country's railroads as well as its finances and those negotiated under previous secretaries of state. The dynamic of America's relations with the Caribbean area could not be changed simply by the election of an idealist to the White House, or by putting a great commoner in charge of the Department of State. Thus, when Theodore Roosevelt's Dominion Customs receivership failed to prevent the outbreak of yet another revolution in that country, Bryan insisted upon firmer controls. Santo Domingo must be made to accept an enforced peace among all its rival factions, and supervised elections, the very solution Wilson tried to impose on Mexico at the same time. No opportunity for argument should be given to any person or faction, Bryan instructed his representative in plain undiplomatic language. It is desired that you present a plan and see that it is complied with. Once a new government had been elected, the United States would extend it diplomatic recognition and insist that all revolutionary movements cease and that all subsequent changes in the government of the Republic be effected by the peace processes provided in the Dominican Constitution. 33 Almost word for word this was the plan offered to Theodore Roosevelt by an American planter in 1904 when the former decided to take over the Customs House. But the Wilson administration's 1914 warning was ignored by the natives, leading to another intervention in November 1916. American troops stayed in Santo Domingo until 1924. As early as June 1913, Bryan had suggested to the president that the United States obtain a naval base somewhere on the other side of Hispaniola, the island shared by Santo Domingo and Haiti. Negotiations never got off the ground because of a lack of stability in the latter. The secretary's principal advisor on Haitian affairs was Roger L. Farnham, a vice president of the National City Bank. After one conversation in early 1914, Farnham left Bryan a memorandum detailing Haiti's supposed potential if revolutionary disturbances were brought to an end. For more than a year every attempt to complete a treaty containing financial provisions like those of other Caribbean pacts was thwarted at the last minute by some new uprising. Finally, one Haitian ruler suggested a counter-proposal: he would grant special economic concessions to American private interests, but would not turn over semi-protectorate power to the United States government. This gambit offered Bryan a chance to explain what he had been attempting to do in the whole area. The United States, he began, was not disposed to bargain. Such practice was precisely what had been wrong in past policies. While we desire to encourage in every proper way American interests in Haiti, we believe that this can be better done by contributing to stability and order than by favoring special concessions to Americans. American capital will gladly avail itself of business opportunities in Haiti when assured of peace and quiet necessary for profitable production. 34 After several fruitless attempts to reach agreement on some such arrangement as we have in Santo Domingo, the administration finally decided to take the bull by the horns and restore order once and for all in July 1915. Because of the European war situation, military intervention was easy to justify, and it could be made to seem that the United States was only preempting some future attempt by one or more of the warring nations to invade and to occupy Haiti. Bryan's successor, Robert Lansing, assured the Haitians that the United States did indeed have positive aims as well. Haiti should appreciate, he explained, that means for economic and industrial development cannot come from within and that foreign capital must be sought and secured, and this cannot be expected unless there is reasonable assurance against internal dissensions. 35 Among Wilson's advisers, Robert Lansing was always the first to sense German malevolence behind every adverse development in the hemisphere. But a memorandum he wrote before the outbreak of the European war demonstrated an ability to go beyond immediate problems. The future challenges to the Monroe Doctrine, he predicted, would not be military. Nor could political, economic, and strategic factors be separated. America's competition would come in the construction of railways, the establishment of mines, the cultivation of cotton, fruit, and other agricultural products, and the operations of various industrial enterprises. He summed up the situation this way: with the present industrial activity, the scramble for markets, and the incessant search for new opportunities to produce wealth, commercial expansion and success are closely interwoven with political domination over the territory. 36 Lansing's summation could just as easily have been written by any one of the secretaries of state or presidents in that period. America goes to war. Americans made a crucial distinction between the causes of war in Europe and their own reasons for entering the struggle. The causes of the war were rooted in colonial ambitions and economic competition. When Americans went to war, however, it was to complete the Revolution of 1776, that is, to build a world order to replace the decadent Ancien regime that had caused so much suffering and destruction. Before the war ended, it had indeed become a revolution, at once threatening the victors and the vanquished with social upheaval and economic paralysis. No one foresaw such results, especially not Woodrow Wilson, whose great expectations for the peace conference were to be shattered beyond repair in the clash of opposing social systems. At the beginning, all that stood in America's way was the threat that Germany might win the war. American policy-makers presumed from the day the war began that they could have but little influence on a peace conference at which the Kaiser laid down the terms for Britain and France. Robert Lansing always felt that Wilson did not give proper weight to that threat. He favored abandoning neutrality as early as 1915, when German submarine policy was just being announced. Wilson did prefer Lansing's tough language at the time of the Lusitania crisis in May and June, over Bryan's efforts to strike a conciliatory tone in the note to Berlin, but he did not share Lansing's belief that the United States should use the sinking of the Lusitania and later developments as a casus belli. Wilson's strategy called for the United States to remain officially neutral as long as possible, first, to take advantage of any opportunity to offer its services to mankind as a mediator to end the war, and, failing that, to make the war a crusade for democracy. Lansing's situation was especially ironic because he had drafted precisely the kind of note to the British that might have brought about a confrontation between American insistence upon neutral rights and the British blockade of the Central Powers. In September 1914, Wilson had asked the State Department to prepare a protest with some teeth in it, but when Lansing, who was then counselor of the department, supplied the wanted document, Colonel House promptly stepped in with a warning it might well force a break or so jeopardize future relations that any chance to influence the peace settlement would disappear. In this early episode in the struggle for neutrality, America's contradictory policy goals are already apparent. No matter what alternative the president chose, every decision reduced his circle of future options. He could not have both neutrality and a major role at the peace conference. Nor could he have neutrality, as Bryan first enunciated it on behalf of the administration, and prosperity. The secretary had declared originally that any kind of loan to a belligerent was the worst form of contraband. He placed a ban on all such transactions. The bankers abided by this restriction, but they set about devising a way to get around it by differentiating between loans and credits. Loans were different from credits. In the former, a public issue by banks transferred the risk from the banks to the people. In the latter, the banks opened an account on their books for the financing of war purchases. One banker told Councillor Lansing that unless the United States made credits available, the European nations would deal with countries that would. It may in the end come back to us, but the critical time for American finance in our international